Near the main entrance to the city was quite lively, and that's where the main character was just heading. The boy was pleased because of the fact that he had finally arrived in the city of Solon. The original owner of this body was beaten to death for stealing, so the hero immediately took over his body after passing into this world. What he didn't expect, however, was that the original owners were natives of a prominent Orlando family. So it comes out that he defected to this place because there were multiple reasons. This is the place that will initially be the guy's point in his new life, and it will be considered the system of the Almighty Lord. The lad came to an important gentleman, and the latter remarked to him that there was terrible news. The man was the governor of the city of Solon, and he reported that the hero's father, Calvin Orlando, had died the previous week. The new successor to their family is the guy's half-brother Michael Orlando, and he has long considered him a thorn in his side. Richard Orlando was the illegitimate son of Calvin, and in doing so, he wondered what he wanted to say with all of this. The governor glared at him menacingly and remarked for the hero to drop the name Orlando. If he does agree, Michael will hand him a 500 gold moment to create his own territory. A subordinate of the ruler of the city brought a chest that contained the treasure, and further he opened it so that the hero could verify its authenticity. Richard took one of the coins and smiled, thinking he would have something to do with it in his new life. The old man went on to say that they seemed to have reached an understanding on the matter after all. But the lad looked at him incredulously and remarked that the name Orlando evoked thoughts of success and fame, and it was the most beautiful thing he had inherited from his father. The old man, of course, was surprised because of this and wondered if he was refusing. Richard smiled afterward and remarked that he should give him more money since that's what he wanted. The ruler was surprised and said he could offer 1,000 gold coins and interest-free loans, but he would have to shop in his city. The hero flipped a coin upwards and then catching it agreed to this venture. Before he left, he turned around and remarked that he had heard there was a group of mountain barbarians in the Colosseum. The old man remarked that he probably wanted to use robot soldiers to create an army, and that was a pretty good idea. But here's whether he's sure he wants to buy a group of unruly barbarians with his 1,000 gold coins. Perhaps the old man should remind something to him. Barbarians are known for their bravery and for their desire for freedom, so one shouldn't expect obedience from them, but the lad remarked that he knew that. The ruler stated to a subordinate 20 gold coins per person, so that leaves 50 people, and let them send him to the Colosseum. Richard realized that the first step of the plan was already a success, and the interlocutor next to him offered to go, for he would lead the way to the star-spangled Colosseum. The old man at the time looked at the hero and thought he was an unusual boy. The hero, along with an attendant, rode in a carriage and spat a song that people wandered around the alien world for 10 years and sometimes missed their former lives. The interlocutor asked him what song of this he was humming, and Richard smiled and stated that it was a simple song and from his hometown. It turns out that after the original owner was beaten, the hero took his body. And as a consequence, he obtained the Lord system, and then day by day, he studied martial arts and honed his combat skills. He originally wanted to be a knight, but who would have thought old Calvin was that crazy? After all, this man gave him the name Orlando, which evokes thoughts of success as well as fame. The guy didn't realize if he'd been treated like a freak living on the streets. Luckily, he got permission to expand his territory, so he escaped here because otherwise he would have been destroyed by the Orlando family. Soon well recovered, and the gentleman was informed that they had arrived on the spot. The guy got out of the carriage, stated that he had heard before that they had recently brought a group of mountain barbarian slaves here. The interlocutor remarked that in truth he was, but inquired who he was. Richard stated that Count Augustus wished to sell them to him and would support him while he formed an army to defend his territory. The woman noticed that now she understood why he was here, but before she just thought he wanted to watch the fight. Don't let him say she didn't warn him when these guys put down all the other fighters with one punch. She did pay so much for their treatment after all, and I wonder if he wants to take these people with such a worthless body. They'll just smear him, won't they? Also, these people can kill crocodiles and eat their meat. Richard said they can find their own food, and that's great. Maybe they'll be more docile if he beat them. The woman shouted at him not to be silly, for they could kill wild boars with 2 or 3 blows. And so she wondered if this aristocrat must have lost his mind. The hero pushed her away and noticed the statues of his department, so let her stay out of it. Also thought it best to say that the stronger the barbarians were, the better chance they had of living up to his expectations. To all of this, it turns out he has a trump card in the form of this system. It was a lord system that showed the strength level of dexterity, intelligence, and charm, as well as various inventory in store. Richard thought that he would finally show all his skills and the result of 3 years of training today. So he went into the arena where there was quite a large number of people downstairs. The fellow called them Highlanders and claimed to have ransomed them all from Count Solon. That said, he doesn't think any of them would want to become a slave after all. If that's the case, why don't they fight him? Because if they win, they get their freedom. Next, the protagonist jumped down with a smile on his face, not noticing that there were conditions if they lost. For in that case, it is his ideals that they will be fighting for. One of the barbarians remarked that when it comes to combat, they really are the best at it. The woman, as well as the city owner's subordinate, were dumbfounded and waited to see what would happen next. At that moment, one of the most pumped-up men remarked to the hero not to cry when he did lose. He then introduced himself and stated that his name was Russell and he was a mountain barbarian. The hero was ready for battle and noticed that he was Richard of Pompeii. The woman watched this battle and said that this nobleman would really fight this barbarian. Still, a scoundrel named Russell is the best among them, and he has killed quite a few slaves. A battle with him would end more killing than favorable, and the person next to him needs to convince him to stop faster. The interlocutor stated that his only job was to do the Earl's bidding and bring this fellow here, so he had no right to manage Sir Richard's offspring. The woman was surprised, for she realized that she had worked more of her life here to be in this position. Is there this aristocrat who is down here will die, then her arena will be cursed. The barbarians began to laugh and said that this boy had indeed chosen Russell, and with a little effort, that man would kill him. His interlocutors asked him to go easy on him because it would be problematic if the aristocrat died, but Russell said he would still be ruthless. Immediately after saying that, he became very furious and rushed straight towards the protagonist. As a consequence of this action, both opponents grappled with each other and wrestled on their hands. Soon Russell, coming from his immense strength, grabbed the guy by his clothes and lifted him up. After that, he shouted angrily and threw him right down. The main character's body slumped, and it was obvious that he was literally unconscious. Russell smiled because of this and stated that he expected him to have some fun, but he was defeated in literally a second. After that, he would go to his companions, and they would say that he had even destroyed the land, and it was unclear if the aristocrat would survive. The arena owner looked on in horror and begged for someone to at least help him. After all, her arena will have to pay huge compensation if this tragedy occurs. As Raz lost concentration, the hero grabbed his leg, and so the man turned toward him. He was quite surprised when he saw the hero and asked what was going on. Also dumbfounded was the arena hostess, who stated that this guy was still standing. But the hero smiled and, preparing to attack, said that he was afraid he would say that he was bullying him, so he let him start the first fight. After these words, he struck Russell right in the stomach with a rather strong blow, and he fell down. Looked at the guy, he asked how the place could ever be okay, and wondered if he'd never been wrong before. The hero used enchanted powers while doing so and thought he had trained for years to use the Lord system, as he could lose to such an opponent with poor skills. Richard further suggested that he would continue, and this time he wouldn't even have a chance of winning. The opponent became very angry because of these words and, preparing to attack, shouted that he was a rascal. The guy at that easily fended off his attack and grabbed his arm, throwing him down over himself. He then stepped on his opponent and claimed victory, but Russell didn't understand how that could have happened and asked what he did to make it happen. The barbarian then rose abruptly and looked at the hero with a lost look, offering him another replay of their fight. Richard stated that it looked like he still hadn't given up, but then he didn't mind fighting again. The rest of the barbarians watched the fight and didn't understand what had even just happened between them. They had no idea how this kid could beat their champion Russell. At this time, the fighting between the opponents began again, and the hero grabbed Russell's arm. And after that, he very easily began to toss it from side to side, as if it were some kind of rag in his hands. Shortly afterward, Russell lying head down, and the guy asked if he was giving up or not. The man still got up through force, and again offered to repeat the fight since he could still fight at that. One of the barbarians was telling Russell to just give up, since he had already lost a dozen times. The interlocutor was surprised and asked if it had happened 10 times, and he was suddenly interrupted by some other person. It was a girl who came out of the crowd and declared that she had had enough fighting, now she would fight. The crowd of barbarians cheered and anticipated their head's battle with this guy. Because of that, they didn't say it was battle time for their chief, so the aristocrat was definitely finished. The hero, smiling, wondered to her if she had the right to make such decisions. The interviewee, on the other hand, remarked that she just needs to beat him, and then when he loses, they will be free. So she asked if he would really keep his promises, to which the hero declared that he was a man of his word. And the opponent shouted that then should already start their fight by throwing herself at him. Richard was surprised from her speed and thought she was so fast, and further looked at his system and saw that it was the barbarian Gunther and defined as a hero. The girl at the same time delivered her rather strong blow, from which the hero managed to defend himself by covering himself with his hands. Though he's thrown back far enough and realizes that the system pop-ups messed everything up, this is the first time he's seen the hero. Now they should see how strong this girl will be. Preparing for the next attack, Gunther jumped up and shouted for the man to stay focused. After her landing, she hit the ground very hard so that the earth opened up and the hero managed to dodge. The crowd cheered afterward, but the arena hostess was worried about her. The count's subordinate thought that here this barbarian chief was unexpectedly quite strong, so nothing good would probably end up happening. Gunther at the same time raised a huge boulder, and the subordinates shouted for her to kill it, for no man should stand in the way of the chief. The opponent then shouted that it would be a rock strike and immediately threw it towards the hero. Richard only in the last instant noticed that this stone was flying at him and tried to dodge. In the place where this boulder landed, a column of smoke rose and nothing could be seen, so the arena mistress ran downstairs and shouted that everything was bad because it was the end. Gunther stated that the girl had killed him, and now it was unclear what she would do with her arena. The rest of the barbarians were indeed cheering and shouting that their chief was simply beautiful because she had given them all in freedom. Russell, who was also there, remarked that his ability was not enough, and so he was disappointed. At this time, the stone under her feet about Gunther began to rise upward, and the heroes there declared that she had great speed as well as inordinate strength. So it turns out it's actually good material for him. The barbarians were dumbfounded at what they saw and wondered how he wasn't dead yet, since he was still on his feet. Gunther was also very surprised, but after a moment she smiled and said that she was interested, so should continue their fight. The protagonist smiled and remarked that to be chief to a barbarian brute force was still not enough, and she wouldn't be able to defeat him like this. The girl rushed to the attack and asked what he was saying, and in that instant she chained his neck. Afterwards, she also threw his body against the ground and apologized, stating that he had lost after all. Richard was conscious and stated that she had used the stone as a distraction after all. Afterward, he broke the chain that restrained his neck and, smiling, declared that it was amazing. From such actions, the barbarians were again dumbfounded, and Russell declared that he did not understand how such a thing was possible. These iron chains were forged by the best abnormal masters and were used to restrain the beasts. Gunther was also stunned and thought that the chains had kept her in a desperate position for quite a number of years, and this man had just broken them with his bare hands just now. The characters at that point kept saying that this girl is really fast and strong and uses some strategy, so great for a subordinate role. The girl thought that all this time he hadn't used his real power, and it was unclear if he was even some kind of monster. So she screamed about them both being on the same battlefield and asking them to respect her and put their best foot forward. Otherwise, if he does not, then she is not going to submit to him. Richard stated that she had been restrained before, so she wasn't at her best either. Next, he launched his attack and stated that it was now safe to begin his fight. The guy threw one punch, but the girl blocked, and after that he jumped up. Next, landed the same blow that destroyed the ground as her opponent before. Barbarians, you say that with that speed he's much faster even than their chief, and it turns out he's much stronger. At this time, the hero appeared literally out of nowhere due to his speed and grabbed Gunther by the neck. After that, he pinned her to the ground, and the girl thought she couldn't even move. Next, she accepted the loss and remarked that if he wanted revenge for what happened before, let him just do it. The hero swung his arm at the same hour and prepared to attack, and the girl noticed it. So she closed her eyes, preparing for the worst. But when she opened them, she heard the handcuffs on her arms shatter. So Gunther was surprised because of this, and the hero stated that they now had a choice. He further added that let them all continue to fight alongside him until every last one of them lost. But otherwise, have them join him, and things will be much easier because together they will be much stronger. The girl was surprised, but took the guy's hand and agreed with his theses. After this she rose, and turning to her barbarians, remarked to the inattentive to listen to her. But further kneeling before the hero, declared that from this day forward, and this aristocrat would be their leader. The guy stated that his name is Richard Orlando, and he will become an all-powerful role lord, so have them join him, and together they will all become much stronger. The barbarians glanced among themselves, and then, excitedly, shouted that they were joining the boss, also they would follow his instructions. The count's subordinate, along with the woman, were surprised, and he thought it was not surprising that old Orlando had passed his name on to him. While the hero was communicating with his subordinates, he saw that there were system requests from the mountain barbarians to join his group. After that, he immediately started taking them all in and was glad he did. It is a wild world that was filled with chaos as well as blood, and here countless ambitious people became lords and created a world of their own reality. Nevertheless, most of them died and also left this world in despair. Moving with his subordinates, the hero stated that as a pioneer, he was eager to begin his journey. Now that he has barbarians and whatnot, he has taken his first step in his new life. While doing so, though, the hero was well aware that he now needed to clothe his army. So altogether, they entered one of the stalls where the clothes were and were dumbfounded. One of them remarked that he wanted that beautiful t-shirt he was holding, but Gunther declared that it didn't suit him at all. And suddenly the shopkeeper, who was the dwarf Negan, appeared and asked what he could do to help. Richard approached him and remarked that he was here to buy gear for his bros, and he had also heard they had good weapons. The old man smiled and remarked that he did seem to know a lot about his wares. Next, he pressed one of the bricks on the wall, and so the sign changed from Oliver's clothes to Oliver's weapons. The barbarians, of course, were surprised at the way the store changed abruptly, and the walls turned, but the owner was saying too, those said what they all wanted. All of his merchandise was really high quality, and people started checking it out. The hero noticed that you old man gave each of them a spade and 3 throwing spears, but the old man wrote it down and noticed that it would cost 15 gold and totaled 750 gold. After all, there are 50 of them, and this amount will be enough. The hero then threw a handful of gold and noticed that he only had this. The old man looked at it and it seemed like there was very little there, so he apologized and said they don't do business with poor people and don't give out loans. Gunther was surprised, but the hero was telling the owner to take his time. He then drew his sword and asked what would happen if he added this weapon to the deal. The old man, however, was very surprised, and upon picking up the sword, he noticed that it was a snake killer, and this was the first time he had seen such a legendary weapon in front of his eyes. Next, he thought, since he had such a high-quality sword, he must be an important mistake, and he shouldn't cross this man. So stated that it would be sad to leave this sword to dust here, so how about he keep it, and he will let them sign the contract, and they will pay the loan. Richard stated to each of them to take a spade, 3 throwing spears and leather armor, for they needed to prepare for the journey, and the old man asked where the armor came from. And the hero noticed, isn't that sword worth more leather armor for everyone? So because of that, the shopkeeper noticed Erica to bring them weapons. While the barbarians were cheering over all of this, Gunther turned to the hero and asked what would happen next. He smiled and stated that they would not take over land that was rightfully theirs. Soon they were all heading to that place, with the hero riding ahead on horseback. Already at that moment, someone was watching them through a spyglass and said that it had been a long time since pioneers or caravans had passed through here. It was the goblin leader whose name was Luke, and he noticed that this time their victim had a lot of items as well as materials. The jackal chief, who was nearby, shouted out not to give him half the weapons minimum, and his interlocutor remarked where even less. The jackal shouted that they naturally had 5 times as many people as goblins, and Luke thought that everyone knew that jackals were dumb-headed. He next asked why such haste they should wait until he was near the hunting grounds, and they had no chance to escape or call for help. And the chief of the jackals said that the main thing was that he and his brothers had a good battle, and the rest did not bother him. Since they were at the top and the hero's caravan was walking at the bottom, Gunther heard them laughing. That's why she stated to the boss that they were being tailed and seemed to be a gang of thugs, but the hero, smiling, stated that he knew it all. The interviewee then asked the boss if he had this plan all along. Richard shouted to the others to stop and surround the wagon and have them start the beasts and put the things inside that were not needed and prepare. Let them attack. Then he turned to a few people and told them to come over to him because he had something to say to them. Pulling out some sort of pouch, Richard declared this to be handed out to everyone and told to swallow one for each. Gunther pulled one of the things out of that pouch and stared at it in surprise, and the hero noticed it. So he too took one of them, and opening his mouth, declared in the state of the pills from the east, he does not make people stronger, and let them hurry up and prepare for battle. One of the subordinates was surprised and asked if such things even seriously existed, but Richard stated why would he even lie? At this he thought that of course he had lied to them, for they were just dumplings, but he would use his system, and further began to use them to reinforce his army before battle. Soon a menu with all the characteristics of the fighters appeared in front of the guy, and it was a guide on how to improve a mountain barbarian soldier. Most of those thieves he has are defined by the system as soldiers, and here only one Gunther is defined as a hero. Richard was well aware that the barbarians would gain experience after battles and be improved by the system. All this happens because the system is too powerful, and in a short period of time, the total power will increase, and they will sense something is wrong. That's exactly the situation, and the hero used the dumplings as a cheat. So he kept telling his subordinates that they would feel the power of the magic pill. The leader of the goblins declared that they had stopped, and the head of the jackals remarked that now these idiots would die. The interlocutor pounded his chest and asked if that made him so happy, and the jackal didn't realize if they were scared and thought about the group stopping. But Luke smiled evilly and remarked that it was simply because they were intimidated by their power and decided to just give up. But lo and behold, they didn't care and were told to go ahead and take no prisoners. The hero heard this and stated that they were advancing, so the subordinates should prepare for battle. The jackals cheerfully detoured and shouted that those who wanted guns, let them just take them away, and let them kill and destroy them all. Richard saw the huge crowd, got excited and grabbed his spear and shouted to start the fight. And so the guy with great force and launched a spear that flew towards the attackers. That spear flew through the entire crowd and headed straight towards one of the heads. The goblin leader reflected this spear with his hand, and the spear struck towards one of his subordinates. As he did so, he noticed that it was quite powerful, but not threatening enough for him. Further shouted that they are several times their strength, so they have nothing left but to die and need to go on the attack. Small as well as huge goblins and wolves were heading into battle with the humans there. Some barbarians were even a little scared and said that they were advancing still no matter how powerful they were, but they could not defeat such a huge army. With great speed, the jackals also rushed into the fray, ready to fight to the death. Soon there was a very strong fight between humans as well as various creatures. Some one-on-one duels were waited on by humans, and some were won by beasts. Huge numbers of goblins as well as jackals overwhelmed the barbarian forces. So it wasn't long before people started yelling that they were surrounded, and that's pretty bad. A few humans who fought to the last man were killed by an overwhelming number of jackals as well as a huge goblin. Gunther saw this horrifying picture, and so she turned to her boss, asking what they should do. The hero asked her if she could give another spear straight to him, but the girl remarked that the boss wouldn't finish them off that way, because there were too many of them. The guy, on the other hand, picked up his spear and remarked that there was absolutely no need to kill them all. First and foremost, they just need to find the right target and attack it. Richard looked up at his huge crowd of creatures and then began to accelerate. Because he swiped so powerfully on the roof of the carriage, fire appeared on the tip of the spear. Gunther was surprised and asked what that other fire on the tip was. But the hero did not answer, for he was concentrated on his target, which was in the crowd. So with a rather strong swing of his hand, he aimed that spear straight towards his target. After that, the head of one of the trolls shattered into pieces. The creatures that were there with the rift went into a panic and didn't understand how this could have happened. Some jackals, worried for their lives, began to flee the battlefield. They said it was impossible, how could this even be possible, that a troll was killed with a single spear, so they should run away and beware. The protagonist smiled and stated that the giant should be taken care of first. The barbarians got excited and noticed that the boss had killed the troll with a single spear, so they had nothing to fear as they explored the rivers to attack. The man, who was surrounded by a mob of jackals, shooed them all away and shouted for his comrades to fight back. At that very moment, a jackal chief appeared behind the man's back, ready to kill him. Sure enough, the barbarian sensed his presence and looked at him. He thought it was the jackal's will, but he has no time, defensively. and when the death of this man was imminent, a spear flew into the chief's chest. The man who released it turned out to be the main character, and he stunned the creature. The very barbarian was surprised and thought their head had saved his life. Richard pulled out his ball and held it forward, stated that the leader of these guys was dead, and they had no strength left, so should finish them off. The people from the rupture galvanized and began smashing these creatures, dealing critical damage. Gunther smiled and noticed you walking around. The boss was aiming for their leader and standing on his belt for a better view. The guy stated that, as the saying goes, to catch bandits you must first catch their leader, and he finished the surveillance, so there was only one left to finish off. Luke got angry and yelled, "What a bunch of losers, aren't these ordinary people, let them see what they just did." The hero noticed that this goblin looked like a chieftain and asked if he had planned this attack. It turns out that he has caught their ambush, but isn't he afraid that he will fall at the hands of more powerful races? The goblin asked what other times in the near future is in a highland fortress that is a couple miles to the east and is easy to defend and difficult to siege. But these kobolds don't have the guts to go out and steal his battle trophies, and the hero thanked for such information. It will help him a lot. He was also ashamed that he had let him take their things, so he let the snake killer go, the goblin preparing to attack at the same time. With a concentrated look at his interlocutor, the hero declared that he would give this ball to him. And at the same instant, he abruptly rushed towards the goblin leader and cut him into 2 pieces. Here seen subordinate goblins were horrified and realized that this is bad because their leader is dead, so this guy is just some kind of monster. Wasting no time, Gunther ordered the warriors to kill all of them, and they enthusiastically agreed. Richard received an urgent notification from the system, stating that the barbarian spearmen had been upgraded to level 4. Guys started saying it was like they were getting stronger, and someone said that's really how the pills must be working. The subordinates approached the boss and noticed that they had subdued 2 trolls, so should they be killed? The hero stated that there was no need to do so. 1 horse was killed, so they carry the stuff. Now they marshal Ben and Bean. At that time, Gunther came up, who noticed she had found Luke's map. Richard picked it up and familiarized himself with it, and in doing so stated that it was really not bad. Next, he got enthusiastic and shouted that their next stop, a high mountain fortress. Soon, all their army was marching forward, and the hero was sitting in a wagon pulled by a troll. Richard noticed that the troll was quite fast, and at this rate, they would soon reach the Highland fortress. After that, logged in to see his strength, agility, intelligence, and also charisma. The guy knew that after each improvement, he would get bonus points for personal attributes in the system. Right now, the store button is still grayed out, so it's definitely not active. Probably you should first pump the points of strength and throwing weapons, because the possession of weapons can be improved not only by adding points, but also participation in battles. However, the same attribute bonus is also limited by talent, and he doesn't have any magic talents because the guy can only choose melee. Right now, he's literally 10 times stronger than the average person, and if he keeps it up, he's going to be a jock, I guess. Soon, Gunther turned to her boss and noticed that they had arrived at the foot of that very high mountain fortress. The hero was surprised and remarked that if that was the case, he should take a look for himself. He then looked ahead and immediately stated that it wasn't that bad here. Soon they stopped, and the barbarians began to go to a body of water to bathe. There, one of them said that he had spent his whole life in a wheel, and therefore stank. Afterward, he offered the chief as well as Gunther to bathe too, but the girl shouted for him to wash himself first. A few guys came up with a twin and noticed that there was a lot of wildlife in the area. They had caught a few and would soon start a full-blown hunt. The protagonist realized that these guys had a lot of survival skills in reserve, and then he looked at Gunther. He quietly stated to the girl that she had been fighting a lot in the last 2 days, and might as well bathe and rest, since there was a hidden pond not far away nearby. The girl was surprised, and Richard declared not to worry, for he would see to the boys. Gunther smiled sweetly and thanked her boss for this concern. And so it was not long before she went to that very hidden pond to rest and wash her body. When night fell, the hero, surrounded by several subordinates, came to the summit, and he declared that you are all prepared, for this is a high mountain fortress. It turns out that today is the day they will make this place their camp. And further, he thought, the kobolds who occupied the high mountain fortress are here. Russell stated that these guys weren't particularly strong, so they could just go ahead and kill them all, and the hero remarked that they would then attack now without delay. Inside the main room was the boss of these kobolds who wanted love with his companion. The ringleader was telling his companion that they should get on with it, and she only smiled back at him. And just as all this was happening, the main character, alas, kicked the door with his foot and went inside. The kobold looked at him in surprise and asked who it was, and shouted with you all gathered, for there was an invasion. But at that moment a subordinate came to Richard and remarked that they had taken care of all the kobolds outside, to which the hero stated that it was a great robot. The leader of these creatures shouted how dare they attack his army, and he has a huge brotherhood nearby, so if something happens, they won't just let them off the hook. Let this man simply await his punishment, and the hero is inspired from these words. Soon the creature was suspended head down, and he was yelling that he was wrong, apologizing for being too arrogant, and the hero was sarcastically saying he couldn't hear him. Soon he asked Gunther to have them untie him, and the girl asked what the boss wanted, short of letting him go. The guy stated that he was correctly understood, and after that, the rope that was holding the kobold was cut. The creature started to run away very fast, and Gunther yelled for him to get out. Hurry up and get out of here. After all, Cobalt was very angry and thought he had never been so insulted, so they would still get theirs for sure. Russell stated that he didn't even expect them to take a Highland fortress just like that, and the girl next to him added that kobolds were just so useless. Richard smiled at that point and stated that he had already inspected the building from the inside. It turns out that there really is quite a large amount of space, and that's more than enough to set up a den. The facilities are fortress-like and fairly well appointed, and there's also a great field of view so they can see everything in around a couple miles. When all the troops had settled in a bit, everyone gathered in the main building and the hero threw the map on the table. To his subordinates, he stated that there was everyone listening attentively. They would now hold their first combat meetings. At the same time, one person asked if they really needed to fight again. Richard said that the Highland Fortress is on high ground and is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Also, there is an abundant water source nearby, so it is a great base location. If this place was only occupied by kobolds who don't have strong points, it's likely that they do have a large army nearby. Russell stated that they had let their chief go minutes ago. Wouldn't that do them good in the future? And what would happen if he really brought his armies with him? The protagonist noticed that they spent a lot of money on weapons and equipment, so it's time for their men to get together and earn some coinage. It's still much better to attack them all at once than to take them out one creature at a time. Eventually, they will simply take and kill them all in just one fell swoop. At night, the barbarians sat around the table and said that today's chowder with potatoes and bacon was very good indeed. Gunther remarked to her boss that it had been so many days, and why these bandits hadn't done anything yet was unclear. But the guy stated that she was too impatient, and rushing around was ruining everything. Soon, one of the subordinates came over and shouted to the boss that he was indeed right recently. Also Russell, pointing toward the window, stated that there was a combat unit nearby, and it looked like they were plotting a sneak attack. The hero stood up from his seat and excitedly announced that here was the money coming to them, so they should prepare for battle. Soon he looked through his telescope at the camp of those attackers below, and noticed that it looked like they had decided to sleep in time for the stealth attack. It's probably the goblins the kobold has summoned, but that's fine, because he'll use this opportunity to establish his supremacy over the Highland Fortress. Richard told his subordinates to listen carefully. He would take only Gunther's squad with him, and the rest would guard the fortress along with the trolls. It should all be finished as soon as possible, and Gunther stated that they would get it all done. The goblins at the same time were sleeping peacefully in their tents at the foot of the fortress. Suddenly one of them heard some sound and looked at the exit, saw a girl there. She killed this creature, and the rest of her squad attacked these goblins as well. Richard reflected that the Highland barbarians have excellent individual abilities, but their teamwork leaves much to be desired, and the main problem is that they have no training. Force alone wouldn't make skilled soldiers, and meanwhile, Gunther was yelling at them to stay in the hollow and destroy everyone. The hero thought that now these barbarians had become elite soldiers, able to organize their forces because the system gave them more than a boost in strength. Russell was pleased with the offense and said what a bunch of losers they have. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shake very violently, and he asked what it was, if it was an earthquake. After that, some sort of creature burst out of the ground and the man was pushed to the other side. This creature turned out to be a huge goblin that differed in size from the normal ones. Russell was surprised and asked if it was the Draco Goblin. The barbarians nearby didn't understand what kind of Hulk it was, for it even appeared to have some horns. One of the men remarked that it was a goblin who possessed dragon blood, and his companion asked, standing up, "Then what other blood?" The huge creature made some threatening noises, and by this he attracted his kin to him. Soon after, a large number of goblins began to appear from the ground. The barbarians noticed this and claimed they were carving from the ground, but it was unclear why so many had appeared. Gunther remarked to the boss to be on the lookout, for they were not so easy to deal with. The same goblin with dragon blood shouted for his huge beast to come out. After that, the ground opened up, and some huge creature appeared from there, on which this large goblin was now sitting. The barbarians were dumbfounded and said that this monster was simply huge. The goblin leader was saying that he was no dumb losers, and let the dragon's blood punish them all. Gunther didn't want to hear all this, so she shouted that you shut your mouth and threw the spear at him. But when the spear struck the body of the huge monster, it simply bounced back, not piercing the skin. The girl was dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened, and her opponent shouted, "Does she really want to pierce the armor of his huge beast with this flimsy wand here? So let this loser know her place and learn the power of noble dragon blood." Gunther was well aware that she would not have time to dodge the attack of this creature that was bearing down on her. At the same instant, the protagonist saw this, and with a sudden movement stood directly in front of the girl. Richard latched onto the monster that attacked them and grabbed his leg. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and he kept getting harder and harder, squeezing that foot. Soon the guy gave a very strong shriek and then tossed the huge creature aside. Because of this action, it was defeated, and the goblins stood in incomprehension from what was happening. Russell was also surprised because of the situation that had happened, and wondered just how strong their leader was. The hero then approached the tapestry with the dragon's blood, and that creature screamed that it was impossible. Richard asked them what this noble dragon's blood, perhaps his nobility, would surrender before him. The monster gripped his weapon and asked if the guy thought that was enough. Immediately afterward, he rushed into the attack and shouted that he would never surrender. Richard easily repelled his attack and counterattacked with his own arm, knocking out this monster. Soon afterward, they were all defeated, and the hero was pleased with himself, and saying as he said before it should be finished quickly. The hero logged in and thought he wondered if he could do it now. He saw his experience increase, and the barbarian spearman was upgraded to level 4, as well as the hero Gunther rocked to level 2. Richard thought to simply add a few points to the growth sour. At this time, Gunther came up, who remarked to the boss that they had brought a present for him. The man next to him was telling the boss that these guys were very poor, washing inside their chest with only 2 gold coins. Richard said, "It sounds like that's the case. They're obviously having a pretty tough time as well." The girl turned to him and asked the boss what they should do with this huge thing. And he looked at her and licked his lips and asked, wondering if her meat tasted good. Next, the hero noticed that this creature would now drive him around, and he would call it a windhorn. But if he dared to disobey him, Tona feed everyone his meat. Afterward, Gunther suggested that the boss go back to his fortress and have a nice lunch. After a while, the protagonist was riding on the head of his new monster. He looked at the system and saw the store button light up, so he was glad. In the inventory was an old-fashioned knight's spear, so the guy realized that his wallet was empty now, so he could only choose a discounted weapon. And soon the purchase was made, and the hero noticed that some strange action is happening near him. The weapon he had bought literally out of thin air materialized in his hand. Now the hero realized how it all worked like this, and Gunther saw it below, who remarked to the boss that he could even use special magic. Richard turned to his subordinate and noticed there was some movement off to the side. Russell looked in different directions and stated that it looked like a group of jackals going on a mugging spree. The hero looked through his spyglass and noticed that it was a rich caravan, so it was no surprise that they had attracted jackals. Gunther remarked to her boss if they should intervene, and the hero stated that it didn't seem to be a normal caravan. First trading experiences are really quite important to Lord Discoverer, and perhaps they will help him with business in the future. The jackals who attacked the caravan shouted for them to quickly hand over all the money, for it was in their territory. The old man stated that they were from the Voya Trading Company, and if these jackals harmed them, the Imperial Army would not spare them. The interlocutors for this laughed them stated, "What else is the Pompeian Empire? After all, they are bandits. Does he think they will be frightened by them?" The others also laughed because of this, and everyone immediately rushed to attack the humans. The old man saw this fight and tried to run away to save his life, but one of the creatures hit him right in the back. In desperation, the man remarked that he would give them all the money, only begging them to spare it. But here the jackal declared to him that it was too late to ask for mercy, for no one could save him. Literally immediately after these words, that jackal's body was pierced with a spade. The old man as well as the other creatures were surprised at what had happened and looked away in horror. Release this weapon, the protagonist, who noticed that the new spear works pretty well. To make matters worse, Gunther and her squad were also on their way, yelling for everyone to kill them. The jackals looked at them in surprise and didn't realize who these guys were. Richard stood near the tree and said, "The state of the jackals, just a gang of bandits, and this time he would only be an observer of this fight." The girl led her squad into battle and said that they kept up and split into two fronts. The hero saw all this and thought that surely the barbarians were really strong. But as a pioneer, he'd rather have a disciplined army. And that was exactly all that was needed for his army to win. One of the jackals was running away, and two asked if he was running away, and the latter remarked if he had not yet realized who the men were. They were the ones who destroyed the alliance between goblins, trolls, and jackals, and they even reclaimed kobold territories with ease. This particular person was the one who appeared rather unexpectedly. Already the legendary noble lord of the wild lands, and at this moment they were looking at the protagonist. After the jackals figured out who Richard was, they immediately started running away, but not in time, because they were attacked by the hero's creature. The guy saw how his pet literally dealt with these victims with ease, and realized that this time his army could finish off the jackal without his interference. So now all of them are not the confused and scattered bunch they were before. Soon this slaughter was coming to an end, and Russell remarked to the boss that he had killed the last jackal. After this, the hero was approached by important members of the crew who were in this caravan. There was also a priest who thanked the warrior for his help, and remarked that he would sing dithyrambs to him. The hero smiled and stated that if they wanted to pay him, they would simply be given money. Suddenly, there was a girl who climbed out of the carriage and noticed that, as expected of a greedy aristocrat. The bottom line is that he really is quite an interesting individual. The girl climbed out of the carriage and noticed that she was a warrior merchant, and her name was Annie. After turning to her subordinate Ruth and asking if he was okay, to which he replied that he was fine. Soon they bowed together to Richard and thanked their unit for their sacrifice and rescue, and the hero declared that his soldiers were brave. So these jackals are no match for him. But at that moment, Russell wondered why he never praised them under normal circumstances. Next, they stated that she would like to ask for their help, and the hero asked what kind of help they were talking about. The interlocutor stated that as he can see, they have suffered heavy losses, and a lot of people have been injured or killed, so they cannot finalize the deal with the remaining caravans. That's why she hopes they can at least stay with them for a little while. Richard remarked that it costs a lot of money to stay at his estate, and in his homeland, it is referred to as a 5-star hotel. Annie said they wanted to use money and guns as payment, so she asked Robin to bring that thing, and he agreed. The girl had some sort of ball in her hand, and the guy asked what it was, but she claimed he looked closely. Next, she commanded this balloon to enlarge, and it headed straight for the top, and soon it swelled to a large size. They stated that it was a communications crystal, and she was using it to send their trading house messages for help. Richard asked when reinforcements would arrive. The interlocutor sadly stated that they needed at least 3 days, and the place was too far from the town of Corin. Richard smiled and made up that this was an unusual caravan, so his business would start, and he could make a lot of money still. So agreed to the proposal and remarked to those to come along, "He is the Richard of the Highland Fortress, and will never turn down friendly guests." Annie asked afterward to take good care of them, and soon everyone was on their way. After some time, they arrived at the high mountain fortress, and there they had already encamped. Annie helped her subordinates and asked Cool to give them this potion, to which he immediately agreed. The protagonist watched carefully at what was happening and wondered if this was the legendary cure potion. The description said unavailable due to low level and creation, requires high level Maya, also costs 5,000 dinars a bottle. Its price really appealed to the hero, and he thought that, as expected, it was indeed an unusual caravan. During the night, Annie asked his subordinate if he had checked on all the victims. The man stated that they had no problems with finances or belongings, but half of their group was either injured or dead. The girl afterward remarked sadly how her own they were poor people. But the interviewee added that luckily Richard saved them, otherwise the consequences would have been colossal simply. Mistress inquired, but what she really thought of Richard. The man stated that he was in fact indeed certainly a great lord. Indeed, the moment the jackals attacked them, they were already in a desperate situation. The man didn't know what they should do and was already prepared to die from these creatures. But suddenly the knight's soldiers appeared and immediately turned the situation upside down. This man's soldiers are really quite strong, for they slew them very quickly. The man fears that their troops are nowhere near them, and the girl stated that they survived because of them alone. At this time, the protagonist was thinking about the fact that the caravan soldiers were well equipped, and it probably looks more imposing. And next to him at the same time, his soldiers were fighting over an axe and saying that this weapon would be theirs to get. Richard looked at them and thought that this time he had not only gotten the caravan armor and not paid a penny. And to top it off, he also has Fred's battle axe as a reward from the system. His soldiers, as a consequence of these battles, have also grown older, and so the guy is quite happy. After a while, Gunther turned to her boss and noticed that something had happened. He looked at her and asked what was the panic. Let her tell him what happened. The girl stated that she had literally just seen a large group of armed half-men, half-horses heading towards them. The hero was surprised, and so he asked if it was really full men, half-horses. Quite a large number of these creatures actually belonged to them, and they were led by one girl. These people were from the Storm clan and were led by a girl named Lily. A few moments after they all approached the place, a huge number of spears and arrows flew from there. Most of those weapons landed right on their approaches without hitting anyone. The girl was surprised from this attack and noticed how powerful the throw was after all. But none of this alarmed her, so she ordered her men to continue pressing forward. The protagonist then wondered if they continued to ignore his warnings. That's why soon, with his men, he again launched a number of copies in their direction. Richard pointed his spear straight at their leader to strike the leader dead. Of course, the girl easily repelled this spear that flew from a great distance. But as a consequence, she stopped her men and thought that it was really too dangerous at this distance. And with a little thought, she pulled a white rag out of her pocket. She then hung it from a rag and started waving it around, saying they were giving up. Gunther saw this and declared to the boss that it was a pretty smart centaur. It turns out that it looks like they've given up, and the hero has stated that he won't meet with them then. Still, the intentions of these creatures aren't clear, so there's no need to remove the defense, and the subordinates noticed that they understood everything. Soon the hero stood near the centaur girl and remarked to her to explain why she had come here with her group. The girl then bowed and remarked that her name was Lily, and she was the leader of the Storm clan and had come here with good intentions. And the hero stated that his name was Richard, and he was the lord of a highland fortress. The interlocutor asked if he was the same invincible Richard from the martial arts competition in the southern province. The hero was surprised and asked if he had heard of us. Lily noticed that his reputation had spread quite far, and even the Storm clan, who lived in the middle of nowhere, had heard of his accomplishments. Richard was proud of himself, but noticed that it was an undeserved reputation. But the girl pulled out something with information carved on it and remarked that they had come to tell him something important. The protagonist picked up the object and asked what it says, since he can't read anything. Centaur stated to Lord Richard that the locals wanted to create an army, and they sent her this invitation. The high mountain fortress used to belong to the kobolds, and since they are now forming an army, it's dangerous. Gunther noticed that the locals have always hated conquerors, and so the girl thinks the guy understands what it all means. The hero crushed that information plaque and noticed that they wanted to reclaim a highland fortress. The centaur stated that it was also true they had enlisted the help of shamans and sorcerers, and their power could not be underestimated. The protagonist asked in surprise, but then what at least, or they're from him? Lily in turn bowed and remarked that since he would be facing great difficulties, their clan was offering their help. But Richard went on, wondering why he wasn't helping him specifically and not those people. And the interlocutor stated that the Storm clan had once belonged to the Orc kingdom, and they had never joined the locals, and would not become bandits either. Before that, it so happened that they lived a simple, quiet, and peaceful life. Indeed, their people had good manners and a terrific culture of poetry as well as chronicles. Now they want to count on a powerful lord to bring back the glory days of their clan. The protagonist looked up information about them and thought, the old system is receiving their requests. Then that means they really want to join him. Next, he looked up Lily's hero information and realized that these centaurs could fight at a distance. Soon their offer was accepted, and they all entered the main building. Their hero stated, "You all have met. This is the leader of the Storm Clan, and her name is Lily." In all honesty, though, she brought some pretty bad news to them. Annie and everyone present was surprised and asked what more bad news. The hero sat down in a chair and declared that soon enough the kobolds as well as the jackals would declare war on them again. The girl asked Lord Richard afterwards how soon he thought it would be. The guy thought for a few seconds and then smiled and stated that at least 10 days should pass. Annie, as well as her subordinate, were whispering over the situation and didn't know what to do. But Russell along with Gunther were pleased because they realized that there would be more casualties because of this. Centaur stated that although the locals already have an army, it includes many different times, and they have definitely divided up the work as well as preparing food for the army. They all need at least 10 days to get here. At this point, the hero smiled and noticed that the enemy was strong. Even still, they have 10 days, and that's plenty of time to prepare. Richard then put the map on the table and declared that he had created a strategy to defeat the enemy. Gunther got excited and remarked that if the boss had a plan, could he tell them too? Richard remarked that they should not worry, for they would know when it was time for them to do so. He next turned to Miss Annie and remarked that in order that they might meet such a formidable foe, he had one request. The girl stated to let him do all the talking. The hero remarked that he wanted to borrow 500 gold coins from her. Annie stated that there would be no problem with that if it would help. She would give him 500 gold coins. Richard bowed to her and said that the Highland Fortress would always be grateful for her generosity. That same night, while inspecting the domain, the hero turned to Lily and asked if centaurs were really good with a bow. The interlocutor stated that he was correct in his understanding, as the Storm Clan literally has the best archers, and the hero was looking at his system for bows and arrows at the time. The guy was well aware that it was very expensive and equipping soldiers eats up a fair amount of money. He soon acquired a weapon, and a purple bow and a pointed arrow with a white feather materialized in his hands, so stated to his interlocutor to try it out. The girl was surprised and asked if the Lord was using magic. The hero, on the other hand, stated that it was just a little trick he could pull off, after which Lily took the bow and arrow to her. Then closing her eyes, she began to draw the bowstring and listen to the rustling of the wind. Soon she released her finger and the arrow, which flew at great speed, pierced several leaves, from also killing an insect. These Richard was satisfied with, not noticing that, as expected, her technique was indeed excellent. The protagonist understood that these centaurs would strengthen the remote defenses of the Highland Fortress. The centaur thanked Sir Richard and remarked that it had been a long time since she had used such a heavy bow. The guy laughed because of that and stated that she could practice pretty well tomorrow. That's the very moment Annie's subordinate came running to them, who noticed to the hero that something was wrong. It turns out they found reinforcements for the caravan, but it looks like they were attacked. After hearing this information, Richard turned to his companion and remarked that they should go and find out what happened there. Annie had already been to the scene of that very massacre, and looking at the reinforcements said those jackals were vile. Richard saw the situation that had occurred and asked Miss Annie what had happened. The girl then stated that it looked like all the reinforcement forces had been completely wiped out. The hero tells Miss Annie that the Highland Fortress is not safe right now, so he suggests they send the caravan back to the city of Solon. One of the living men who were in the caravan shouted for them to take sensible soldiers and horses, and even if they met jackals, they would lose to them quickly. The merchant shouted that this was not going to happen. She could not leave the injured members of the caravan and no longer risk their lives to fight for her. Richard, you pulled a spear out of a dead soldier and remarked that the lodging fee would be more expensive in such a dangerous situation. And what he sees before his eyes at the moment will be worth 2,000 gold coins. The girl was silent for a few seconds, and then noticed that you were doing as he saw fit. Soon the centaur turned to Sir Richard and remarked that this spear was just as crude, and it smelled of Chinese pine. So if she's understanding it correctly, it looks like those people forged that tip themselves. The protagonist was really surprised and remarked that it was hard to imagine that the locals or savages could do such a thing. Miss Annie stated that if you think about it, there are far more savages than previously thought. There are far more property tribes in the very north than there are here. It's those big tribes that hand themselves over 1,000 plus adult soldiers. They are the ones who often fight over territory to reinforce the army and have forged their weapons so that their strength is no match for the local savages. Lily turned to with Annie, noticing whether she meant that the caravan had been attacked by ice natives. The girl sure noticed that it is so, because right now the local kobolds are gathering an army, and she fears that the appearance of the ice natives not a coincidence. The protagonist remarked that this was a valid point, because they didn't join the war either. Then Gunther declared that they had better all come at once, so that she could take them out in one blow. Richard stated that Gunther was indeed right, for they wouldn't just catch them all at once. And so after this conversation, a whole 10 days passed, and several centaurs were rushing towards the mountain fortress. The barbarians in full force at that moment were training to fight in the ensuing war. The centaur ran over to the protagonist and noticed that they had already discovered the enemies. Richard smiled and remarked that if that was true, he wondered where they were now. And the interviewee stated that they had settled at the foot of the mountain about 50 miles away. Plus, it looks like they're going to attack their camp as early as tomorrow. The protagonist smiled and stated that it hadn't been a long wait for this, and that time had finally come. Soon a few thieves began informing the others that it was time to fight. Richard grabbed his weapon and shouted to the army to get ready because it was time for a fight. They should all gather and cut off the heads of their attackers and drink from them. The warriors gathered and excitedly prepared for battle. They also had weapons that the hero had bought. Richard, for his part, also prepared for battle and put on his armor. When he was already in full uniform, he looked at himself and thought that this armor was really very heavy. Annie turned to Lord Richard and asked what the plan was and how he wanted to proceed. The hero remarked that he would not shoot all the arrows first and then let them attack, and if they killed 100 men, the rest would fall by themselves. The subordinate of the interlocutor asked if this was the plan he was referring to, and the interlocutor herself noted that they had at least 600 soldiers on their side. So she fears it 6 times more than the people in their fort, but the hero stated that everything is fine and they shouldn't worry. There were countless men in the opposing army who plunged at all and valley. The chief asked the jackals if they were all soldiers, and then turned to the dog-headed chief. To him he stated that this time they needed to defeat them as soon as possible, but the interlocutor remarked that there was no need to hurry as their leader was quite strong. The interlocutor looked through the telescope and asked if it was serious. Still, this time, their strongest army is assembled and ready to attack. So gathered such a large number they should crush them easily. The main character stated that God gave them life, but unfortunately these creatures do not value it. Next, as he headed on his pet into battle, he shouted for all subordinates to prepare for battle. The leader on the opposite side was also the leader, leading them into battle and yelling at them to kill everyone and bite them to death. The head of the Centaur clan, armed with a bow, started the fire. She ordered her subordinates to fire, and thereupon a hail of arrows flew toward her opponents. Some arrows crashed into the shields of individuals that defended themselves, and some killed defenseless creatures. 2 huge military relics were heading towards each other, and they were shouting that they should kill this and that. The goblins, who had armed themselves with spears, also shouted in response that they would shoot and threw them. But a large number of these weapons crashed into the head of the creature Richard was traveling on. Gunther as well as Russell also fought fiercely, killing the creatures across from them. During this battle, after a while the ground opened up and a goblin with dragon's blood began to come out of there. The protagonist noticed this and immediately ordered his pet to show how good he was. The creature obeyed his order and immediately afterward jumped up and then rushed down, crushing a large number of opponents. Richard didn't sit on the sidelines and attacked the goblin with the dragon's blood, and here he killed him easily with his weapon. Also joining in was Russell, who used his axe to deliver a critical blow. The final cut of this creature was still inflicted by Gunther, Razva killing him to pieces. Richard, still moving around on his pet, shouted for them to kill everyone and leave no one alive. A few moments later, several goblins with hammers jumped in and greeted him. The hero realized that he should defend himself, so he extended his weapon like a nunchuck. Soon he tried to fend off a blow from one of the goblins that attacked him. But that blow was so hard that it knocked him off the creature. After Richard landed on the ground, he thought that these guys were really quite strong. Several of the same representatives continued to follow him and jumped down from the monster. Richard was ready for their attack, so he headed to counterattack and hit a few back. Waving his weapon, he killed these creatures ahead of him. Gunther as well as Russell looked at this and said that Lord Richard is too strong, for he is almost like the devil in the flesh. The leader of the Jackals looked at all this carnage from his spyglass and said that it was horrible because he didn't understand how it could have happened. Next, he shouted for the sorcerer to use his spell, and the kobold standing nearby confirmed it, asking for help. The sorcerer to whom they had appealed was at that time beginning to use his spells. There were several subordinates beside him, and he was summoning some magical powers to himself. Soon after, a magical fireball flew upwards from the bonfire that was ahead. The jackal as well as the kobold who saw this were overjoyed and said that now their opponents would definitely die. A few seconds after that, the hero turned his attention to the sky and saw a magical fireball. He asked if this fireball was the shaman's magic, and the shaman was controlling it. Soon, this orb changed its shape and looked like some sort of dragon that was heading towards the wars. They were asking if it was flying towards them, and the hero was screaming with you. They were careful with that weapon. A moment after those words, the fireball hit the ground, and the impact was quite strong. The immense temperature caused Richard's weapon to break apart, and he wondered if this mage was really that strong. The guy was well aware that this shaman's spell was really very strong indeed, and he had hurt himself for the first time. Still need to find some way to fight her. After looking at this sorcerer, the hero decided that it looked like she was controlling the fire with her cane. Soon the centaur leader ran up to Richard and asked the master if he was all right. The hero turned his attention to me, and then noticed that Lily was indeed on time. Pointing with his hand to the side, the guy asked if she could shoot the shaman at that distance, and the girl remarked that she would do so with no problem. She further ordered her subordinates to listen to her command carefully, and soon ordered them to fire there. Plus, she asked that they in no way stop and keep shooting. The jackal leader saw this attack and remarked that this rain of arrows so should protect the shaman. Several goblins then grabbed their shields and approached the shaman, shielding her with their bodies. The protagonists used his spear and threw it that way, while noting that he should just seize the opportunity and organize a surprise attack. Jackal was distracted and was telling his subordinates to protect the shaman, and then everything would be fine. While he was saying they could turn their defeat into something else to him, a spear flew away. Of course, the moment he saw the spear flying towards him was too late, and so it pierced his chest. Jackal didn't realize how it happened, and so he and several subordinates were struck dumb. In addition, with its falling body, the jackal hit the shaman and his cane broke. The goblins, as well as the jackals that were on the battlefield, stated that the fireball in the sky had shattered. Because of this magical weapon got out of control and started attacking her own allies, falling down. There was a great commotion on the battlefield, and warriors were fleeing in different directions, trying to hide from the fire from above. Richard was very pleased with what was going on there and noticed that this fire was on his own. Kobold saw that the general had been defeated and was therefore dumbfounded. Further in desperation, he turned to the shaman and inquired as to what they should do. He then walked over to some kind of bowl and began to use his papers with it again, but now it was already dark. The protagonist, surveying the battlefield, noticed that they should have cleaned up after themselves by now. Suddenly something from outside caught his attention, and he looked over there, and there he saw dead creatures being raised with magic. Because of this, the guy was discouraged and asked if this blood magic was really in front of him. Indeed it was so, for the creatures that had recently been defeated began to rise and run to attack. Richard realized that the fight could not be avoided, so he immediately rushed to attack with his sword. Attacking one such creature, he cut up its infliction quite a large amount. Soon after that attack, that creature shattered into small pieces on the sides. But the opponents did not end there, and next the hero was attacked by a ferocious goblin. But Richard did not despair and continued to fight these creatures, cutting them apart. After his rather aggressive as well as abrupt, and so only body parts of these creatures flew out across the battlefield. Gunther too fought the creatures desperately and killed them one by one. After a small amount of time, the heroes jumped onto the slope where the opposing leaders were standing and claimed to have finally caught these guys. The kobold along with the shaman were dumbfounded, and the latter declared that it was over. In desperation, they started to run away together, and the hero asked if they just wanted to get out of here. Immediately afterward, he threw his helmet in their direction and struck them both. The sorcerer who was on that creature's back immediately fell to the ground. He was saying he was in pain, and the hero angrily walked over and claimed he had finally caught him. This warlock ended up being a girl, and the hero smiled and stated that he didn't think she would turn out to be a witch. The protagonist, along with two enemy ringleaders, approached Gunther and asked what was wrong with Arnold. The girl stated to the boss that he had a very serious wound and this man needed a doctor. The guy threw the sorceress to the ground and noticed that she had killed a lot of people and he said to save them. The interviewee stated that she was coerced and asked that she not be called her A because her name is Jessie. Richard asked if she was arguing she may not believe him, but he would make her suffer in every way possible, and the girl remarked that she didn't need to, because she would. After that, she crouched down beside the wounded warrior and began to use her magic. Soon he opened his eyes in surprise and began to rise on his own. Those present looked at that wound in amazement and realized that it had been extracted, and it was amazing. After her treatment, Jessie crouched down on the ground and sadly noticed that she was tired. But the barbarians looked at the man who had been wounded before and said that he was completely healthy and the wound was as good as gone. Richard thought that this girl was not only strong in destruction, but she could also heal people, so she might be useful to them in the high mountain fort. Gunther asked the boss what they would do about the jackals and goblins, and he stated that they would bring people in to clean up the battlefield. After that, he ordered them to make all the survivors slaves. Well, the subordinates told the boss that they had a big catch this time. Next, Richard logged in and noticed that there were a lot of notifications that his warriors had pumped up their stats as well. In his opinion, there were really a lot of them, and as he looked them all over, he was surprised. Gunther turned to the guy and asked what they were going to do about this sorceress, and the hero stated that for him to take her and the kobold with him and find out where their base was. Soon everyone was back at the Highland Fort, and Richard was sitting in his room. He manipulated the system and stated that he divided Lily's pumping points between strength as well as speed. Further pumping her attributes noticed that I'd probably do it like this and improve her. Afterward, the leader of the centaurs came in and remarked to Lord Richard that they had been unable to learn anything from the mage. Richard asked if she had tried torturing her, and the girl remarked that they had tried all kinds of threats and torture, but she said nothing. Then the hero burst out and added that catching a phoenix isn't as easy as catching a chicken, so he'll show you how. Jessie yelled to the barbarians that they were just a rogue, and if they hit her, she would turn them all into insects. Then she noticed Richard and said, calling him Pompey, that he was here at last, and that he should see to his subordinates, for they did not respect her at all. The guy smiled and asked in response, wondering where her base of operations was. The girl shouted that she had said many times that she wouldn't tell them anything, for me to go clear dragon blood. The lone hero was very angry at these words, and so he hit the girl on the head with all his might. With that, he dumbfounded those present and then walked over to Jessie and grabbed her, noting that he would ask again. He asked where her base was, at which point the girl became wary and immediately stated that the base was in the mountains 200 miles away. The leader asked how many warriors were in their tribe, and Jessie stated that there were none left, for they had defeated all of them. The guy sagged slyly and remarked that if she lied to him, they would watch her teeth break. The little sorceress became alert and noticed that she was telling the truth, for all the soldiers had gone to war, and only old men and children remained. Richard then remarked for her to tell him how many spells she knew, and the girl tearfully stated that there were many different shamans in the wilderness. She has red dragon blood, that's why she has mastered fire magic perfectly. Also, for example, a Minotaur shaman can control the earth element, create avalanches, and destroy the earth. And the various troll shamans who control the trees and plants kill all living things. The hero stated that it seems that the wilderness is much more dangerous after all than he had previously thought. He then stated to Lily that they should go to Gunther and make a plan to attack the enemy base. One of the subordinates turned to the boss and inquired what they should do with these captives. Richard stated that they are useless after all, so let them bury them behind the mountain. Jessie was dumbfounded and remarked to her lord that she was still useful, for he could use her for sure. The interlocutor stated that if that is the case, then how can she help him? The girl was embarrassed, and afterwards stated that when she came to the high mountain fortress, she saw two huge monsters. Still, huge desert monsters can train little too, so don't let them think they're so dumb. But the main character stated that from the first day he saw them, he realized that they were special magicians. Jessie said that since she is a magician, she can train them. Eventually, after her careful training, they will become Azure shamans with an infinite supply of mana. 2 days after this conversation, there was a huge explosion on the mountain. One of the buildings was destroyed, and there were a huge number of slaves working near it. The main character was also there, yelling at everyone to work faster and not be lazy. After a while, Lily came up to him, and Richard asked how it was going. The girl remarked to Lord Richard that everything was going according to plan, for they would destroy the fort by noon and rebuild it. The hero said to defeat the enemy. They need to improve the fortress first, so have them move more border for the foundation and reinforcement of the city walls. And at that moment, he thought that he wanted to change the appearance of the mountain castle and make it the strongest castle at all, and the wasteland. He further stated to his interlocutor that there was something he needed to discuss with her, for the shaman had said that their headquarters about the mountains was 200 miles away, and he wanted to go with you. The girl checked it out. The centaur asked Lord Richard if he really wanted to destroy the remnants of his enemies. The guy stated that it wasn't, because she would do it, and the people there are weak and old, but they need to be careful. So he declared to Lily and the rest of the humans that they would now be faster than ever. The interlocutor said that for some reason she suddenly felt the wind beneath her feet, as if she were flying and they were moving out right now. Richard remarked that you didn't remember that if anything goes wrong, let them go right back in. The subordinates set off then, and he thought it was time to see the results of the shaman's training. Somewhere at this very time, in the forest near the fortress, several trolls were practicing under the guidance of a shaman. Jessie sat on the sidelines and said that trolls really are that dumb. Suddenly she heard some sound and looked over there, and there was a hero approaching who noticed that she had already been training them for 2 days. But he doesn't understand if there's still no progress because trolls are kind of weird. With indignation, Jessie declared that he hadn't called her her. After all, her name was Jessie. The girl thought her new boss was horrible, and now she would show him how to do it. So she used her magic on one of the trolls and noticed to avoid the wind. This monster had awakened its star skin skill. Richard looked at it and asked what the point was, and the girl declared, "How is it? What is the point? Let him look at it." The hero stated to dodge the wind he became invisible, but what about the other troll? Jessie said afterward that awakening magic takes time and space, and others haven't developed their skills yet. And then the guy stated that the invisibility technique wasn't very strong, but it still increased their magic power. Suddenly they were approached by Miss Annie, who inquired of the Lord what they were doing. Richard turned his attention to her and remarked to Miss that they were training trolls, but why was she back so early? The girl noticed that she was going to take these things to the gnome tribes, and her path led her right here. The hero walked over to her merchandise and peeked in, seeing that it was coal again. He turned to Annie next and remarked that he had always wanted to ask her from the moment he first met her why she wanted so much coal. The girl stated that to us they would exchange the coal for gold coins and also peat, and then the guy asked in surprise what the dwarves would do with the coal, and the interlocutor stated quite confidently that they would smelt iron because of him. Richard asked how much iron she needed with that much coal. Annie remarked to the Lord that there are dwarves 150 miles to the west, and last year they found mineral veins in Camo Light Lake. They were the ones who contacted them and asked them to deliver coal, the more the better. An eagle flew to the guy and came to his hand, and then the interviewee asked if it was a letter, but what was in it? Richard stated that it was a warning from Lord Corran, and he asked the nobles to return to the city and say that a big wave was coming. Soon several centaurs in Lily's leadership returned and approached Lord Richard. The hero turned his attention to them and noticed the country had returned from their mission rather quickly. Suddenly he saw a wound on the girl's body and noticed that she was injured. But did they really meet the enemies there? The centaur stated that there was no danger in the tribes of the shaman after all, and the jackals as well. But just like that, they found a whole mountain of gnome corpses on the way back. The whole place they saw was strewn with corpses, and they didn't even know who the creatures were fighting. But that was until she saw it in person. The hero interrupted her and asked if it was about a bear. The interlocutor was surprised and remarked that it was, but how would he know? Richard notices that what she's talking about is written in a warning from the crown, for a huge wave of the bear tribe is moving here, and the aristocrats could get hurt. Annie asked what they should do if they wanted to go back to town with her, and the guy remarked as if he were running away from danger and told Lily to rest. She agreed to it, of course, but the peddler kept asking what he was going to do now. Hero stated that he didn't think they would have a deal, and the coal, why not give it to him specifically? The girl didn't know what it was about then, and the boy led her to Richard's armory. The girl noticed what was happening up ahead and asked the Lord if he was creating his own weapon. He stated that this was correct, for a mountain castle must have enough weapons for its fight against its enemies. Soon the hero approached Gunther and inquired if his weapon was ready. The girl declared to the boss that she was made just as he had previously wanted her to be. There was some kind of weapon under the cover, and the guy grabbed that cover, stated for Annie to look at his handsome man. The girls were dumbfounded when they saw the gun in front of them, and the guy stated that only his homeland had this weapon. After a while, the protagonist and his subordinates arrived at the battlefield, where the crows were nibbling corpses. The hero asked the centaur if this is where she saw the bear men, and she stated that she was correct. Annie looked at the footprints and noticed that they were indeed huge and intimidating. Lily, on the other hand, went on to say that there were quite a large number of these creatures. The moment they met them, before some of them ran away in desperation just to survive. Richard thought at that moment that it was fortunate that he had shouted to the centaur and added to their speed as a consequence. If he didn't, they'd be as unlucky as these gnomes lying around here. He further told his subordinates to see if there was anything useful left in their camp, and Gunther agreed. But when they looked at their place of residence, it was stated that everything was stolen, neither gold nor food was there. And not afterwards I noticed that these creatures are the most cruel and greedy creatures. They left nothing of value behind. Richard said that's not really true after all, because everyone has a different concept of value. He then turned his attention to the inside of the tent and stated that the brothers had looked to see what that dark thing was in there. After that, the hero stuck his finger in there and lifted it up, declaring that it was soy sauce. It turns out the bear people really don't understand the value of soy sauce, and Annie has noticed that the dwarves are good at pickling vegetables and making quality soy sauce, so why is he so happy? Richard said you are the first to see soy sauce in the local area, so it would be a great addition to the meal. He will open restaurants in the city of Karan and feed them to the aristocrats of the city, and thus their fort will have more money. Here the interviewee was surprised and wondered if he could handle the business. Soon the hero stated that it was getting rather late, so they would spend the night here. And Annie's subordinate turned to Lord Richard and asked if they weren't here to just scout the situation. The hero remarked that of course they were scouting, but they couldn't go back without even seeing enemies. Annie asked that the Lord tell them what was on their minds right now too. For now, an army of bear men are heading south to the dwarves, and they should keep those creatures at bay. But right now he is resting and unclear what he is thinking. The hero remarked to Miss Annie that she should know why bears start wars. The girl was surprised and asked if he thought they were starting a war over iron ore. Richard said she was right about that because iron ore is irreplaceable. This is the kind of era of war and also blood. The one with much more resources has the initiative. It turns out that this ore doesn't belong to us or the bears after all, but why doesn't he borrow it then? His companion remarked whether he was crazy, for hundreds of men from the forts had dug deep and had not seen even a glimmer of iron, and the hero asked if it was dangerous. In addition, he offered to join and said that in addition, now the Highland fort, much stronger than it was before. His subordinates at this time became enthusiastic and told the boss that they were ready. The jackals, as well as the rest of the slaves, were hauling cannons and preparing for a duel. Also, Jesse the shaman and along with his trolls came here. The hero smiled after that and remarked that he even had a squad of mages and asked Miss Annie if she thought his army was stronger than 1,000 warriors. The girl asked her if he was so sure about it, and the guy stated that he was absolutely sure. Here was that moment. He thought that if he saw them, he could get closer to the dwarves, so declared that when it was over, he would split the labor with them in half. Because of this confidence, the girl shook his hand and remarked that they had an agreement then. Soon the entire army was announced to line up and await orders. Richard, speaking from the Highlands, said that this time they were engaged in a battle for the Highland strongholds and for themselves. The implication is that in this war they must be the sword-carving enemy. The warriors cheered and shouted to the Lord that they were ready to destroy the enemy at any cost. Shortly thereafter, the protagonist as well as his army were heading towards the castle Shimal. There were quite a large number of people moving quietly. Suddenly the hero stated you didn't stop, because there is someone here. In a body of water nearby, the guy noticed some strange tubes peeking out from under the water. Soon the creatures that were hiding in the water crawled out, and they turned out to be rabbits. Richard noticed this and ordered his subordinates to be more careful and hide. He further stated that these rabbits were preparing a secret attack on the dwarves' fortress. Of course, this is all really weird. After all, aren't bears supposed to fight dwarves? But if that's the case, then why are rabbits here as well? Annie wondered. Well, what's wrong with that? Since they made an alliance with the bears, Richard, afterward surprised, remarked, "That's how things work out." Lily stated that strong races like bears rarely use their full strength to attack, and Gunther added that that was why rabbits would help them in battle. Richard asked if they all knew, but no one told him anything. Then Jesse remarked to the Honorable Lord, who would have thought he didn't even know that. The hero, angry, tapped her on the head and remarked to her not to think that because of her small stature, her enemies would never notice her. Somewhere around the same time, a few rabbits were crawling up the wall and the dwarves were standing asleep. Soon one of them heard some sound and looked to the side and was dumbfounded, for there stood a rabbit with a weapon, and he declared to the dwarf that this time it was they who were attacking. It was then announced at the fort that the enemies were advancing from the direction of Lake Camo. The man in charge didn't understand how it happened and shouted out for you to get ready for battle, for they are under attack. After that, the fight between the dwarves as well as the rabbits began. Soon arrows were fired toward the rabbits from the ballistas on the upper walls. Some of them chained with shields and survived, but some of these arrows struck. After that, more rabbits forced the lake and advanced directly on the fortress. Back and forth, the dwarves ran out for protection and said, "Hurry up, we need to get this done." One of the head rabbits noticed they were just in time and ordered his subordinates to kill them. But when the creature said all this, there was an explosion that struck his subordinates. He was dumbfounded at what was happening and turned around to see who had done it. The protagonist was there, subordinates who had been shot out of a cannon, and he noticed that it was now their turn. Rabbit turned his troops' attention to them and noticed that reinforcements had come to us. The barbarians at this also rushed them and shouted that they would destroy them. To all this, there was no staying in the country, and Richard, who chopped down his opponents with ease. Gunther, as well as Russell, while doing so, also fought quite fiercely, killing rabbits. The protagonist soon stated that these rabbits are quite strong, and there are also a lot of them, and it's quite risky. At this time, on the other side, some creature was approaching them and crushing the ground. The hero looked away in surprise and asked what it was. Really, what kind of earthquake is this? But here when he saw the creature, it was a shambles, for its shadow covered the lad's body. And soon he realized that this creature was a bear man. He got angry at the carnage he saw and shouted and began to attack. Richard realized how strong this creature was, so he immediately put up a block. But here the power of this creature was so great that the guy was thrown far aside. When he landed, he assessed his opponent, realizing he had tremendous power. The bear man the hero fought with then shouted to his congregation that they would all attack together. He shouted that everyone should be beaten to death, and the bear men as well as the rabbits rushed in to attack. The centaurs saw this one and declared that they should fire their arrows. This weapon, young at the rabbits, handled them perfectly and killed those who were defenseless. The creatures that were in the body of water were saying what a great team was coming out on the attack. After that, a mass brawl broke out as we left for the castle. Shaman Jessie noticed this and stated that it looked like they needed her help. So once again unused her firepower and a magical fireball flew up into the sky. The bears as well as the rabbits were startled by this fire and did not realize what was happening. They asked if this fire magic and said their opponents were fighting, not fair. A few bears were fighting one of the trolls that had stone skin at the same time. But weapons did not take this creature, and so the bears did not understand how to fight it. Several dwarves stood atop their fortress, and one of them remarked to the patriarch that he didn't understand what it was about these people that they weren't too strong. The patriarch of the dwarves was named Georg, and remarked that he didn't know. Perhaps the god Smith had just sent them to help them. The subordinate further requested permission to command a squad to assist them. But here the old man looked at him and remarked that there was no need for it. After all, he and his squad should do a better job of saving their people, and the others, let them fight for them. The bears and rabbits at this time decided to regroup and said they should all gather. And the hero was saying that they should find out how powerful this lord was. Immediately afterward, with the help of his weapon as well as strength, he made a vortex. The bears, when they saw him, immediately retreated back, but the rabbits were caught and defeated. Richard then rushed to the attack and shouted to his subordinates to kill all of them. He then attacked the bear, but the bear easily repelled the ball strike with his weapon. The guy realized that he couldn't defeat him that easily, so he activated his system's heavenly power. He shouted that he was activating the powers of the heavens, and so magic flowed to his weapon. The bear was dumbfounded by this because he didn't expect the guy to be so strong. And just moments later, he had no time to do anything, and Richard easily chopped him in half. Because of this action, he got 30 experience points and 2,000 diners, so the guy claimed it was all thanks to the system. One of the trolls was spewing fireballs from its mouth, and Gunther was attacking a bear and telling it to taste her blade. But here, her opponent saw her attack and easily repelled it and counterattacked at the same time. Immediately afterward, the girl flew a far distance away from this attack. Russell saw what Gunther was attacking, and so he called the creature a rogue and threw an axe at it. But that weapon didn't hit him, it just flew off to the side, and the bear, laughing, asked if that was all his strength. In just a moment there was nothing left of his joy, for his head flew off his shoulders. The main character who was under invisibility did this, and remarked that he didn't expect this ability to be so useful. The rest of the squad ran up to Gunther and asked if she was okay, and the girl stated that she was fine, because she was saved by the stone skin technique. Richard remarked afterward that it seems that this guy's stone skin as well as invisibility can be transferred to other people after all. Gunther rejoiced and shouted to her boss that another crushing victory was behind them. Suddenly the hero felt something from the side and looked over there, and there he saw some kind of magical pink light. After this color touched the fallen warriors, then they began to rise as if they were alive. Jesse was surprised and wondered what it was doing to them. But here, after those beasts became even stronger because of the spell, everyone realized that it was a berserk. Eventually, the Crescent Moon tribe came to the aid of those creatures, and it also turned out that there were minotaurs. In the southwest of Pompey's empire, there is a bit of minotaur tribal life going on. They are the ones who rely entirely on the sorceress power, their powerful shaman Robert. It is all this power that drives them into madness, and because of it on the battlefield, they turn into fierce and invincible warriors. But for the cruelty that they demonstrated in the heat of battle, the Minotaurs were nicknamed the Tribe of the Bloody Hoof. Now just like that, their shaman used his power on the fallen warriors and turned them into berserk. Richard inquired as the others watched Robert cast the spell. Jesse stated that the creatures were not completely unhinged after all, and then apparently he cast a spell from a distance. The Lord said that he understands everything now, which means they don't have to worry very much. In reality, these soldiers are not opponents for Gunther, and let them think that they have already lost. Also, the rest of the main character's subordinates could easily handle those animals that were under the spell. The fight with this unguent continued, and it was declared that those lying down I should finish, and the hero declared that deserters were not to be pursued either. All they have to do at this point is to help the new one defend the fortress from the raid of the bear men, and for this they will be rewarded with iron ore from them. Next, Richard stated that they should go meet their new companions, who are dwarves. And just after that, they headed for the castle where those creatures ruled. And so they were met at the entrance by an old man who remarked to them to stop and answer why they had come here. Richard stated that he was the lord of the Highland fortress of the Empire of Pompeii, and he and Miss Annie of the Voya Trading Company had come to help the dwarves fight the raiders. The girl greeted the patriarch and noticed it was her, and here the man asked if it was really Annie. They further let them in, and the patriarch stated that he apologized for being overly suspicious, let them come in, and her followers could go inside too. They stated there was nothing wrong with that, and further introduced Richard and remarked that he was here to help them. The guy wondered why he was the one calling him a follower. This made the hero angry, and the old man went on to say that thanks to the great god of blacksmithing they had survived the battle, and further stated to Miss Annie that they should go inside to talk. Richard indignantly declared that he had him to thank for his victory, not some blacksmithing god, and the patriarch said he hadn't expected Annie to return. The girl stated that as soon as she and Lord Richard learned that the bear men were attacking them, they thought that the dwarves would not stand up to them and immediately rushed to their aid. The old man sadly stated that it was true, for they really wouldn't be able to defeat them alone. After hearing the words, the hero laughed, and the old man saw this and, angry, asked if he was mocking them. But the main character stated that he wasn't laughing and he just imagined it. She was not asked by her organ to be angry, because Lord Richard, a famous warrior from the Empire of Pompey moreover, he came to the aid of the dwarves' fortress out of good intentions. The patriarch stated that this meant his spiritual strength must be at a high enough level since he did it. The hero sat down on a chair and apologized, saying that he was not developing spiritual power. The interlocutor asked how it was that he did not develop spiritual power, and then it was unclear how he could call himself a knight. The lad declared that he had been called a knight by his companion, not himself, and Annie remarked that he had, but he, Mr. Lord. The girl remarked to Georg that the danger was not yet removed, and so wondered what he was going to do next. The patriarch stated that the bear men would probably attack them again, and following to rest first. The protagonist stated that in that case, let them provide them with a place to rest. Georg said there are plenty of empty stone houses in town, so they can use them as they see fit. Annie turned to Mr. Lord and remarked that George had been a bit rude, but let him not take it personally. Richard told her not to worry about it because he's not as petty as this guy. The interviewee stated that he's not usually like this, and the battle changed him, and the guy stated that he thinks he's not fit to be a patriarch because whining only hurts the fighting spirit. The girl said that Richard is too cruel, and after all, not everyone is as fearless as he is, and some are afraid of war too. Richard remarked that if she said that, then all people feared war and death, or made their enemy fear even more they could win. Afterward, he asked Annie if she could get a good night's rest today. The dwarf bandaged his compatriot and asked if he was all right, and the latter told him that if he was more careful, he'd get less trouble. The man sat next to them, stated for them to be quieter, for it was better not to unnecessarily disturb the orcs as well as the monster. At night, the protagonist turned to Lily and asked if she was asleep. The girl, on the other hand, stated that the ceilings were too low in this room, and it would probably be better if she slept outside. Suddenly she heard some sound and wondered what it was, if it was an earthquake. Richard didn't understand why the knowledge shook like it was made of shit and sticks either. Of course, in doing so, he was well aware that it wasn't an earthquake, but then it was unclear where the vibration was coming from. Of course, at that moment he was afraid that this was a new offensive and bears were attacking, as well as minotaurs. Shiwi noticed an imminent threat and immediately prepared to report it. They shouted that the bears as well as the minotaur were already near their walls, so that one should run faster and not stop. And when all the dwarves ran outside, they saw that the people of the Pompey Empire were already here, but it was unclear how so quickly. Richard turned his attention to them and asked him if they had already arrived too. The patriarch got angry and said that this meant that since the Minutai and the other creatures had come here with their pack, they would fight without sparing their lives. Hero stated to Georg that Robert himself was here this time, and so he asked how he was going to fight him. One of the old man's subordinates stated that the bull-headed tribe was very impulsive, and so they would trap them and then pounce with the whole crowd. And the patriarch remarked that in addition, they were too tall, so they would have to bend down to attack them. The dwarves stepped forward and remarked to the Pompeians that they would be their reserve army, and they, the dwarves, would try to hold off their onslaught. The hero thought that these sexes grew so generous, and Gunther told Lily that she was tall, so it would be dangerous for her to bat, but the girl replied that she wasn't small either. Shortly after the battle began, a rather heavy torrential rain fell from the sky. One of the dwarves said that if a minotaur destroyed the city wall, they were dead, and the interlocutor remarked that this was so, for they were very fierce. The older of the two shouted for him to not stop talking nonsense and quickly get to work. The hero looked through his telescope at the oncoming army and noticed that they were indeed many, and about her quite strong. A little while later, they'll take a look. Perhaps they can capture a few and sell them to the arena. Gunther asked her boss if she was correct in realizing there was a lot of money to be made for them. Richard stated that they are, however, taming them will not be that easy. The dwarves who heard this were surprised and thought these people were really crazy. The patriarch ordered Richard that they could attack with their fire artillery after all, and the hero stated that the fire attack only worked last time because they didn't expect it. Next, the old man turned to David and asked how many arrows they had for crossbows, and the subordinate stated that they had 6 arrows. Georg was surprised to ask how it is 6, but after all they have to shoot all the mutants, and there is no other way. The dwarves on the battlefield shouted to go forward and fought the bears, but those creatures were stronger and defeated them due to their immense power. The patriarch commanded the crossbowmen and told his opponents to come even closer. The bears easily broke through the dwarves' defenses and ran further and further away. Immediately afterward, Georg declared for the crossbowmen to shoot at them. All those arrows they had flew instantly out of their weapons and headed towards the minotaurs, wounding them. Some, of course, struck these creatures, but most were simply imported into their skin. The minotaurs only got more angry about what had happened and started mauling the dwarves. Georg looked at the picture below in despair and said it was the end. Gunther noticed that the dwarves were failing and asked the boss what they would do, and he stated that it was so crazy minotaurs are difficult opponents. After that, asked where their mage squad was and where Jessie had gone, the interlocutor remarked that she had tried to escape, taking advantage of the situation on her being caught. The girl was held by the hand of several barbarians, and she tried to break free and screamed at them to let her go. Angry at her, the hero approached her and noticed that there was a strong enemy in front of them. She wondered if she was thinking of running away. The girl noticed that the dwarves can't defeat these creatures, so she is scared. Guy stated that Robert has madness magic, but she has bloodlust magic, so it's unclear what she's afraid of. Georg walked over to them and remarked that if they were talking about bloodthirst magic, that was fine, let her use that spell faster. Richard went on to say that she tried to escape before the end of the battle, so let her think she owed her a debt. And so pointing with his hand, he noticed that he was ordering her to use the spell of bloodthirstiness bias on the Minotaurs quickly. The Patriarch was dumbfounded and asked if he was going to disappoint those Minotaurs. Also, Jessie was very surprised, asking if he was sick. But here were the main characters talking to you, not covering their U's and doing what he says. There was nothing left for the girl to do but agree, and so she soon began to use her magic. What will happen to the Minotaur if I add a bloodthirst spell to the spell Drive Me, increasing combat power several times? Shouldn't all of this lower the power level of insanity of these creatures? The Minotaurs got even more power because of this, and Richard got yelled at for being really crazy. The protagonist yelled for the girl to keep going and hurry up and let her finish this spell. Soon Jessie actually finished it and immediately aimed the flash into the sky. Because of this, it caused a magic circle to appear above the Minotaurs and directed its beams directly towards them. These creatures, after encountering the shaman's power, started to rise up and become ferocious, and because of this, the dwarf was very scared and tried to run away. These monsters did become simply enormous in size, so the dwarves fled from there as best they could. Someone was hiding in the arms of his compatriot, fearing this situation. Jessie declared to the Lord that he really is crazy, because now they're definitely all going to die. But the hero grabbed her and said, "Why is she making a fuss? Let her open her puppy eyes wide and take a good look." The huge creature that had her Maya on it was behaving strangely. The Lord noticed that the more strength the creature had, the greater the strain on its heart. Eventually, the power of madness as well as bloodlust strengthened the physical strength of these Minotaurs. However, this put several times the strain on the creature's cardiovascular system. Eventually, after all, when that load exceeds the allowable limit, something will happen. In a few seconds after he said all this, the huge creature fell to the ground dead. Those present were shocked to see that the Minotaur was dead, and the hero at that moment was added experience as well as gold for the defeated enemy. Georg didn't understand how that was possible and asked what the hell was going on here, but the Minotaurs fell dead to the ground. The Patriarch then turned to Lord Richard and inquired what it was. The main character smiled and stated that everything in this world obeyed certain rules. Although Minotaurs were good at fighting, they also had their limit. Thanks to the magic, and the Minotaur became so strong that their heart couldn't withstand this pressure, so you could say the bloodthirst spell finished these thugs off. The old man noticed that meant the magical powers overwhelmed the Minotaurs' bodies to the point where they simply ruptured their internal organs. Richard stated that he was correct, and to make a long story short, they defeated the Minotaurs with a strength they were proud of. The guy came up with this method when he saw those creatures getting to their knees, unable to withstand the force of the madness. The Patriarch, Mr. Richard said, is just an incredibly smart man. The hero smiled and stated after one that great strength often becomes a major weakness. Jessie joined the conversation and told the Lord that it was she who had cast the spell. And the guy laughed and stated that she was just working off her debt for trying to escape, and does she really hope to take credit for someone else's accomplishments? Does she also disagree with something and think she's a super cool shaman with a lot of combat experience or what? Runs away when faced with a strong opponent and saw victory, decided to appropriate someone else's glory, and will tell her bluntly that such an experience is worse than nothing. In the future, the Highland Fortress will definitely reach a high level, but its combat experience gained from battles with primitive savage tribes is simply useless. Jessie should realize that painted canvas is less suitable for painting than white paper. Soon, Richard noticed that all these mentors were dead, and the internal bleeding should have killed them. Of course, it really is a shame, as he was hoping to sell a couple to the battle arena. The bearmen as well as the minotaurs have fallen one by one, and now surely they will calm down for a few days. However, after a lull, a storm is sure to follow, and he thinks now the castle of the dwarves is in danger. The hero remarked to Georg that these arrows are forged from the iron that is mined in their mine, and he stated that this is how crossbows are forged from them as well. Richard realized that he was not afraid of the system if the battle continued. Besides, the iron ore would belong to them sooner or later, but they also had to help them win. So the guy told his interlocutor that they needed to make as many crossbows and arrows as they could, and they would need them in a future battle. Georg stated that it is possible to make arrows, but crossbows are much worse. Then one of the dwarves came up and remarked to Brother Richard that he wanted to show him something. Together they headed to the tower, and the hero stated that its shooting tower is pretty low. The old man smiled and said they just didn't think people would ever help them. He then stated to his brother Richard that he had a new crossbow in front of him that they were in the process of building. He then removed the cloth that covered him and stated for him to look. The hero was surprised and a little hesitant, asking if they did it. And the patriarch stated that of course it was so they had several bronze engravings preserved, and on some of them the secret of making such crossbows remained, and they did not just follow it. Richard asked what kind of range they had, and his interlocutor replied that this little guy was capable of hitting an enemy at 500 or 800 paces. The hero then held out the thing he was holding and remarked that if they used this sight, they could shoot much farther. The power of perspective fire from 3 of these crossbows would be simply incredible, and even he doesn't know who would be able to resist it. George stated to his brother Richard that the problem is not really the range of this crossbow, but now the problem is the bowstring. The guy asked what the sense in the bowstring was, and the interlocutor stated that the stress of using an all-metal crossbow was too much. So the lamb's wool bowstring they used before just wouldn't hold up and would tear. He wanted to try making a net out of Monica's giant leech, but unfortunately he couldn't buy it. Then the hero stated that means they don't have a receding bowstring, and he understands why the dwarves didn't use it in the recent battle. The old man went on to say that those very Monica leeches are very rare, flexible, and incredibly strong. In the end, if these leeches dried and processed from them can be made very strong wood. The protagonist thought about it and stated that if it was about these creatures, it was quite a challenge. By the way, he asked if they had any gold at all, and the interlocutor stated that if they were talking about gold, is it unlikely that Brother Richard would be able to sell them some Monica leeches? The Lord apologized and stated that he did not have these creatures after all. The old man was puzzled over this and thought why then he was talking so much some rascal. The protagonist went on to say that one commenter uses the vein of a Komodo dragon as the bowstring for his bows. Richard realized that by twisting several of these into one, you think such an ant you could replace Monica's leech. But he has a ball in his pocket, so can't do anything to help. And at that moment, Georg thought being used worse for a Komodo dragon in place of leeches was an interesting thought, and stated to Brother Richard that the dwarves had previously sold iron ore and furs, so money was not such a big problem for them. Guy stated that if that was the case, then let Georg carry everything they had faster. Soon a subordinate was asking Commander David why the Patriarch suddenly needed so much gold. The man stated that the man told him he was going to buy tequila for the rest of the crossbow from Lord Richard, and the interlocutor remarked that this diaper was not as easy as it looked. He is sure that the man is not helping them out of good intentions, but only to achieve his goals, and the guy next to him said that he thinks so too, but they are not fooled. The commander remarked that despite that, he was still helping them, and they should remember that those failures didn't go that far. Brother Richard may be their last hope of winning this war. In consequence, the interlocutor stated that he knew this. David added that there was no stronger man in their entire clan than this man. After a while, the dwarves disassembled their bows and removed the bowstring from the Komodo dragon. The protagonist observed with the patriarch this process, and the latter appealed to him. The old man remarked to Brother Richard that if they were attacked by too many enemies, this bowstring would not last long. The hero wondered with surprise, the state is still like this, is he really afraid of losing? Georg cried, and then said that it wasn't whether he was afraid of losing or not, but that they had been fighting for over half a month. So most of the dwarves in their fortress have been wounded or killed, and they don't express another defeat. The protagonist remarked that he had smarter tactics for this battle, and the interlocutor asked what tactics he was referring to. Guy stated that as best he could understand, the cause of this war was the iron ore they were protecting. So they can retreat, leaving them Lake Como, and wait for the tribes to start fighting over that territory, and then just finish off the rest. But the interlocutor emphatically remarked that they could not leave this lake. Richard was surprised and asked why that was so. George remarked to his brother Richard that he was not really only guarding the iron ore. The Lord stated that if that was so, did they really mean to say that besides the iron ore at the bottom of the lake, the dwarves were hiding something? And it makes it sound like there's some kind of secret lurking out there. Soon there was a meeting of the dwarves, and one of them was saying that this was the most important secret. As it happens, he is adamantly against revealing it to outsiders because it is a secret that is important to them and maybe not so important to others. Georg remarked to the gnome that Lord Pompey was not a naive kid at all, and he needed a good reason to help them. Another old man remarked that Reno was right, and he thought they shouldn't trust this Pompeian. Another dwarf shouted that they were all strange, for without Lord Richard's help, the dwarves' castle would have already fallen to the onslaught of the Minotaur. The companion remarked to the other that his words made sense, and next to him, a sitting gnome remarked that the diapers had done their best to save them. The man remarked that getting help from them as well as revealing their secret to them are quite different things, and no matter how hard they tried to convince him, he disagreed. The patriarch remarked to the elders that they should clearly realize that the war was not over and they could still be defeated. It is at this very moment that their people are unable to resist the onslaught of a vicious enemy on their own. That is why he fears that Brother Richard is their last hope, and beyond that, her session is declared over. After a while, the hero watched a few trolls practicing. One of them screamed quite a bit at that point, and then slammed his hand to the ground. Richard looked at this and wondered if Jesse seriously had practiced so long to show him this useless technique. Annie told him not to worry, for the technique seemed useless but might come in handy, and the shaman added that it did, for he had called the technique useless before too. Richard remarked that the soldiers of a Highland fortress should be able to cast a powerful spell, and so Jesse should train even harder. Before that, a subordinate of old age had come to the hero and called to him, and now they were heading into the depths of the lake in underwater masks. There was some sort of rather deep crevice, and it was into this that the three of them descended. As they descended a little lower, the hero looked ahead and was dumbfounded at what he saw there. There was the body of some huge creature that was underwater. Looking at it, Richard wondered if perhaps this thing chained together was a legendary titan. And it comes out that these dwarves are by no means simple guys, and they used the iron ore as a cover to keep it a secret. After that, they all swam up together to this huge titan that was under the water. And so when one of the dwarves touched it, the creature's eyes glowed red. Richard was dumbfounded by this and thought it was unbelievable and whether the titan had sensed their presence. Sometime after this situation, they all surfaced on shore. The protagonist stated that at first he thought they were hiding a gold mine there, but in no way expected it to be titanium. The patriarch stated that when they started mining the ore at the bottom of the lake, they discovered a fault, and eventually they themselves did not expect to find titanium hidden inside. Richard wondered at the then why his men were so desperate to hide this titan. The interlocutor smiled and stated that he was unusual and was an ancestor of the gnome clan. The Lord was surprised and asked what ancestor, how could there even be such a thing? That said, he didn't understand how the Ugandan Titans could have produced such short descendants as they did. The patriarch remarked to Brother Richard that he too had seen the Titans' eyes light up. He remarked that they did, and when they left, he stopped glowing. The old man ducked down and told him to look at it again. So it turns out that the Titan's soul senses the blood of the dwarves, and that's why it starts to glow. As a result, they have one blood flowing in their veins, and that being is their god. Titans are ancient magical creatures, and in legends their stature exceeded even dragons. In those distant times when chaos reigned on Earth, they epitomize the very nature of strength. It turns out that they, the magic-wielding creatures, were the sole rulers of the land. However, in all beings are subject to the law of life as well as death. Eventually, over time, it became much harder and harder for the Titan to survive, and so eventually they disappeared from their world. Richard remarked, "But why didn't they just run away with that Titan? After all, it was no problem for them to get through the mountains." But Georg stated that it wasn't that simple. It turns out that the local iron ore forms a special magical field, which holds the spiritual power of the ancestor, and if the ancestor leaves this place, his spiritual power will be dispersed. The hero asked us why they thought that since there is no evidence that iron ore can actually lock up a titan's soul. The old man touched his head and noticed that the evidence was still there. After all, it so happens that before, the light that emitted from the Titan's eyes was much stronger, but when they started mining iron ore, it weakened considerably. This is the reason they recently banned their contemporaries from mining the iron ore in the lake. Now the guy has stated that he's figured it out, and they're going to defend this Titan to the death. The patriarch said not to that extent, but they had noticed that at the full moon, the Titan's soul power activated itself, and during that period, it didn't need anyone to be around. So it comes out that the full moon is a much stronger force than at normal times. Another man stated that they believe it is the full moon that can stimulate the power of this creature, and Georg added that they also have preserved ancient books. They say that this power can be inherited, and if it is adopted, there will be no enemy to fear, and the guy asked if they wanted to inherit the power of his soul. The interlocutor stated that is correct. They have tried many times, but all have been unsuccessful. A gnome nearby stated that he and Elder Reno were counting on tomorrow night being the fullest moon in the last century, and the power could be transferred by casting a spell. Richard smiled and thought that now he could see why these short men were so zealous in their defense of Lake Como. He further asked why they had told him all this, if they were afraid that he had started it all to steal the power of the soul. The old man said that it is not so terrible if the Titan's power falls into his hands, but it is much more terrible if no one inherits this power and it simply disappears into oblivion. The man stated that they had discussed it at the Council of Elders, and if none of the dwarves managed to inherit the Titan's power, they would let them try. Richard pointed out that they've tried this so many times, but it didn't work out, and now they want people to find problems on their own ass. The interlocutor stated that this is not necessarily the case. Lord Richard could do well, if he happens to have enough physical strength. The hero has noticed that soul and body are mutually beneficial to each other, and he thinks of the dwarves as sheltered relatives, more likely to succeed. The elder remarked that they did, and the hero said it was time for them to go back, for if they were gone too long, the others would suspect something amiss. George asked his brother Richard to help them keep this secret, especially for Miss Annie. Guy stated that he wasn't worried about it, because he certainly wasn't going to tell Annie anything. That said, they must return as soon as possible, or she might suspect something. When they got back, Gunther asked the boss where he had gone and why he was so wet. The guy stated that he accidentally fell into the lake and asked to bring a towel on, to which the girl agreed. He went on to ask why they were here and where the other people were, and the interlocutor remarked that the merchant had gone to watch Jesse train the trolls and Lily had gone for company. Richard reflected that he hoped the dwarves would be safe until he inherited the Titan's powers. After a while, Lily came running to them and remarked to the gentleman that things were bad. Richard saw her and worriedly asked what was wrong. The girl stated that the enemy army was moving this way and they had about 70 miles to go to them. The Lord noticed that it was really bad timing and asked what the number of this army was. Lily stated that the attackers were about 4 or as many as 5,000. The protagonist smiled and stated that they would not stop until they reached their goal, and so he feared tomorrow night of the full moon would be another battle. After a while, but we reported that everyone should prepare for battle. Warriors were lined up in shooting positions, ready to fire a crossbow. Also preparing for battle were warriors with shields who thought they would also be blessed by Hephaestus. One of the attackers who looked through a telescope noticed that they were trying to fight back like wild animals cornered. Now they must destroy this gnome fortress before sundown. The subordinates declared that they would obey His Majesty, and all would do so. After that, all soldiers were ordered to go on the attack and spare no one in the process. Georg stated that if the battle could be delayed by just 1 day, and if someone from their tribe managed to inherit the Titan's powers, they wouldn't have to fight. Richard stated that this was no time for regrets, and the defense of the fortress was under his leadership. The leader of the bears was leading his army at this time and shouting for them not to finish off these short men. His warriors immediately afterward became enthusiastic and began to run to the attack. One of the fighters on the front line saw this and said that the enemy was attacking, so we should prepare, take defense. The attacking wars accelerated and ran at breakneck speed to attack the gnome. The protagonist saw this and stated that it was already time to start firing and ordered it to be done. The archers started releasing their arrows, and the crossbowmen were releasing theirs as well. Several forward units attacking immediately were wiped out due to the large stream of arrows, but the others would swoop in huge numbers and scream for those to die. Jesse, using his fire magic as well as the troll, attacked the opponents too. The fireballs landed on the battlefield, and by doing so, they surprised the enemies. But the battle nevertheless continued, and no one stopped. The bears, as well as the Minotaur, easily destroyed the enemy forces that were in front of them. The main character then rushed into battle with the others and shouted for the giants to be left to him. He soon saw that one of the bears had seized his subordinate, and so he rushed to the attack, cutting off his arm. The leader of the bears noticed this attack and realized that his big brother had been wounded. So he got very angry and immediately lunged at Richard, who managed to repel his attack. Though it was quite strong, and because of that his body was thrown quite far away again. Gunther noticed this and began to worry, but the boss stayed on his feet. Next, the guy told his opponent that he was the king of the bear hounds for a reason, because he couldn't remember the last time he had been hurt. While doing so, his opponent angrily shouted that he would take his life no matter what. This infuriated the protagonist, and he asked if he had captured the die, and in doing so he rushed in and chopped up several individuals in front of him. A large number of Minotaur as well as soldiers had already been defeated, and blood was spreading across the battlefield. Gunther turned to her boss while doing so and remarked that they would be distraught and therefore hard to defeat them. Richard declared it bad and defeated his opponent, immediately looking into the system. There it was reported that the first-class warrior Romeo was killed, as well as the warrior centaur Harry too. In addition, 9 soldiers were wounded and several people were still injured. The hero realized that it was really bad because the Highland fortress was losing its men for the first time. It's a mad herd, literally running for their lives. The Lord turned to Gunther and remarked to tell Lily to cover them with a volley of arrows, and they retreat back to the dwarven castle. Soon their forces retreated to the fortress, and inside the men were screaming in pain. Some begged for your help and others screamed in unbearable pain. The patriarch ran up to David's breathless body and tried to address him. The hero got angry about it and stated that they were at a complete asshole, and he still managed to find time to cry. He then grabbed him and declared that he was a patriarch after all and should pull himself together and call on his brothers to defend this place, so you can't give up. Wiping his tears, the old man walked out of that room and remarked that it was so, for he must do it. And the hero approached the breathless body, the dwarf, and asked that David rest in peace. Annie turned to the gentleman afterward and inquired about the situation. Richard stated that the assault on the city had begun, and elves have excellent hearing, so she should be able to hear the sounds of battle coming from outside. Her attacker's warriors were already standing at the walls of the fortress and trying to break down the front door with a huge bar. The troll, in doing so, used the new as charges to apprehend these creatures. Also, the barbarians and dwarves held that door, saying that everyone needs to pile in together. At the same time, some creatures tried to besiege this fortress and used huge ladders to climb to the top. Already there, they fought the dwarves who stood on the wall and defended the place. After a while, one of the defenders shouted that the enemies had sneaked in, and so, following from fleeing. Soon, Jesse declared to the gentleman that things were really bad, for the enemy soldiers had sneaked into the fortress. The protagonist was dumbfounded by this news and asked if it really happened that fast. He then got angry and asked why the two of them had come back then, and why the girl hadn't hit them with a fireball. Jesse declared that it was raining too hard outside and the fireball wouldn't do any good, and the hero shouted that she was a useless wench and asked where Gunther and Lily were. And soon there, the entrance wall that was shielding the attackers from the people inside was smashed. Gunther was very concerned when she saw this and yelled out that this must be the end. The first to show up were the huge creatures, which were minotaurs as well as bears. Richard asked Gunther if she was okay, and the girl stated that she was in one piece, but even the petrification technique didn't help prevent them from breaking into the city. The Lord asked Georg how many men he had left, and he remarked that it was already less than 100. The hero stated that if that was the case, then each of them must then defeat at least 100 opponents. And while he was saying that, several minotaurs as well as bears had already run up to him. Therefore, the guy stated that they should be dealt with first, and immediately shouted to his subordinates. He told them to all go into battle together. Gunther, along with the main character, chopped up several opponents in front with their first lunge. The guy fought very fiercely at that moment and killed even the goblins that were in front of him. The Bear King saw this, shouting to his subordinates to deal with the Pompeian first and finish him off. Therefore, his troops concentrated on the protagonist, and immediately all rushed towards him at once. Richard noticed this and knew that he should defend himself, so he used his power and as if to spin a magic vortex. After that, he struck with his sword, and that sword was enveloped with magical energy, so it reached the opponent in front. They all fell dead to the ground, and Gunther, noticing this park, shouted that he was cool, frying them. Richard, on the other hand, went on to say with confidence that today he would let them see the power of their lord. The dwarves were having a bad time at the same time, and the bears handled them with ease. The girl noticed this, and so shouted out to Lord Richard that it seems, but we are not handling this onslaught at all. The hero turned his attention to her and asked if they were failing. And so after a few seconds of thought, he shouted to Jesse's shaman to use the bloodthirst technique. The girl immediately started using her power, and the hero yelled for her to cast it faster. And so after a while, the girl channeled her best upward, which was to spread around the neighborhood. And so these magic beams headed towards the warriors who were fighting outside. The protagonist saw that the magic was upon them and shouted for the enchanted squad to use all their powers without reserve. The dwarves, who found themselves under the magic from also the troll, were ready to take a beating. A squad of rabbits was to be the first to encounter them, and their leader shouted that they should be killed. But when they faced each other, the weapons of those creatures shattered against the gnome's head. The rabbit didn't realize what had happened, but the defenders were now the attackers. Now they fought their opponents with ease and screamed for them to die. The leader of the bears saw this through a telescope and was shocked at how the situation had changed. He then shouted to the other creatures that were near him not to attack either, and they obeyed the order. The ferocious goats, using their fast legs, began to rush to the attack. The protagonist noticed this and shouted to one of the trolls to use his ability and cut them off. The creature obeyed him and began to use its magic, touching the ground. As a consequence, a dense forest appeared in front of the goats, which fenced their way, and they did not realize what was happening. The road in front of them was completely blocked, so no one could sneak forward. The leader of all these troops noticed this and shouted that the Pompeian was a cunning rascal. Richard remarked that this was just fine, and now the Bear King was all that was left. Next, the hero ordered the troll to use his invisibility technique. The subordinate did so, and after a while together, they made their way through that dense forest, and then headed to the king of the bears, who was left alone. Soon the heroes turned to him, and he turned to see who it was, and the guy was already pulling out weapons in his legs. And then a moment afterward, he declared that his life had come to an end and pierced it with his sword. The king didn't realize how it happened, but it was too late to take it. He literally died instantly, and the hero bade him farewell with a smirk. The creature's subordinate army noticed this and shouted that their king was dead. This caused a commotion in their troops, and the forward units shouted that the king was dead, so they should flee. But here were the wars under the main character's command that didn't stop and ran after them, screaming for them to die. In the course of such events, quite a few rabbits as well as the rest of the creatures were hit. Richard looked at that army with contempt and said that when their leader had fallen, they had fled like rats. The huge number of attacking troops then began to retreat from the fortress, and it was already saved. By nightfall, all the warriors had already returned to the fortress, healing their wounds. It turns out that this brutal battle was fought by the dwarf clan, and Richard paid with the blood of his men to protect the dwarf fortress. Even so, this battle had proved to be quite fruitful for Richard, as he sat and looked at the system notification that read about the levels increasing. The centaurs, barbarian guards, and shaman were upgraded to the next levels, so the hero declared that the Highland Fortress had risen to a new level. The patriarch approached Richard and wished him good night. The guy smiled and noticed that he was contentedly, festively dressed and unlikely to be going somewhere. The man next to him remarked, had he forgotten that it was full moon tonight, and they were going to have another ceremony to inherit the Titan's power. The hero looked up and noticed that even just like that and completely had those thoughts out of his head. The old man said that although he had not only survived such a terrible battle, such a chance was extremely rare, and they had selected the strongest warriors to try again. It turns out that today is the fullest moon this century, and he hopes that luck favors them this time. And now perhaps, finally this time, they will be able to inherit the power of this Titan. The ritual of transferring the Titan's powers will take quite a long time, so first the spellcasters must drain the lake. The protagonist sailed in this advanced unit and claimed the tonic cool-down spell. The subordinates immediately started doing this, and gradually the water came out of there. The water was going somewhere down, and so people were getting closer and closer to the center. Soon, because of the actions of those shamans, almost half of the huge Titan's torso was already visible from under the water. After a while, the protagonist along with the others made their way outside. Everyone looked at the creature's face, and the chief declared that the ceremony of her inheritance could begin. The strongest candidate selected was told to proceed to the ceremony. After that, all of them together, they moved closer to the huge creature and tried to adopt its power. The hero looked at it in amazement and asked what he wasn't doing, because it looked like you were just dispersing flies. Jesse remarked that there's nothing wrong with that. They're just doing the good luck ritual useless thing, and the guy asked how trustworthy this method of inheritance was. The girl said she had not personally seen it, but it is said among shamans that the experience of the older generation can be passed on through dance. Richard remarked that this one was bullshit, because if shamans had such an imbue technique, would they then have to plow all day long to raise their skills? The shaman stated that of course it was simply impossible to inherit everything in half at most, and the hero remarked that it made sense then. In the end, if they really only managed to get 10% of their ancestors' strength, even that 10% they won't get in their lifetime. And so after one of the dwarves blew the trumpet, the ceremony would begin, and there would be a circle of fire in place near the Titan. One of the candidates went in there and knelt down and said words about using the bloodline to call out to the great Titan. Richard asked if all this wasn't dangerous, and the shaman remarked that there was such a thing, and after all, a Titan's soul is not easily squeezed into a dwarf's body. It could be that if the body seems very weak, he might be blowing up. The hero smiled and stated that it was a good thing he wasn't one of the candidates. The first gnome tried to summon the creature's soul, but absolutely nothing happened. Next, the next person and a few others were invited, but none of them ever made it. Seeing this, the fishing elder despaired and said that everything had failed. Another of the old men turned to the great Titan and asked to be compassionate over his descendants. But despite all their pleas, nothing happened, and the dwarves were desperate, saying that this was the end. George approached his brother Richard and remarked that he could try his hand at it too. The hero remarked that it's not like he's a dwarf, and so he doesn't think he can get at the interlocutor asking him to do this. The guy after that, he remarked that he agreed, and since he was asking so much, then he would give it a try. Next, Richard walked over to the circle and got down on one knee and asked how they were doing it. Seemed like this was it. Literally moments later, there was a magical light that exuded from that circle, and it surprised the guy. The hero saw the Titan's eyes light up, and he wondered if he had hissed, so it turns out he was a dwarf too or what. The creature's huge stone body began to glow and crack as it did so. Some small silhouette appeared from within, but at the same time, the body was collapsing completely. The protagonist noticed all this and shouted to the others to run away, because it seems that the Titan is about to explode. The dwarves were dumbfounded at what was happening, but they didn't run away, but looked at him, and there appeared some silhouette of a beast. The creature eventually emerged from the eye, and it looked like a cat. When you scattered me a lot and the magic light subsided, then everyone saw this creature, which made some strange sound. Upon seeing it, the hero wondered what this thing had to do with the Titan, and if he had been reborn into this. The dwarfs asked that the ancestor should not hurry or fall, and one of them declared that it was impossible that he should hurt himself, for he was a descendant of the great Titan. Richard said that rather touchingly, and Jesse remarked that perhaps they should cook the creature and eat it so that its powers would transfer to them. After that, the little beast jumped out of the Titan's eye and descended straight down in rather large leaps. We were dumbfounded at how fast this creature moved. The hero noticed this too, and declared that it was not without reason that he was a descendant of the great Titan, for he liked to tower over everyone so much. The little beast jumped onto the arm of one of the trolls afterward. They looked at him sweetly and were happy about him running to them, but suddenly he was grabbed by the hero. Examining the animal, Georg stated that it had webbing between its forearms and ribs, as it must be able to hover with their help. After that, the dwarves came up and asked that the guy hand it over to them quickly. The hero noticed that the creature began to behave strangely, and electricity appeared near it. So he threw it to the gnomes and ran away screaming for them to catch him. Moments after that, an explosion went off, and all the agronomist's hair stood up because of it. Richard smiled and stated that it really wasn't bad, because who would have thought he had inherited the Titanic thunder technique? Georg turned his attention to the Titan and shouted to everyone, with you not looking at him. And at this time, the huge stone-body-only creature began to splinter apart. The dwarves looked at it sadly and said that his body was deteriorating, and the elder added that apparently he had completed his last mission. So it turns out it was his time to return to the land. Based on the sounds he heard, the main character he said they would name this creature, Chiuchi. Sometime after all these events, a caravan with the protagonist in one of the carriages was heading somewhere. Annie said that the guy is in such a hurry-high mountain fortress because they did not even have time to negotiate the terms of cooperation, and the hero remarked to her not to worry. After all, she would get her share anyway, as they had agreed before. The girl was outraged and said that he and those dwarves must be hiding something from her. The protagonist tried to cover up this one, that, and noticed she was wrong, and suddenly a creature appeared from behind him. The girl looked at the creature in amazement and noticed that he was very cute. Next, she looked at him carefully and asked the hero where he said he came from. Richard touched the creature and noticed that at first the dwarves wanted to raise it themselves. But as soon as the protagonist left them, the animal began to refuse to eat, and so the dwarves had to give it to him. And so the guy asked that the small one drink slower. A few days later, Richard as well as Annie reached the Highland Fortress safely. And then the girl traveled back to the trade guild together with the merchants, promising to send people as soon as possible in order to establish trade relations. But a few days later, having never waited for Annie, Richard met with the head of the reserve, Christopher. Richard remarked to the horde that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and the interlocutor stated that the latter had become popular lately. And indeed, all the bards of Kowloon sing its history. The guy bowed and asked me if the Lord was here passing through or had come here intentionally, and the man stated that he had come here intentionally and more specifically for him. In addition, he asked why all this officialism, and the hero asked if for his sake because he is not interested in men. The old man was dumbfounded and stated that he didn't mean it that way. It turns out he brought a rare delicacy, and how about a little conversation over a meal, and the hero smiled and agreed to it. Soon they were inside from one room, and the hero thought, that is, according to Christopher, a rare delicacy is the teppanyaki squid. And so while the guy was thinking about it, his pet ran up to him and jumped right into his arms. Richard inquired of the toddler, wondering if he had crossed over again to bother him. The brute at this time held out some sort of nut to him, and the lad took it in his hands. And afterward he crushed it in his hand and ate the nut that was inside. The creature was upset about it, and the old man who was sitting next to it stated that it was quite cute. There were fluctuations of elemental energy emanating from it. Is it not a demonic beast? Richard said he's not a demonic beast, he's a descendant of the Titans. Next he stated to the kid to call the cook, the gnomes, and here is his reward for doing so. The critter then gobbled up all the treats and quickly scurried away. The guy stated that despite being so small and tiny, this baby has inherited the purest essence of a Titan, and let him believe it or not, it is so. Soon the squid was cooked, and the hero thanked the Lord, for had it not been for his permission, it is unlikely that his expedition would have gone so smoothly. The old man asked if he wanted to know why he had done so before. And the protagonist thought, how can this be so, since he's just trying to intrigue him? My lord afterwards said that he knows, after all, that there have been 2 factions in Pompeii for many years. Richard stated that if he is about those very 2 factions, he knows them very well. The guy realized that one faction is the minions of the Holy Church of Light, who sleep and see all the power at Pompeii will fall into their hands. The other faction, however, is the followers of the goddess of ice, who are at enmity with the Holy Church. It is at this point that the Holy Church of Light is the main religion in the world of men, and almost 1/3 of the countries on the continent have the prefix holy before the name. However, despite this, Pompeii is the northernmost country of people on the continent, and so many people believe in the goddess of ice. The old man said that in winter in Pompeii often occur all sorts of natural disasters that contributes to the spread of belief in the goddess of ice. Richard inquired if he and his half-brother really belonged to the same faction. Well, the interlocutor said that it is not so, because they do not believe in gods, and that's why they count themselves among secular people, thus keeping neutrality. The lad said that magic is not usually smoked after all, and my lord remarked that it wasn't tobacco, it was powder made from the brain of a giant beaver. Mages are weak physically, and they often have to strain their brains, so this gizmo is just helping him ease his migraine. Richard looked at his companion and noticed that he didn't really believe in gods either, because there was no evidence that gods had come to this world. So no one could make him believe what he had never seen with his own eyes, and the old man noticed that he had been watching him for a long time. It's not often you meet people as unbelieving as he was, and the man decided to help him because rare species of people need protection. Richard got angry and asked if he was kidding or if that was it. Let him hold his horses and see if he tries to pull him into a faction that adheres to neutrality. The old man smiled afterward and stated that there was such a thing. The hero, on the other hand, gave him a disdainful look and shouted that you didn't even think about it. After all, when the disputes start, the neutral party will have to fight both factions at once, and the interlocutor stated that it didn't sound good, but the thought was right. So if one day they do find themselves on the brink of war, he suggests he choose the Church of the Holy Light. The main character was surprised and asked why this was so, and the man stated to look at these 3 types of Pompeii coins. The first gold coin can be exchanged for 12 silver coins, but 1 silver coin is exchanged for 24 copper coins. So it comes out that humans only have 10 fingers, and in fact Pompey could have changed that ratio to a number that is easier to count. But why didn't they? He wondered what he thought about it, and the hero stated that it was because the goddess of ice has 12 wings. And so in the end, perhaps the ice goddess church has too much influence. The Lord noticed that the hero had a good reputation, so why wouldn't he take advantage of that little advantage? Richard grabbed one of the coins and remarked that that was right. It was better than nothing. Besides, he owed him 1,000 gold pieces. And the interlocutor remarked that he now owed 1,000 as well as 1 gold, and the hero was infuriated by this. Soon they were coming out of the high mountain fortress, and he didn't question if he was really going to leave like this. The man wondered if he was still unable to digest all the things he had told him before. The protagonist noticed that this wasn't the case at all, as he would be acting on his own anyway, and thought, did he really think he could just come here and get away with it? My lord said he heard they were developing fast, so he put aside all his important business and came to take a look in person, and the lad added that it wasn't a bad privilege and to travel everywhere. The old man said it was a privilege, but he saw no reason to begrudge the privileges of an old weasel like him, for the lad Lord Discoverer has a wonderful world waiting for him. Richard asked if he regretted not doing it on his own now, because there was no way to get higher, and he didn't want to be lower. Lord soon stated that he would give him a small example. In fact, he is allergic to the powder from the brain of a giant beaver, and it is worth breathing in. Immediately begins to itch in the throat. However, the migraine is much worse, because even when he complains of itching chorda, he still realizes that this powder has relieved him of an unbearable headache. This is what is called choice, and soon after these words, he and his men set off. After a while, the main character and his new pet were relaxing at the edge of a body of water. Jessie came over there and yelled to the boss that Annie's sister was back. When the girl came closer, she looked up in amazement and asked if this was a high mountain fortress. Richard asked if she really didn't recognize these places, and the girl added that simply this place had changed beyond recognition. The hero stated that it's all thanks to Ben and Bin lately. They've been using fertility techniques regularly, so the whole area is drowning in flowers and herbs. Understand noticed that she probably wants to ask what these dwarves are doing here, and it turns out that almost all the warriors are dead, so getting together and living together goes without saying. The girl wondered with surprise if he had made some secret deal with the new ones. Richard, on the other hand, noticed that they had decided everything after she left, not in some secret meeting. Annie wondered, but what was he even doing here now? The hero was surrounded by several girls who were waving huge leaves at him, making a breeze. He looked a little embarrassed, and then said that the girl knew that he was a philanthropist, and that after the war, some races were on the brink of destruction. And it so happened that the moment they arrived at the threshold of the Highland Fortress, he simply could not refuse them. Besides, it was Jessie's idea in the first place, even though she said those little girls had no one to rely on, so he'd let them be his maids out of good faith. The girl was surprised at these words, and Annie remarked that she realized it and had another thing to do. Next, she stated that she wanted to introduce him to Miss Jennifer, a famous naturalist. The girl removed her hood and greeted Mr. Richard. The hero, along with her pet, took off her glasses and asked if she was a tigress. They said that Miss Jennifer comes from a very famous clan of white tigers, but she is much better at art than she is at fighting. The tigress further stated that her nickname was Tan, so he could address her as Tan Baihu. The guy stated that he was glad to meet you and thought the name was consonant with Tan Bohu, and what an interesting coincidence. Richard further stated, miss, that he hoped they would fully succeed in their naturalistic research. It's not a big deal that they don't have anyone to eat, and the girl resented it. After a while, the Junker squad announced to the boss that they were leaving, and the guy remarked that the sooner they left, the sooner they would be back. He hoped it would go smoothly and they would bring some barbarians with them, but just let them not overdo it. And the girl remarked not to worry him. Still, in any case, someday they would bring all the tribesmen here. Soon after these words, they set off. The hero then turned to Anna and asked if she could help see if there were any high-end books on the market for improving the spiritual power of warriors. The interlocutor agreed and remarked that let her not hope for much, because usually good books cannot be bought with money. After a few moments, Brother Richard was approached by George, and the lad looked at him. He really didn't look good, and so the guy made a note to remember to take good care of his condition and not to overwork himself. The old man stated that they had finally finished building the new blast furnace and blacksmiths, and were preparing to open it. The protagonist smiled out of this, for he realized that having a clan of dwarves join them brought quite a few blacksmiths as well as ore. As a result, the military industry of the Highland Fortress reached literally a new level. Soon after, quite a large amount of armor and weapons were produced. Gunther's scene is stated that this is very cool, and after so many days they finally have a lot of good weapons. That's when the main character came in and asked how the girl liked the gear, if she liked it, and she stated that the weapon was awesome. Next, she leaned forward with her armor and asked what the thing was for after all. And the hero walked up to it and pressed a button and said that this event was Georg's invention, so you just have to press this button. And so after that armor opened up and was ready for someone to go in there, the hero stated that this fast armor technology, and let her say it was very advanced. The boy stated that the blacksmith did call her by a slightly different name, and Gunther asked him what it was. Georg proudly announced that it was titanium armor, and the girl noticed she really liked the second one better. After that, they looked at each other and the hero said, "What are they doing there? Let them help take that armor off." Soon with effort, they did get it off, and Gunther wondered if they really said it was fast. Smith noted that there are still some minor problems on the removal part. A subordinate came to the protagonist and remarked to the Lord that the lizardmen had come here and said they wanted to see him. Richard remarked that if it was about them, he was asking to be given a telescope. Next, he looked him over and noticed that again these dwarves seemed to have guns and could hold them off. The subordinate stated that they were talking passing through here, and the hero asked, "So what?" And Gunther stated that it was unknown why they were here, and they would have to arrest them. But Lily told them to be quiet, because only fools would be so worried about it. Suddenly, the very new tigress came up and remarked that the war had waited, for these creatures were going to Pompeii. The hero was surprised and asked that if it was about that, why would they go there? Miss Jennifer noticed that His Majesty Stephen years ago began to assemble a mighty army of Zuaroras. The boy asked what that had to do with them. They said not to underestimate them. This nation of lizardmen call themselves Psyker, but they have another name for dragon tamers. The main character was surprised and wondered what other dragon tamers were. His companion remarked that it wasn't real dragons he was talking about, but a dragon-like beast called the Dragon of the Psyker Lands. Richard stated that she hadn't told him about it before, and the girl, angry, asked what he was talking about. Miss Jennifer stated afterwards that the lives of the Psyker people are special and begin at birth. It turns out that each of the lizards originates with a single dragon. That's exactly why rounded up dragons isn't quite the right name, because they're relatives, not master and pet. Richard asked who was in charge of reproduction, and the woman said that the spirits of the lands were infertile, so it was definitely the Psyker people who were in charge. The hero asked if she could wait and asked how big these land dragons were. The girl corrected her glasses and stated that they were a little smaller than his armadillo, and besides, they were parno-hoofed, which was useful when leading a. Richard then crushed his spyglass and shouted for his subordinates to bring them here and provide them with lodging for the night. Miss inquired what he wanted to do, and the fellow remarked how it was what he wanted. After that, he smiled slyly and remarked that he was going to let them stay in the fortress. The interlocutor said he still dreams that the people who don't choose a king will choose his Lord Pioneer with an uncertain future. And after a while, the girl was dumbfounded, for she saw what they had agreed upon and realized that it seemed to work out. Richard said they could bring all their men here, and they would discuss business later, and the interlocutor remarked to the gentleman that of course they would. The girl was dumbfounded and wondered if they were also calling him master, so she turned to Richard and asked if it had worked, and he, smiling, remarked if it could have been otherwise. Jennifer asked if maybe he gave them some kind of potion, since even young girls are harder to fool. The hero said, which product he just noticed had magic herbs. Herbs increase strength, and that the creatures could stay if they wanted to, so they got excited when they heard that and agreed right away, and the girl thought he was a jerk. After a while, the protagonist, along with the trolls, sat at a table and played cards. Soon, Richard heard some sort of violent shaking, and so announced that his unwavering team of dragon lords had arrived. Together with his subordinates, he went out to the gate to meet them. His animal, after hearing a big noise, hid right behind the guy's clothes. Gunther turned to Lily and asked if centaurs could stand up to such, and the girl remarked that they were so stupid they wouldn't stand a chance. At this, Richard gazed happily through his telescope and shouted that it was his cavalry. A large number of lizards were traveling on their dragons and rushing straight towards him, and the hero remarked that it was worthy of the name of the Great Lord's squad. And the lad remarked that it was a pity, of course, the people of Sychar were so physically weak, and they could use a stronger rider. They can change riders easily, but the blood bond, thanks to which the trust between horses and riders is achieved, will not be preserved. Miss Jennifer remarked that there has to be a balance everywhere and here. If nature had given them more strength, they couldn't have been such good riders. Still, the Sychar people are always twins, but due to physical weakness, it is sometimes difficult for women to get pregnant and bear children. The chief of the lizards greeted the Lord and stated that his name was Chris, and he was the leader of the Sychar people. Richard greeted them too and asked how they were doing here. The lizard leader looked at the entire Highland fortress and remarked that it looked quite promising. The hero remarked that he would see to it that the medicine he spoke of got to everyone, and the interlocutor thanked the Lord. Soon the protagonist was dealing with the system, and didn't expect to have dragons in it as well, probably because the lizards and their earth dragons are blood relatives. After Richard's cure, both of them will start to have an experience together. The white tigress turned to the hero and noticed that Annie had told her that he wanted to buy a book of light magic. The guy stated if there was a movie and so asked if she had one. The girl replied that she wasn't there, and the hero got angry, wondering who she thought he was. But the interlocutor added if he had heard of the art of holy prayer, and she would advise him to try it too. Richard stated that this art seems to be related to the power of the voice, and compared to physical development, it is unlikely to add to his power. Many don't survive natural selection because they don't keep up with the times, so he's not interested in this ancient stuff. Annie joined the conversation and remarked that she too thought the art of sacred prayer was a relic of the past. Miss Jennifer stated that today's youth are not only growing up brainless, they are brainless and dying. Afterward, turned to the boss and asked how hard he could hit with his fist. The hero looked at him and remarked that if by this, he didn't remember exactly anymore. Immediately after, he used his immense strength and thrust his fist forward. Because of the rather large wind flow, he put out the candle in front, and next thing he knew, it must have hit about 2 tons. The interlocutor inquired, well, if he knew what the effect of the art of sacred prayer was. Richard smiled and stated that of course he respected all her knowledge, but he didn't understand what she wanted to tell him. Tigress stated that the effect of the art of section prayer is to increase strength, but the guy asked, so what? The interlocutor added that the matter is in proportion to all its parameters. The boss asked if he meant in proportion, meaning if he was strong, he would get stronger, and if he was weak, he would get weaker. Miss Jennifer observed that in addition, practicing the art of sacred prayer increases resistance to dark magic. She had stumbled upon it at a young age and learned all the teachings very quickly, and now she held out some sort of roll to him. The hero was a little surprised, but he was interested, so he opened it up to look at it. And after he familiarized himself with it, it asked if this Nero was the battle mage. 3,000 years ago, during the great tide of the elements, sorcery was extremely difficult to conjure. And so, without relying on it, the art of sacred prayer was created. Nero himself not only excelled in the art of sacred prayer, but could even practice dark and light magic in the magic realm itself. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor incredulously and said that it was impossible. But the tigress said that ancient scrolls don't last that long, so it's all really a theory. The guy wanted to say something, but the girl interrupted him and remarked to the boss that she could serve him as the governor of a highland fortress. The protagonist smiled slyly and stated that of course she could do that. Now the highland fortress is stagnant, but such an organizing woman could turn this backwater into a beautiful place. Tigress shouted at last, "It is finally accomplished, and now the fortress is a village full of vitality and great promise." She has not felt this good in a very long time and is so happy at the moment. After a while, the protagonist was sitting in his room looking at that scroll with the sacred power. He looked into it a bit and realized that this art of prayer has 5 levels of energy. A spell of dawn, star twinkling, moonlight, sunlight, and daylight. The lowest ranked spell is the dawn spell, and it is used once a day, and the effect lasts half an hour and increases strength by half. It also turns out that with each successive rank, the level of duration of the effect increases. After that, the hero discarded this scroll and said that enough theory, because it's time to try everything in practice, and he will start with the elementary. Soon the heroes actually used this power and shouted that he was very cool. So this scroll says it usually takes almost a full month to learn the basics. If the sensation of warmth reached the heart, then it means that the spell really worked. With a sly smile, the hero thought perhaps he should apply it right before bed, then decided it was all a trifle and would think about it tomorrow. For now, he would look at the troops in the system. He then went in there and was dumbfounded at what he saw there. Just there was information about the art of sacred prayer, and the skill level was level 1, the hero thought. Is the progress going so fast? So maybe he should throw a few points into that skill. He got those points quite a while ago, but he's finding it harder and harder to get new ones. If he keeps practicing, however, that level will soon be gained quite slowly at all. So Richard was encouraged and decided that he must never stop improving for a second. And now the guy wishes to upgrade the skill to its limit. The guy started doing this, and then the system announced that he had reached the maximum skill level, and the total spent was 30 points. At this moment, the hero felt as if a small sun had appeared in his heart. Richard was surprised and didn't realize if that was the power of this light. Magical power began to envelop his body, and somatic light poured around him as well. The guy was dumbfounded, and now he saw everything and all the details of his past appear before his eyes. The hero felt he could discharge air and change the density of water, as if nature itself had become subject to him. Still no surprise, the white tigress in the States said so much about the art, and he would really benefit from it. So I decided I needed to stack the remaining points as well, and started doing that. Soon, subordinates were marveling and telling the boss that he had managed to master this art in just one evening. The guy thought to hear from the white tigress that they were really very smart and she was proud of him. That's why, stated the interlocutor, that he thought he would hear praise in his honor. Gunther, Lily, and also Georg were saying that the boss was doing great, and they even got breathless because of how awesome he was. Upon hearing their praise, the hero was a little upset, for he realized that someone had been silent. He looked at the white tigress next, and noticed that the scroll she had given him he had already mastered. The girl smiled and stated, "Did he read it now? Let him continue to try and summon streams of heat." Hearing no praise, the hero was disappointed and thought it was some kind of redneck. The blacksmith approached the city lord and asked to be allowed to ask him about this bronze weapon still lying in storage and what he should do with it. Miss asked what the bronze weapon thing was about, and the hero declared that he had almost forgotten that there was such a thing as when wild nations dig up ancient weapons, they will be overrun by them. Richard remembers the sword, and judging by the decoration, it dates back to the time of Nero's rebellion, and it must have been worth quite a bit of money. The girl asked if he could take her with him, and the lad remarked that he would go too, if there were more than a dozen bronze treasures likely to be sold quickly. After a while, they all headed to the very same warehouse together, and saw a whole mountain of weapons. The hero was dumbfounded by this and asked why there were so many of them. This figure is some kind of bullshit after all. Better a tit in hand than a crane in the sky. Bronze is not junk, and the high price is evidence of its scarcity. The tigress picked up one of the balls and remarked that she was surprised, for these weapons were quite well preserved. After that, the girl licked the weapon and noticed that the smell of the earth of an ancient mausoleum or armory couldn't help but like it. She had only heard of it, but never expected to experience the contraption herself. The guy at that did not care at all, and he already had only the desire for riches in his eyes. Next, he told his subordinates to go and get Jessie for their master, for she knew the wilderness best. Soon the girl was brought in, and she asked, without understanding, why they were arresting her here, for she had not stolen the milk of the second general. The hero turned to the deer shaman and remarked that from now on he would ask, and she would answer, and the girl agreed. Pointing to the mountain of weapons, the lord remarked that when she had been to the tribe before, had she seen this bronze right here. The girl remarked that she saw it, and the guy animated him and asked where she was from. Also wondered what time she was and what quantity there was. Jessie stated that they were traded from the eastern neighbors about 6 months ago. At the time, many tribes bought them because they were much cheaper than iron weapons. Richard was dumbfounded and wondered why the hell she hadn't said such an important detail before. But the shaman didn't understand Lord, and why he needed this nonsense of a weapon. They had made themselves far stronger than those broken iron and bronze. He looked at his interlocutor in surprise and then asked himself to calm down, for Jessie was probably ignorant and shouldn't be blamed for it. After that, the guy touched the girl and noticed that the organization had now decided to give her the hardest task. The boss stated that he would give her 10 fighters and let her go and find out where all these things came from, and the girl sadly asked if she could refuse. The guy said that more than that, she's not even allowed to ask, or here's the question. And so, Jessie and 10 warriors set out to find the source of the bronze. Fortunately, after several heavy battles, the famous golden sign of the Castle of the Scarlet Order was erected near the fortress. As soon as Jessie entered the nether regions, the natives began to flatter her and frantically show her affection. Eventually, the bronzes circulated all the way in public, and soon the girl found the deposit of ruins. And on the way back to the fortress, the number of the team had already increased to several hundred men. The hero shouted out that he already thought someone had attacked the Highland fortress, and the tigress nearby remarked that they didn't know their origins or what tribe they had all snuck out of. Richard noticed that one day a man handed out a sickle, and they all turned on the grass for him to feed to the cows. Shortly after arriving, Jessie tells me that almost everything is here. But the hero marveled at this information and noticed that there were hundreds of miles of land in this place. He further remarked to the girl to choose a trustworthy guide and bring dozens of people, and he should realize the situation with his own eyes. Soon, when the time comes, it will be sold and exchanged for wheat beans, and he will get back several hundred tons. These earth dragons are even scarier compared to the darthlings, for their mouths are just some kind of bottomless pit. Lastly, the hero noticed someone to come back and give him a good defense of the Highland fort. A whole week passed after these events, and Annie saw the caravan and noticed that it was Richard and they had returned. The white tigress inquired upon arrival about the progress, if everything had gone smoothly. The boss displayed a mountain of bronze weapons and remarked that if he takes on a task, is there anything he can't accomplish? The merchant saw this and stated that such a larger number would crush the price of ancient weapons in the market. Miss Jennifer added that, however, where have the free people gone? Richard stated that he thought there was a beautiful mural hanging on the wall, so he let them keep it and figure out how to destroy it. The interviewee asked if he was afraid something would happen to them, and the guy wondered what could happen. Someone would get bored and attack the rabbit or what. At the same time, the massive bronze leak also caught the attention of another legion. This man's name was Jake, and he was the commander of the Roaring Brown Bear Legion in the Stuart Kingdom. He and his subordinates arrived at one of the sites and noticed that they had finally found the ruins after all. Jake is a man from the Kingdom of Stuart in one of the 3 great nations. As a kingdom comparable in power to Pompeii, Jake is in a true sense the grandson of an imperial marshal. A wealthy family and noble background, as well as a bright future and the label of aristocrat, is excellent for someone like him. Unfortunately, things are far from easy after hard training with several of his brothers. Only Jake was sent to the frontier and became a roaring brown bear commander. However, in the Stuart Kingdom, there are strict rules for naming the army, because the name alone is enough to understand a lot of things. The Front Elite Army is named after natural disasters, such as the fury of a storm or the shaking of the earth. Tier 2 armies are named after powerful monsters. For example, the Dragon Battle, the Griffin's Courage, or the Swift Hawk. Bears boars from the moon are common beasts and are the name of all the worst armies in Line 3. So it's no coincidence that there's no chance of a promotion in Jake's future at 27. But this man is definitely not someone who can give up so easily. When the brigands were suppressed a few months ago, Jake had accidentally discovered that they had quite a few antique bronze items. He therefore immediately began to investigate, and it was not difficult to find the origin. My lord was approached by a subordinate and remarked whether he did not wish to capture the living first and beat the information out of them by torture. The man stated that there was no need to just let him defeat them, and they would tell them everything. Also, let everyone rest and eat, go to bed, and prepare to attack after sunset. Inside the ruins at this time, the main character's subordinates were working, and they said that this mural is too difficult. If they continue to chisel like this, when they will finish is not clear. These savages used to at least give advice, but now they just observe and have fun. And the other rabbit stated that the hassle was postponed until tomorrow it was getting dark, so suggested we call it a day. The others happily agreed and said they should go to bed already. One of them turned to Freddy and asked what he was doing there, and Freddy remarked that he had gone poop. A large number of savages in the vicinity of the ruins were soon killed. Jake wiped his sword clean of blood and asked if they were clear. And the subordinate stated to my lord that the bronze was accidentally discovered, and the man stated that it was wonderful. Next he wondered, so why he still couldn't see her in front of him. The knight noticed that 3 days ago the Pompeian aristocrat had stepped ahead of them, and they had been replaced. Jake asked what about the other people, and the interlocutor said the leader of the Pompeians from the Alpine castle. My lord said that these hillbillies described them as very powerful and as the coming of the holy light. It's just a little pioneer, and here you are for Germans have no knowledge, so you shouldn't take those words to heart. However, it seems that war is about to break out. A subordinate remarked to my lord that if the Pompeians found out, they would be in big trouble. Jake stated that it was indeed true, as it would be a problem if they found out. But here, if the pioneer leader is destroyed, how long will it take to be discovered? The interlocutor hesitated and asked if 1 month. My lord added that if the Grafins got rid of the corpse, it might never be discovered. Suddenly he asked who it was that farted and why it stinks so badly, and it turns out it was one of the rabbits sitting in the bushes. The white tigress sat at the table with the main character and the others and said that the monarch of the Stuart kingdom is named Charles and is famous for a lot of ideas. He has appointed a lot of ambitious boys, commanders of armies, and they all feel they will be handed the banner once more, so they build armies out of their own pockets. Such is the trickery, and does Richard know how many gold coins will be in the treasury in a year's time? Next, Jennifer got excited and shouted that she was talking about at least 100,000 gold coins. Gunther and the others were surprised, so they asked if it was so much money that year, but then what Charles used it for. The tigress stated that this man was known for being voracious and lustful, and so naturally he spent all his money on this. The hero smiled slyly and said that corruption was flourishing, but suddenly some sound was heard. Several rabbits took their wounded counterpart inside and turned to the master. Richard was terrified and asked what was wrong, while wondering if this wasn't the same Freddy. The wounded man informed the lord that someone was going to attack the Highland fortress. Shortly after everyone realized what had happened, the game asked if it was a legion of brown bear. Jennifer noted that the Stuart Legion is usually about 4,000 men, and the brown bear flag should be a garrison legion. So the maximum would be 3,000 people, and he shouldn't worry too much, the guy asked. Is it really that many people, and isn't a legion a top-level unit? But compared to the total number of people, what matters most is whether or not the other side has a Maya with an army. Once upon a time, he played a huge role in the battle against the Minotaur. They stated that this is true if the other side has some high-level mage, then he can't play. Hero stated that on the contrary, they have their own he rogue plus 2 fools to him. Jennifer said calm down. Although high-level magics are strong, but their numbers have decreased dramatically. Annie remarked that this is so. Charles is very suspicious. High-level magic are assigned only in wartime, but now peacetime, the hero noticed that he thought he was about financially and drug-addicted, and knows nothing beyond that. The girl remarked that he doesn't even know such a thing, and of course the voices of supporters and opponents are very loud, and everyone in every country knows about it. Richard remarked then that he didn't realize anything about how many years ago it had been. She stated that it was probably over 20 years ago, and Richard added that he hadn't even been born then, and did she really think everyone lived like her? Jennifer remarked that they should get down to business, since they didn't need to worry about the mage. The main character said that other people's mahis aren't as good as their 3 fools anyway, except there are 3,000 people there and no mage with an army yet. Then he jumped up from his seat and shouted that he had decided if he didn't dare to come, they could never come back. The tigress asked if it was really so, because even if they mobilized all the people who could fight, the number of warriors would not exceed 600. With only one 5-part enemy force, he had the audacity to say that only 3,000 men were there. Richard remarked to Annie that when the time came, the loot would pass into her hands, and the girl rejoiced and declared that of course there was no trouble about it that way. She further inquired if she would tell her that she needed help. The hero stated, "What other request for help? Better let them kiss his ass because great lords don't need anyone else's help." Soon after, the 1,000 men in the entire Highland fort went into action, preparing for the coming war. Their fort is located on the west side of the river, and to avoid casualties and damage, Richard decided to position the battlefield to the east. And just to be realistic, the guy had people build a fake Lord Hall on the east bank of the river that would be both attractive and authentic. Second General Ben used the soil fertility technique every day, and the weeds and reeds grew rapidly, forming a green city wall adjacent to the riverbank. 20 days later, the two sides finally entered the first preliminary confrontation, after a round of cautiously analyzing the sides attacked each other. But no matter how good the scout's riding skills are, he can't match the centaur's own legs, and the outcome will be decided in an instant. After the battle, Lily stated to Richard that as they fought, and it seemed like there was some heavy cavalry on the other side. The guy asked if it was heavy cavalry. If it was, well, its equipment is self-valuable. But they were too slow, for in 20 days only, the Rangers got to the battlefield first, and at this rate, waiting for the army to arrive would take several days. Jake grabbed one of the arrows and noticed that using the centaur as a ranger pleased. But it's just a fight to the death, because when his army comes, this one won't necessarily lose. After 2 days, there was nothing good left of his enthusiasm. He realized it was the damned weeds. After all, they are the ones who get caught in the wheels, and because of them, the speed of movement is reduced several times. Even so, you can't leave them behind because there are 2 teams of heavy cavalry and 100 men each inside, which are the key to the battle. After a while, Gunther remarked to her boss that they had arrived, and he asked if they were finally here. He then looked through his telescope and was dumbfounded that what the hell? After a few days of waiting, they received a group of legions in a broken state. It turns out that only the front half of the cavalry armor is iron, and the back half is probably leather. And on top of that, they have horse armor with a bare ass behind them. The bottom line is when it rains, are they really going to hold an umbrella? If they don't have the money, then let them learn from others. The hero just doesn't look good, but doesn't he think he, like Richard, can be intimidated? Jake looked through his telescope and stated that, surprisingly, everyone wearing armor and those big guys didn't look like normal craftsmen. The equipment as well as the number of people is much larger than he expected, and he underestimated them. The knight turned to the commander and noticed that this one looked at those reeds. It turns out that this plant, which wilts every year, has grown to 4 meters and lush like a grove, and he asked the commander if these reeds are an ambush. The man stated that the muddy shoals would prevent the horses and soldiers from gaining speed and make the raid impossible. Then shouted to all his army to prepare for the attack. The swordsmen come forward to suppress, but the infantry go in formation, and all the cavalry flank the flanks. The troops immediately lined up, and the man in charge noticed that you were all shooting. The first thing that flew first was a fair number of arrows, and the commander remarked not to line up for an assault. The main character's warriors survived this attack, defending themselves with their own shields. Gunther yelled to her boss that she couldn't contain herself, and he remarked for her to wait since there was a distance and let them come closer. In this battle, the commanders have one thing in common. They are both absolutely confident Jake while fearing that the Highland fortress will escape. Richard, on the other hand, worries that the roar of a brown bear will find his ambush, and then things will be bad. In the end, even Lily focused only on defense for fear of undermining her opponent's offensive enthusiasm. Soon, Gunther shouted to the boss that the opposing troops were only 20 yards away. The hero then put his hands up and shouted to his brothers to beat him out of here. A huge army started moving towards the attackers and shouted that everyone should be killed. The knights were dumbfounded at what they saw and asked what the hell was going on. Why so many big guys? Jake was also dumbfounded after what he saw and realized it was an ambush. After that, he began to worry about his legion with the roar of a brown bear and thought with all his heart and hope that he could not be defeated. So he immediately ordered the heavy cavalry to attack. Warriors on horseback with pikes rushed to the attack and shouted, "Mr. What? They will accomplish the task at hand." Their commander thought he was shooting to keep calm, as dozens of people turned into 200 people. But here, even though this has happened, they still have an absolute advantage over them. The men in the front line were shouting to the infantrymen to hold on, for the heavy cavalry would soon arrive for reinforcements. While at the same time, the barbarians were destroying these infantry with ease, and the centaurs were also fighting them. While this battle was front to front, it was that heavy cavalry was coming from the other side. Jake saw that they were advancing, so he realized that a flanking party would surely take them by surprise. Suddenly, together with a subordinate, they heard some sound, and the latter noticed that it was a sound from the reeds. When everyone else turned their attention to those reeds, it could be seen that there were earth dragons with fire points on top. The protagonist looked there and noticed that the earth dragon's heavy means of transportation and its tug is extremely strong. Agility is the only weakness. At such a short distance, the legion would have no chance to change its course. The heavy cavalry were astonished at what they saw and asked what else it was. Richard stated that forcing a U-turn at this time meant giving the enemy the most vulnerable flank, which would be tantamount to killing himself. But the cavalry, when they saw the earth dragons, immediately began to turn aside and run away. Though this moment was too late, for the creatures were catching up with them, and as a consequence were destroying them. After that, the knight on horseback turned around and rushed to attack, trying to survive somehow. That said, there was nothing they could believe, and the huge earth dragons easily destroyed them. Then Jessie and her two generals showed up and remarked that it was their turn to have fun. Next, the girl used her sorcery and conjured a huge ball of fire. While doing so, she shouted that it was a slashing fireball and threw it straight into the crowd of knights. Because of this, a large number of warriors were struck and ran away to escape the fire. Several trolls also joined the fight, using their magic and radiating it directly at their opponents. The warriors fell one by one, and Jake was very angry at the picture in front of him. Afterward, he touched his griffin and noticed if he could see the three mages on the other side, let him kill them. The creature immediately after realized the order and flew upwards to attack. Soon, the huge griffin was heading with its claws towards the trolls, as well as Jessie from the back. Jake grabbed his sword in his hands and shouted with you, all ready to fight. The warriors became excited, anticipating the fight, and agreed to his orders. At that moment, Jessie heard some sound and turned around with you to look, but was startled when she saw a griffin heading towards them. She then shouted to the trolls to turn around, for they were now in the crosshairs. With that, they turned around with a smile on their faces and immediately started attacking the griffin. The creature was hit by their fire, but did not give up and fought it. The shaman noticed this and conjured her sorcery to increase her attack on her opponent. At that very moment, there was a huge explosion in the air, and the streams of the day flew apart. Everyone looked away from the bouts for a few seconds and looked up, but then continued on. The protagonist was on the battlefield and easily slew his opponents with his sword. The foot soldiers were falling his despair and screaming that this guy was some kind of monster. Suddenly, one of them looked forward and announced that it was Lord Jake heading towards them. When the Legion commander saw what happened to his subordinates, he attacked towards the hero. Richard, of course, noticed this attack and counterattacked to secure his life. After that, there was a huge explosion, and the hero realized that he had such a strong fighting spirit, so maybe he was their leader. Jake stood there proud of himself, and his subordinates shouted that this was what was expected of their lord, so now they would definitely be able to win easily. Next, their commander turned to the main character and remarked that his name was Jake. Let him introduce himself as well. Richard exhaled deeply, then smiled, noting that he didn't deserve it. And here is the record: a causal invasion of a Highland fort. He sentences him to death and then asked if he had anything last to say. The interlocutor got angry and remarked that he was waiting for him to die, but first let him shut his rotten mouth. Immediately afterward, he threw himself into a furious attack on Richard. But the protagonist, of course, noticed her and used his sword to repel her. Afterwards, fighting with weapons, the opponents struck each other. Richard's strength was stronger in this fight, so he threw powerful punches. After one of these, Jake was turned away a short distance away. Hero stated afterward that he did block his one punch, and he did a great job preparing. And Jake reflected that it was really good that he had the power of the unloading effect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand his opponent's sword attack. Though at that, he smiled, for he saw his subordinates flying at the hero and realized that despite everything, he was definitely finished now. The rest of the infantrymen noticed it too and were excited because of the fact that the leader would be defeated. Richard saw the attack and said that he thought they had a regular army, and it turned out to be capable of one surprise attack. But even so, he also has one surprise attack and a hidden technique, so he ordered his body to activate the power of radiance. After that, the sacred power practiced by the main characters enveloped his body, and he, aiming his weapon with tremendous power, made several magical cuts. And with this magical weapon, he struck down the warriors who were attacking him from behind. The Legion infantrymen were stunned because of this attack and didn't know what to do. At the same time, Jesse, along with the trolls, were running away and begging the boss to save them. For it was then that the griffin that was to kill them was rushing after them. As it did so, the creature also spewed fire from its mouth and struck. Jesse, along with the general, was running him down and saying he would catch up with her soon, so she begged to be saved. A few seconds after that, an arrow flew into the griffin's mouth that was open and struck it. She was released by Lily and shouted to her subordinate centaurs to attack the griffin. A huge number of arrows flew towards that creature at the same time and hit it easily. The Legion foot soldiers were dumbfounded and shouted that it was the Lord's griffin, and it was all very bad. It was also seen by Jake himself, who was discouraged by the situation, what had happened. Because of what he saw, he flew into a rage and shouted that they were all scoundrels and then rushed to attack. As powerful as his attack was, it was Richard who still held it back with his ball. Next, he noticed that Legion 1 had suddenly attacked them, and the freaks turned out to be them for some reason. He then used his foot. It pushed his opponent away from him in order to further attack. Jake deflected his blow and thought that his magic armor had a powerful fire-reflective power, and the more he attacked him, the more damage he himself would take. Well, before he could say that, he saw something strange, because the main character's sword started to get close to him. Suddenly, the man shouted out, "What happened to the reflective power of fire? Why isn't this rogue being affected by his fire element?" Richard's onslaught only increased further, and Jake's sword began to give its cracks. Soon his weapon was destroyed, and so the man fell to the ground, talking about his sword. At that moment, he was distracted, and the protagonist got close and kicked him with his foot. The next thing you know, you stood right in front of him and declared that a gun is just a gun. If he cannot sue and fight without his sword, then he is unworthy of the title of leader. The fire-reflective element of his magic armor is certainly cool, and even his hands blistered. Jake asks what he is saying 5 times an attack with a fire elemental is enough to vaporize a person, yet he only burned his hands from it. Of course, the man didn't want to do it, but kneeled down and remarked that he was admitting defeat. The subordinate knights were discouraged by this and turned to the Lord, saying that this was indeed a defeat. Richard's wars, on the other hand, were very joyful and said that they had won this battle. Gunther asked the boss if they should all be caught, and the hero remarked that it should definitely be done. But first, Jake and he would take his magic armor. After a while, that armor was indeed already removed, but there was a huge dent in the middle. The hero was saddened, for he realized that he had broken it himself, and so it was impossible to be weighed down like that. He was coming over his cutie and noticed that she was hurt because of him. Then Annie ran up and asked Richard if he was okay and if he was hurt. The lad showed the mangled armor and remarked that this was how his heart was wounded and he was in great pain. The girl realized he wasn't hurt, and it was a good thing she hadn't wasted the remaining half bottle of holy water on him. Jennifer stepped closer and wondered if it was the magic crystal in her. It is said that magic crystals are so expensive that their price cannot even be measured in gold coins, and they are considered a must-have material for magical equipment. But that's the end of it, and have the guy ask the blacksmith to remake the progress, and then the crystal will work again. The hero was surprised and asked if it was serious just like that, and the interlocutor said that if she wanted to, let him check, but she didn't want to. But just don't let it be said that she didn't remind him that even if he wants to repair what armor he has, he still can't use it, because that armor isn't for him. Richard tossed it down disappointedly and remarked, "Let Georg deal with that too. He had things to do and positions right now." There would surely be a considerable ransom paid for these captives, and so he ordered Jennifer to deal with them herself, and the girl obeyed her master. Annie turned to the boy and noted that it was still necessary to solve the issue with the remaining war booty, because that luggage and horses could be sold and make a lot of money. Richard asked if that was so, for he wanted to cook some horse meat for himself. The interlocutor said that these captives could also be sold in a trade alliance specializing in selling captives, and it would be much more convenient that way. Each of these people could be sold for somewhere around 5 gold coins, and the hero of his stranglehold asked if it was that much. After that, the girls left. The hero thought that compared to these two, his knowledge in commerce is very superficial. Still, aside from military might, there are many more laws and rules in this world that he should learn, and it even gives him a headache. Much less bronze weapons, enough to completely fill the palace vault and forget the problem of poverty forever. Besides, it turns out that after this battle, the ogres have improved their strength quite a bit. The Guise system reported that the upgrade of the Twin Scar to elite warriors was done. Even the level of the Earth Dragon had increased, and its muscles as well as its body had increased quite a bit. Warfare had been improved, and the hero realized that of course it had. With so much experience in team combat, it was really wonderful. After that, some time had passed, and the high mountain fortress was late in the evening. The main character was sitting with his subordinates, and they were having dinner at that moment. Jennifer stated to Lord Richard that she would advise him to go into town with her this time and exchange coins. He wondered with surprise why this was so, and the girl remarked, because this time their enemy was an excellent legion. They are the ones who are Stuart's sentinels, and Pompey's relationship with Stuart has been very strained in recent years. So if the guy encounters rejection on their part, it's worth reporting to the House of Lords immediately. The hero remarked that it wouldn't really be an invasion after all. The girl remarked to count or not to count it was no longer up to him, and Richard stated, does she mean to say that the top of Pompeii might make a fuss about it? Annie said they don't like to cause red tape, and they just want something to hold on to, and since they're involved in this case, they're going to have to be in the soup too. Richard remarked that it did sound like the truth. But then in a few days, let him not go along with Annie. A full 6 days were lost in collecting all the booty as well as the prisoners, and then Richard and the others set off. The protagonist stated that he understood and man is perfected by sacred prayers. Jake, who was in front, who was also one of the captives, heard this and got angry. And next he started yelling pretty hard, is that right? And his subordinates were telling him to shut his mouth. Richard asked with a smile if he thought that if he grew a mustache, he was a man. But the interlocutor kept shouting that only sacred prayers, and only those, could give him such a powerful force without fluctuating the basic elements. The hero remarked that he was right, and it was true, the art of prayers. But he wouldn't give him a brownie for the right answer, and the man asked what rank he was. After all, even the fire element attack didn't work on him. And the hero stated that there were minor problems until he could switch to his previous apocalypse mode. Jake was dumbfounded and asked what apocalypse, since that was simply impossible, while pondering that it turns out he had reached solar rank. This particular rank is only second to the apocalypse mode, and the man also dreamed of taking over the place. Next he inquired of the hero, but what he meant by problems with this. And Richard said with a smile on his face that the problem was that he hadn't even gotten to that level yet. Jake was discouraged by this and fell unconscious, announced by the hero's subordinates. A few days after the incident on the road, Richard's company finally reached the town of Corin. The boy said that time had really flown by very quickly, and it was as if he had come here all alone yesterday. But as it happens, he's not the man he was then. After all, he now already owns 1,000 elite soldiers as well as hundreds of science centaurs. And back here, this time he feels completely different as suddenly something catches his attention. Due to the fact that the vast majority of people want to follow Annie to finalize the deal, then Richard is left hanging around for nothing. So the hero headed to one establishment and asked the bartender if this drink always tasted so strange. And the old man stated to him that it would be a luxury to waste winter ice and magical creation at this time of year, and he apologized for that. Suddenly, someone burst through the swinging door and declared that they should give him 3 mugs of dark ale quicker. It was some strange man surrounded by several people. He also added that he should disappear to bring a roast knuckle, beef tongue, and demanded 3 buttered sandwiches. The bartender saw the coin the man had thrown and declared that this money was not enough, for they were worthless coppers. And the bulky man slapped the table and shouted that it was all bullshit, and did he know who his master was? The hero was surprised and thought it was a bunch of some yelling dorks. But the man, That one went on to say that he works for my Lord Richard, who is the master of the Highland Fortress, and does he still owe him something now? The man who had come with the man sat down with the hero and remarked that this friend seemed to have heard Lord Richard's name too. And the old man asked if it was the Scarlet Ripper, Lord Richard, who was admired by all the local savages. Thunderbird went on to say that, moreover, they had recently defeated the entire Stuart army with only 300 men available. The protagonist thought that it was indeed very fast after all. They had only entered a few hours ago, and the news had already spread so quickly. Next, he walked closer to that kid and asked if he was the Lord of the Highland Fortress, and the kid proudly declared that he was. Literally after that, he looked up and waved the sword he was holding in his hands. And again, he was proud of himself to declare that it was his huge sword with which he had decapitated the dragon. The people present were shocked and said that it was indeed Scarlet Ripper. He swings the dragon-killing sword so easily, he was definitely a strong man. Richard reflected that this ready-made sword is made of light iron, and its weight and lightness is only 1/5 part of the weight of real iron. The hero afterward asked the others if they were then Gunther and also Lily, and they noticed that it was after all. The guy pretended to be very surprised and asked if Lily wasn't a centaur. The interlocutor was stunned and didn't know what to answer, but soon stated that it was just a rumor and should not be believed in any way. It's just that his horsemanship is accurate to the point where he's already almost like a real centaur is what was meant, and the hero has stated that he understands everything. At the same time, I thought that it is true that if something serious happens, 90 or 80% will appear, some scammers. Everything that is now going on before his eyes, though different from reality, is quite reasonable and not lacking in detail. So the hero stated that he still thinks Lily is actually a centaur, the other person asked. But if he's not real, then Richard and Gunther aren't real either. Let him just look at his huge sword, and if he is definitely not the man, then who is he? The hero smiled and declared that the real Richard was him. The interlocutors were amazed, and the man who was pretending to be Gunther approached him and remarked that he was funny as a friend and wondered where he would go next. Richard stated that he would be going to the noble garden and asked what he wanted, and the interlocutor stated that they were going there as well. Pretty soon they would be leaving on a merchant caravan, and he must have heard of it, for it is a swanky convoy of several hundred men's wagons. They're sent to make contacts with the bigwigs, and that's how they'd get him too. The guy wondered if they thought he needed them. After a while, those people went, and they were near the hero and asked who they were. The guy stated that they were just a few acquaintances. Lastly, the hero stated that the caravan would wait for now, and he would go to the nobleman's garden to find Christopher, and now he was on his way to him. The maid saw the lad and asked Lord Richard what he was doing here, and he inquired where he needed to be. The woman remarked that Lord Christopher had gone to the Highland Fortress to see him a few days ago, and the hero was taken aback and asked if she was joking and when she left. She reported that it happened 4 days ago, and the hero barked out how he could have made such a mistake. The guy felt someone approach him and asked if he was calling his name. Richard paid attention and saw it was Christopher, wondering what had happened to him. The old man stated that he needed to know to get back from the Highland Fortress as soon as possible. He hadn't corralled 6 high-grade horses and used acceleration magic. Hero asked if it took them 4 days to go there and back, but why the urgency? Did something happen after all? And Christopher claimed that their Pompey had started a war with the Stuarts. Richard wondered how it was true that Pompey had started a war with the Stuarts. Christopher didn't respond to this and simply called the protagonist after him. Soon they arrived at his office together, and he opened the curtain. The room brightened more, and the old man, pointing to one of the envelopes, remarked to Richard to look at it. The guy took her in his arms and asked if he wanted to create a more atmospheric setting, since she and he weren't on such close terms. The document itself stated the decree of the executive chamber of Pompeii, and it said the country would avenge the dastardly attack on Lord Richard, and war would break out. The hero got angry and, dropping the document, asked just because of this bullshit they declared war on the Stuart kingdom. The guy's hands were shaking, but even so it flattered him a little. That's why he smiled. He didn't think that his Highland fortress would ever be associated with such a historical moment. So to the interlocutor he said that His Majesty was indeed righting wrongs though his fortress had been attacked, but not much damage had been done. Christopher asked what kind of error correction we're talking about. He doesn't think the war with the Stuarts actually started because of an attack on them. Richard asked what he meant, if he was just bait. and the old man stated that in fact the Stuart and the First had declared war on them, and let him see for himself. The hero opened the document again, and saw that during a standard military patrol, Jake had come across a gratuitous attack from Pompey, ended up putting up stiff resistance to the attackers, and unfortunately he died. Richard was dumbfounded and shouted that clearly the Highland fortress was just defending itself, and here it was made to look like they were the ones attacking. It didn't make sense to him how they could even be unaware that Jake was still alive. Christopher said he didn't care at all until the Stuarts admitted themselves. No one could prove that this old grudge has long since reached a boiling point, and now everything can only be solved by war. The hero asked what this old grudge was. The old man noticed that 5 years ago, the Pompey and Stuarts had discovered a mine of magic crystals on the disputed border. The reserves there were simply impressive. But they never determined who the mine belonged to, so the hero stated that for the sake of the mine with the magic crystals, both sides were willing to declare war. The interlocutor stated that a storm was approaching and asked if he was afraid, and the hero said that he would do nothing with it, for it was nothing. The man got up and went to the window, and then announced that my boyfriend was staying here for a few days because a man wanted to meet him. Richard asked, but why couldn't they see each other just now? And the old man stated that it was all precisely because the gentleman was very busy. The protagonist inquired, but who is the man he is talking about? And that is the governor of the Northeast. Christopher replied that the man was His Majesty, and presently they were at the front door to his place. The old man knocked on the door and asked His Excellency if he could come inside. The man replied for the gentleman to come through, and the heroes along with Christopher went inside. The old man went on to state to Richard that he had heard that he had detained him for a few days and apologized, and the lad smiled and remarked that he was very polite. The interlocutor added that the two countries have declared war on each other, and as a nominal party what he thinks about it. Christopher was asked by the hero what the side was, and the hero replied that His Majesty meant that in this war their Pompey needed a hero to inspire the warrior spirit of the people. The guy stated that he understood what he was talking about, while thinking that every hero was destined to die and begging that he wouldn't even think of bringing him here. His Excellency inquired then who he thought fit with pleasure, and the hero stated that of course this head of the court, Lord Christopher. The old man remarked to Richard not to talk too much, for he was the right man for the role of the hero. The decrees of war of both states bear his name, and he is master of the Highland fortress. His lordship remarked that they should not take it as something very heavy, and he asked Christopher to pour everyone a glass of wine and only let them choose a 50-year-old bottle. The man agreed, and the man went on to say that the military corps was willing to give Richard the rank of Knight of the Eagle, and that it was a rare honor in peacetime. The hero, with despair, remarked His Majesty that their village units of the Highland fortress, even thieves, do not bother to touch, and there is sheer poverty. That's why, if he's willing to share half of the Venerable Palace's division with him, he'll consider it. The head of the court said that the division of the Honourable Palace Lord really dares to think about it. And his lordship remarked that he was understood, and they would discuss it later, for he had another matter to ask of him. A tribe of Scaras had recently answered the call of Pompey, but halfway there they had gone missing. But the Highland fortress is just about where they disappeared, and he wonders to the hero if he knows where they are. After all, it turns out he is not a born warrior, and no one would just accept losing them. The lad rose at once and remarked to His Majesty that he should not think about it. Of course, he has absolutely no idea why, but right now there is just an unimaginable fire of justice burning in his heart. So it is now that he considers himself worthy of the title of Knight of the Eagle. His Excellency inquired if he had changed his mind, and the hero remarked that he was unselfishly willing to serve this country, for it was the duty of every Pompeian. Of course he would take it upon himself, and the interlocutor remarked that in addition, being an Eagle Knight, he would receive great honor and respect. Also, his soldiers can enlist out of turn into the Dragon Claw unit, but they won't have to obey, as they will have a lot of autonomy. Richard realized that Dragon Claw, he remembered this unit, and they were known for their bloody and brutal battles. Na realized that he didn't care if they were good or bad troops. This battle was not going to be easy for either side. Christopher stated so Richard wouldn't worry too much, as His Majesty was also now serving in that legion. The hero was surprised and asked if His Excellency's son was also here. The old man noticed that this is reality, and so Leo is here as well. Richard realized that only, of course, is fine, because the unit in which the prince serves will definitely suffer the least, and the merits will be many. Next, His Majesty declared that since he had not discussed things so well, then he would not detain them, but let them rest, and the lad thanked him for it. Christopher, along with Richard, came out of there, and the hero asked that perhaps the king's eyesight wasn't so good after all. The man remarked that it wasn't even that, for it wasn't that it wasn't very good, he could hardly see at all. Despite this, his sense of vengeance is very deep. The ability to understand the world through this sense and spiritual power is as good as his eyes. The guy remarked that it was really cool, and Christopher went on to say that the power of past rulers was actually average. Despite this, all this doesn't mean they were stupid at all. It's just that power requires a double expenditure of energy as well as time. But their esteemed majesty was able to handle it all. The hero was surprised and thought that this old man was praising the other man so vehemently, and this is some snot. Next the head of the yard, something else started to say. The leg hero interrupted him, and said that maybe he should go to this dragon, Claw, to meet everyone, and the interlocutor stated that he probably really should. Next he offered to go right away, and so soon they were there. When they entered that very building together, a large number of warriors were already training there. One of the head knights remarked that this was the location of the Dragon Claw Legion and let them have permission to ask what their situation was. Christopher noticed that this boy was Richard, the master of the Highland Fortress, and he had come here by His Majesty's orders. The interlocutor familiarized himself with the instruction and asked what other master of the Highland Fortress was at His Majesty's command. He then turned around and asked for the Lord to follow along with him. Richard asked what was wrong with the man and why he was so weird. Here was Christopher stating that he didn't know. Supposedly he shouldn't have reacted that way. The head swordsman came to one of the doors and asked with you. The gentlemen weren't too mad at him. Then he opened the door and noticed. Immediately he neither stipulated that it was Richard, then perhaps they would find out that truth after all. He and the hero turned their attention inside the room, and there were 3 acquaintances posing as his squad. So he got angry and shouted out, "Is this really the same bunch of freaks?" The old man asked if he heard what he had just said, and the hero was saying if they were so brave and didn't believe he could finish them off. Then approached the largest of them and remarked to the much-respected Knight Eagle that they were apologizing for this little joke, for they meant no harm. Richard was surprised, but wondered who they even were after all. The interlocutor looked a little embarrassed and, scratching the back of his head, remarked that he was actually Leo. Both men were dumbfounded, and then Christopher asked if this big man with swarthy skin was really His Majesty. Leo hesitated and stated that he was. His father must have told Mr. Richard about him already. The hero approached the table and asked what it was about if he was really His Majesty's son, and the latter remarked that it turned out to be so. The guy who impersonated Richard claimed to be a member of the court division, and his name was Harry, and the guy who impersonated Zaylee claimed to be a top-level Koran swordsman. Richard, he thought. They have no skin and no face, and it is unclear why he still believes them, because they are typical bums and traitors in one person. Most kings had several sons, and so could more conveniently choose an heir for themselves. But here His Majesty is also very distinguished, and he has only Leo. What an all-powerful omen of the fall of the state. Richard then turned to the head of the knights and asked if he had seen them before, and why he too did not recognize His Majesty the Prince. The interlocutor was embarrassed and stated that he had not actually seen them before. The hero stated, how is it since hasn't His Majesty Leo served in their Dragon Claw before, and why hasn't he seen it then? A guy joined the conversation and remarked that although he was nominally listed here, it was honestly his first time here. Now many noble children have learned to just sign up for service, and the modern generation has really gotten worse than before. The hero asked if he wasn't one of them as well, and the knight next to him remarked that he almost was, and Richard wondered who he was to even speak for others. And afterward, turning to that trio, inquired why then they were pretending to be him. Leo then told Richard that it would be quite hard for him to understand the soul of a poor man with no talent. The gentleman probably can't understand what it means to be a rotten egg, and the hero asked what kind of rotten egg. Christopher approached him still, and this noticed that this applies to those people whose talent is indistinguishable from wood or else stone. In their world like this, all beings have their own talent and power, even leaves or stones, for example. However, history is not poor in talent. but a great wise person can become one by relying on hard work, resources, and luck. Unless one is completely untalented, so the hero asked Leo if he was getting untalented. The boy hesitated and tearfully declared that indeed he was nothing at all. Harry then stated that His Highness had an excellent talent for the elements and could absorb the elements on his own without even thinking about it. But he has a special physique and will be affected by these verses, so they should specifically engage in purging the accumulated elements in their body on a weekly basis. In general, elemental wielders cannot and do not know the elements from their own bodies, just as a mage would never bother with a fireball clutched in his hand. So in reality, His Majesty's strength was different at birth, but it had become so after the severe illness he had lived through 4 years ago. After that, Leo said that, and so he had heard that Richard could pass through an army of thousands with the power of his body, and it made his heart flutter. The guy asked how much longer he was going to pretend and also suffer. The hero saw their frowning faces and remarked, lest he forget it. Just let him come to their high mountain fortress for a visit sometime. Next, he stated on the account of their Dragonclaw commander why he still can't see him. Knight apologized for that. Lately he's been in garrison a lot, so he's not with them. Richard had a slight look on his face, stating that he understood all of this, yet he too likes to have meetings without pressing issues. However, with 2 nations already declaring war on each other, he can't stay here for long, and still needs to return to his Highland fortress as soon as possible. And so when everyone was sharpening their knives and preparing for war, the only thing everyone faced was years of idleness. The high mountain fortress could barely keep up with the latest news anger was bringing for them. Richard observed that this Church of Light, and they gave the 2 countries the Pope's signature, an attempt to smooth over conflicts in the future is coming war. But we need to secure violence. They asked if that meant no war, and Richard remarked that the conflict might be settled on the issue itself. If there was a battle, so be it. Still, it was only a matter of time. And then he declared that he was idle anyway, so should bring Jake to him for trial. The subordinate obeyed him. The guy said the original plan was to get him in exchange for a ransom, but in the end, Stuart sent him to certain death to start a war, and there was nothing he could do. Jennifer said that the letter also mentioned that the Church of Light and the Church of Spirits know there, and Snow faced each other in front of His Majesty. And it ended with the church to the goddess of ice and snow simply left the hall. The hero declared that in this war, impossible church, goddess of ice and snow will not come out with Pompey to fight. But he really doesn't understand how you can offend a powerful force like this church right on the eve of war. Jennifer noticed that he probably didn't recognize all the information he needed, so the text of the letter was somewhat vague. Richard stated that this is certain, for the church is very powerful, and its power is comparable to that of an entire country. His Majesty Alexander will not allow dissension in his country, so they will definitely break up. The guy then asked the interviewees who they thought would win, Stuart or Pompey. They stated, heard that their forces are equal, so they can start such a large-scale war, and the Tigress added that this is outdated information, and she is 30 years old now. Once King Alexander came to the throne, he did not have the same lust for grandeur and glory as previous rulers. Pompey was able to revive and is now prosperous. Of course, it's pretty rare for a girl to praise people for their big acts. But it was His Majesty, the ruler of this country, who was able to become a powerful ruler. Arnold of the Stuart family is a perfect example of a lousy monarch. He's pretty durable, and everyone can imagine that for themselves. Both of these men are opposites of each other, and their powers are long gone. Richard asked if that meant their Pompey would definitely not win, and the girl remarked, not necessarily when it comes to a war between 2 nations. The issue is simply resolvable. But once entry to other countries is closed, this situation will become much more difficult. The hero asked if she meant that South San Jose was also going to have a hand in the war, and the girl remarked that more often than not, the biggest gainer remains the third side. When they intervene, they win. And the guy stated he had a headache. Suddenly the subordinates with Jake walked in. The boy turned his attention to him and noticed that the Legion commander Roaring Bear had finally arrived. Jake stated that he was no longer of any value to him, so just let him be judged. And the hero remarked whether he was valuable or not was not for him to decide at all. So he better ask then. Let him say what he's interested in and what he's not, and otherwise his sword will decide for itself. The hero then used his weapon and cut the man's chains, and further stated that before revealing his secrets, let him look here. The commander turned his attention to the document and asked if the Stuarts had declared war on Pompeii. Richard said that he should care more about the fact that virtually to everyone he is already dead, and the man said that this is how his country disowned him. The hero smiled slyly and remarked that in that case he had better tell what he was interested in. Still, if you break it down now, his life is worthless, and no one will even notice if he accidentally dies here. Jake understood the situation he was in, so he stated that he knew where one artifact was. Richard asked what other artifact sounds like some kind of nonsense after all, and if he was sure he wasn't fooling him. The man stated that if accurate, this brew from the ancient Titans era about 10 years ago, he and his father went to Winter City. Did so in order to attend a banquet to celebrate the coming of age of Lord Magellan's daughter. The Lord was young, having been a famous traveler. He brought in more treasures from different countries, and that day he opened his treasure room to the public, so Jake visited there too. An ivory bracelet caught the man's eye at that moment, and the Lord told him that it was the ritual bracelet of one of the clans of savages, and no jewelry at all. Even so, of course, he knew it was no ritual bracelet. This item is not even a bracelet, but it is a ring worn by the gods of the Titans themselves, and it is a thunder ring. The king of the Titans that ruled the world in that era created a whole set of rings from the bones of rebels. They were named as follows, as the Ring of Thunder, the Ring of Red-Hot Iron, the Ring of Earth Veins, and the Ring of the Sea Storm, and were in the hands of 4 Titans. Jennifer noticed that this legend is very popular. It says if you collect all 4 rings, you can get unprecedented power. The hero remarked that this is unbelievable. Afterward asked Dake where he had crushed it, and the man declared that he had not gotten it, for Lord Magellan was a very powerful man, and he would not have dared to ask him. But he must not have solved the mystery himself yet. That's why this could play into his hands. Richard wondered what he was saying. How is it that he couldn't figure out if he was some kind of retard? Jake said that the more high-level magic items are, the more imperceptible the fluctuations in their energy are, and that's why the Thunder Ring's energy can't be captured. Even if it is an artifact, Titan artifacts can only be used by the Titans themselves. The hero looked at his pet and noticed that if it was about Titans, he had one of them just right. However, no one has been able to find this artifact for a long time, and how did he manage to figure out that it was him as a child, and he claimed to be God-kissed? Richard was surprised, and Jennifer remarked, as the name suggests, is a lucky person blessed by the gods and has special powers. The hero asked what his powers were, for he felt nothing, and the interlocutor added that his right eye he could not see in the usual sense. The fellow inquired if he was blind, and the interlocutor stated that he was not really. He can't see things, but he can distinguish the brilliance of color and vibrations of different energies, and that's exactly the reason he's sure it's really a ring. The reason for this was that it emitted an unusual golden glow, available only to his eyes. The main character said that it was cool and it must be some kind of evil pupil, then asked to wait. He urgently needs to look here in case there is something valuable. Jake turned his attention to the pet and noticed that it seemed out of place. Richard asked us enthusiastically what else he could therefore say, and the interlocutor remarked that he could see nothing else. The guy was upset at first, and then stated that for sure he hadn't told anyone about his talent, I guess. Jake remarked that he did. By the time he realized what it was, he was already old enough not to tell anyone about it. The hero asked why this was so, and the interlocutor remarked that he had studied history, blessed by the discovery of his talent to people with kin, the beginning of the countdown of life. Annie remarked that maybe it was anatomical studies or alchemical experiments or something. Richard slyly returned and noticed that the monster's special body parts could be used to make magical creations, and perhaps his eye could also be used. Jake was very wary, and the hero smiled and remarked that he was joking, since he didn't have any alchemists here. Next, the guy walked over to the man and grabbed his shoulder, noting that he could not go back to the Stuarts now, so inquired if he happened to want to join them. The man looked at him incredulously and asked what would come out if he refused the offer. Richard, smiling, declared that eternal confinement awaited him, and if there were any more questions. Jake stated he had 2 conditions. If he didn't agree, then he'd rather die here, and the hero stated, what a tragic thing to say, let him speak. The man told the former not to abuse his eye, like beating it or poking it out, and the guy stated that he has always been benevolent to his subjects. The man noticed that too, though he was a prisoner of war, he refused to join them as a slave, at least as a citizen. Richard stated that he accepted it all, at which point the interlocutor quipped and stated that from now on, Jake would be loyal to them until his last breath. The hero was surprised by this and remarked that it was rather wimpy. Immediately afterward, I notice him to come up with a new name for himself point, since Jake has been dead for a long time. The interlocutor thought for a few seconds and then declared that he was Dracula from now on and had nothing to do with the Stuarts. The character realized that Jake was two-faced, and who would have thought the system would approve him quickly? Unlike the man who claimed he would give for his life, and the system didn't approve him. She's probably still pissed about not having access to the biggest system benefit in the Alpine Castle. Gradually, the cool and late fall came, and Richard finally waited for military help. He asked why they were sending all this stuff. This thing looks like a coffin. It appeared clear to all that His Majesty wanted him to reflect with humility to die in battle. The knight stated to the Lord that it is actually a primitive teleporter, and the hero asked if between the world gates he doesn't believe it. They are enhanced with magic crystals. The interlocutor noticed that this teleporter can automatically accumulate magic power every 2 weeks and teleport one person to a specified location. Richard said, but they have numerous wars and teleporting just one person every half a month is pretty insignificant. The knight remarked that you shouldn't be ungrateful. If you didn't Leo's constant requests, he wouldn't have been able to get, and his so easily, and the guy realized who he was talking about. The interlocutor went on to say that His Highness had asked for a message to bravely kill enemies and succeed. He said to tell his brother Richard if he could not prevail at the opportunity, let him run away, for the war was the country's business and his own life. The protagonist laughed quite a bit at this, and he noticed, lo and behold, it was soon November, and the church was no longer able to resolve the conflict successfully. Richard led the group to the town of Corran to face a larger army. He realized he had chosen such a beautiful name for the Ripper Army, and he was given a hideous banner. The Great War was coming, and the once barren lands outside of Corran were now occupied by the few legions. Somewhere on those streets, Lily was saying that this weather was not fit for war, and in a wave you could stay home and eat barbecue. Gunther remarked that it was when war was declared. No one had thought it would be so cold this year. The hero turned his attention to the large beast and noticed that this thing was so big, and why only it was bigger than their local dragons. Suddenly, Jesse joined the conversation and remarked to the guy to see if the sorcerer was there. They immediately took notice of him, and Leo walked over and noticed that it was a priest of the Ice Goddess Church. Richard became wary and noticed that this guy was some kind of undead. Where did he just come from? And his interlocutor asked if he had scared him. The hero afterwards said he was talking. It was the priest of the Church of Ice, and he thought they had a problem with them in Pompeii, and Leo remarked that he was indeed right. Previously, each region was supposed to have 20 people, and this one has half that. He further stated that we should go to a pre-meeting, and we should not forget the banner. Before they headed there, and the hero remarked that he had a meeting, and Lily let him start taking the guys to lunch, and she agreed. Soon they got there, and Game pulled out his banner, so Leo asked him if he had gotten that banner out of the trash. Richard remarked that of course not, he had made them in the Alpine Castle. The guy added that they would come back later and take the banners to replace them, and the hero asked why that was so. Leo said that when the meeting was over, there would be a procession of all the legions with squad banners, and the hero remarked that he was missing more trouble in this kind of setting. Soon after it was announced that the leader of the Dragon Claw Legion had arrived on the scene, Leo then remarked to the hero that it was Oscar. He came from a famous Western family. In military circles, however, he was always characterized as a wise but indecisive man, capable of being responsible for his actions, but not for the overall situation. Richard then asked why he became commander-in-chief this time, and Leo said that a few years ago, Oscar had taken over the responsibility of commanding the troops. Doing so when his partner's superior retired due to illness, the leader saluted Richard's commanders as well as Leo's. The prince stated to just call him by his first name. The army has no such thing as His Highness, and the interlocutor stated that there was no need to be modest. There's His Highness anywhere in the kingdom, and the barracks is no exception. Plus he's curious what he thinks about this war. Those present immediately thought afterward, but no one gave an answer to this question. Oscar noticed this, and with a smile on his face, stated that there were no outsiders here, so let them not be modest and tell it like it is. Based on his 20 years of military experience, he doesn't think Stuart could have equaled their Pompeii. They picked the wrong time and the wrong opponent, and His Majesty Arnold may yet inherit the title of Mad King. The hero asked Leo if he thought he was getting up from the Lord as optimistic as he says he is, and the lad was unsure of the details, but his father doesn't usually do things he isn't sure about. Oscar said that in this battle, they only have 15,000 men and 4 dragon cavalry on their side. They are like a dragon claw. They will be the vanguard of the army and will be the first to attack Winterfam. The outcome of this battle will not make them pay for their gross ignorance towards her. Richard wondered if the Magellan that Dracula spoke of was living in a fortress of harsh winter. God help him. Soon the hero returned home, and Gunther asked if the meeting was over, and the lad remarked that it was. After asking where is Chris, why hasn't he seen him? The interviewer stated that there is a banner parade going on outside right now, and they are ogling. They don't want to go back. Lily asked what his banner looked like, and the hero, embarrassed, stated that it was just a piece of cloth. The girl rose, saying she would go and see, but the fellow blocked her way and said what was so wonderful about the banners, he thought she had nothing to do in the cold. Why don't they wrestle her a couple times? Then the girl stated just let them forget about it, and she wouldn't go. Suddenly, one of the centaurs came running in through the swinging door and announced to the Lord that there was trouble. Chris and the others had gotten into a fight with the Dragon Claw people. They were in that very parade, the banners and the lizards saying it would spare no one. Several lizards had been in the parade before, and one of them remarked that this is what this event is, and it is majestic. The interlocutor stated, "You that one looked at it. It's the military banner of their Alpine fortress." A few people laughed and pointed at them with us and shrieked, "What the hell is this shit?" Another person stated, "Just let him look at that flag with the broken chicken leg." How are they not ashamed to show such poverty? And the man remarked that as far as he remembered, it was the banner of an Alpine fortress and the head of that eagle rider. The lad remarked how else this short general might have gloried. Did he see that the leader of the eagle riders was an ordinary yellow-haired and boyish man? Chris got very angry about this and asked how dare these people speak against the Alpine fortress. So he ran up to the people who were laughing and punched one of them in the face. Someone asked what the hell that reptile was, and another remarked that he had beaten up their soldiers, and so he wouldn't just let it go. Soon he ordered the men forward, and the fight began, and presently the hero ran up with the others and thought how dare they mock their men from the Alpine fortress. Gunther shouted to hell with all of this and should go into battle, so she jumped up to the man who was fighting Chris and hit him in the face with her knee. Leo tells Richard that great he's here and maybe he'll break them up, the hero noting that he'll get Chris out first and talk already, not after the fight. The fight between their squad and continued for a while, and the Dragon Claw people asked how these people could fight so well. Still, they're completely impossible to beat, and they're as strong as some bulls. The man remarked that if he couldn't defeat them with his hands, then use a weapon. Leo ran up to him and slapped his hand and remarked that he thought he had gotten cocky and couldn't do anything but want to win. Richard continued to get away unarmed and struck his opponents from the other squad. Suddenly someone appeared and shouted that everyone should immediately drop their weapons and stop fighting. It was Oscar, and he was saying that they were all soldiers, and the entire kingdom would be held accountable for this foolishness they had done today. Next to him was the adept wizard Marcus. Saw the picture of what was happening leader thought that most of those who were knocked to the ground and couldn't get up were soldiers and Dragonclaw. Gunther looked at the battlefield and wondered where Chris was. Wizard Marcus stated to my lord that there was something moving at great speed towards them. The people from the Dragon Kitchen immediately turned their attention there and were wary. Creso swooped on the Earth Dragon and shouted for the boys to not run away and come back with continue fighting them. One of the guys yelled out that it was a local and a dragon, and the interlocutor remarked, "Does this reptile listen to a joint dragon let it not make him laugh?" Oscar told Richard that they were his men and asked him to keep them under control, and the guy remarked not to worry because he was very good at taking care of his soldiers. In the commotion, people from a neighboring unit began to scatter, and the show's heroes on the way. Chris saw him and asked if it was this chapter, and the hero remarked that he would only tell him that once. And after that, he stood right in front of the Earth Dragon's move and ordered it to stop immediately. People were amazed and said that so many local dragons, and everyone stopped after the word stop. Someone asked if all Alpine people were crazy. Chris told the Lord that they were the first to start insulting their fortress, and the guy added to forget it. Good for a little fight. But it was their fault for summoning the dragon. Oscar remarked to the hero that he couldn't believe they had such a powerful earth dragon, and the hero remarked that if it only seems like they have a lot of food between them. The man hoped they would realize that this scuffle was a blatant horror, and he and the Dragonclaw rulers would have to pay for it. Company Commander Dragon King Jonathan remarked that it was just that the Lord's soldiers were new to the city, and they were overly cautious in their new surroundings. Oscar remarked that he didn't know their men were fighting others, but if he couldn't dispatch his international, how could he be an officer? Jonathan said he thought the soldiers were too excited, for after all, war with Stuart was coming soon. Presumably he thinks the same applies to Lord Richard's subordinates. The hero has noticed that this is true, but as a duty, it is the norm for him to soldier on and fight back when attacked. Be that as it may, there is no denying that the facial scars are there, and he is the real culprit. Oscar stated that it is hard to blame Lord Richard, and he in turn has a responsibility as an officer, and that's just fate. The character noted that perhaps it's something random and strange here, and that's the reason not for this farce. Oscar remarked that they should both shut their mouths, because they would do anything to avoid responsibility, and it's a perfect combination. If they could use it in battle, they wouldn't have to worry about the outcome of the battle. But the honor they passed on was too heavy for him to allow anyone to tarnish it. In accordance with military discipline, he decided that with respect to this fight, the commanders were included in the vanguard of the Special Command. The advance party was marching into battle, and Jonathan remarked to the hero not to look with such a sad look. They say this is the advance battalion, but the enemy is always in front of him. Richard remarked to Leo that it was their business in Suffolk, so why did they come? The guy said he volunteered to do it on his own, and he didn't know anyone else. Jonathan remarked after all, the three of them were the most responsible, and if they were to be severely punished, he couldn't stay away. There is so much snow this year, and it is surely a sign of the goddess of light and ice, so he asked the wizard if it was true. Marcus stated that snow and wind are normal natural phenomena, and there is no need to bring the goddess into this. The Claw leader thought, no wonder out of the 10 famous ice and snow mages, he was the one assigned to the vanguard. With a low IQ, they would be ostracized. It was pretty snowy in the command headquarters of the Companion Expeditionary Force as well. One of the subordinates was in the room and the man was telling him to pour more. Guy told His Majesty Dr. Simon that he wouldn't advise it. But the man interrupted him and remarked to pour more, and the subordinate added that he was making it difficult for him. Alexander walked into that room and remarked to Simon that he really should be out in the sun more often. The interlocutor stated that he knows its effectiveness, does not depend on it, and the old man added that the same is beneficial. The goblin remarked that he was simply afraid that people would find out the human expeditionary force was commanded by a goblin from the most despised race. And even with all that, he is disabled. Alexander poured a glass and remarked that it couldn't be sung anymore. He's sure his people don't care about that, so should go for a walk, because he deserves fresh air. Old Simon obeyed him, and remarked that as it pleased him he would do. After that, together they went outside, and the man carried the goblin out in a wheelchair. He noticed that it was the tuna's flame boundary that maintained the internal temperature. But the interlocutor noticed that His Majesty takes everything to heart. Alexander added that he also met in the cold as well as hungry winter. The man said that this was true, and there was a food shortage then. The old man stated that when he didn't find the creature, he saw it as Simon's all-devouring mouth. And so in rescuing him, he accidentally discovered that he was a god-bearer, and a very intelligent one at that. When the old man does become king, he can continue to use his talents at the state level. Everyone considered him a genius who managed to combine his studies with administrative work. Even so, few people know that the real person behind the curtain is the one who draws them in. It turns out that Simon is the reason their Pompeia is thriving. The goblin has stated that His Majesty saved his life, so he will do whatever he can to help. The king asked if there was anything to be said about the fact that there was nothing on it. The interlocutor inquired what he was talking about, and Alexander remarked about the goddess of birth. The goblin then told the lord to be patient, for the ripe apple would one day fall to the ground, and asked their army if they had already set out. The king remarked that it was so this morning they set out, and Richard was temporarily transferred to the vanguard. The goblin remarked that it was a good idea, and it would let them know what he was capable of. When he first analyzed the fortress, he found that every step they took was gigantic. The old man is a genius himself, and naturally has no doubts about the ability of others to work miracles. So all this he can only explain by the fact that Lord Richard is a rare as well as a great general. Jonathan remarked to the hero that he is in a great mood even after everything, and the guy said he is practicing the prayer book to perfect himself. Leo noticed that he said the people of the fortress and the temple were one and the same. The hero got angry and befuddled. He shut his mouth, because he's the only one who won't shut up. Suddenly, one of the subordinates of the kitchen group ran up and shouted that there was something up ahead. Therein lies the very town that lied a detachment of Stuart's troops for its defense. Jonathan said, "There's probably a whole formed corps of 3,000 to 5,000 men there, and the area is a relatively important military hub." Leo noticed that it wasn't. It was just a regular farming town with the only specialty being pumpkins. The leader asked how high the wall was and how the defense was, and the subordinate remarked that the wall was a thin height of no more than 3 spades, and no guards were found either. The man stated that it's strange, isn't it, an empty city? And the hero added that maybe it's not that simple. Most likely indeed this place is a trap to lure them in. After a while, the main character climbed out onto the back of one of the earth dragons and looked through a telescope. After that, I approached the others and noticed that I saw a small farming town cascade by. The soldiers on the wall also noticed them without any noise, started moving their troops. Jonathan stated that he thought he had just seen a griffin flag with a red background and gold stripes. Leo said he knows of 1 trillion with griffins that are available in Stuart. Richard remarked that he had a man who used to garrison Stuart, and he would call him in to have a look. Dracula glanced over there and noticed that this lion ambition, and he also met the chief of their army by the name of Lincoln. They are only but a regular region, and the man is sure his troops are stronger. The hero stated that then there should be no delay and prepare quite to attack. Then hero ordered the archers to block the fire, and let the infantry raise their shields and prepare for a siege. At this time, they were preparing to attack the city of Cascade. Baron Lincoln, who was the commander-in-chief of the Army of the Brave Lions, was there. He remarked that it had been several days since war had been declared on Pompeii. Commanding total chaos, or perhaps a piece of shit more apt description was, 15 days ago, His Majesty had asked their griffins to move to Winterfell. So 3 days ago, they were asked to return to Wangdue, which is like asking them to become a monkey. But Pompey's army is already on the move, blocking their way back. He had to put his men into the small town of Cascade to get a fighting defense, and it's all that stupid Arnold's fault. His Majesty Arnold was never interested in politics, and always relied on a few ministers to form a cabinet. It worked well enough, and some people even thought it was a better way than the Emperor's monopoly, but then Arnold suddenly came back as king and began to interfere in politics with greater force, and soon it became clear to everyone that he was talking pure nonsense. It is common knowledge that the last years Pompeii has developed much better. But the king declared war on them, and now a subordinate declared to Lincoln that the barbarians were advancing. The latter was shocked and remarked to show him. The commander-in-chief went to the wall, and his subordinates declared that "You, my lord, take care, for this rain of arrows." But the man continued on his way and was covered with shields to save himself. Lincoln looked at the arrow and remarked that it was amazing, but not 3 times bigger. "The knight told my lord to look at those dragons. It's only a matter of time before he doesn't destroy the wall beneath them." Richard asked why no one had snapped. He would have liked to show off their military prowess. Jonathan remarked that they had too much cavalry and couldn't escape. Arrows released and required to discuss further. The hero asked what was the point of just letting the dragon take the lead and breach the walls. Jonathan said that the siege is a delicate and complicated matter. Since he is inexperienced, why not entrust it to him? Richard remarked that it doesn't matter, it's up to him. Leo remarked that she would like to gather her orcs and tigers. Such a battlefield suited them. The hero thought they were really doing it for the war effort. Soon after this detachment was announced to run to the attack, and all rushed. Richard then ordered Jessie to hit a fireball and make a hole in the damn wall. Saman immediately used her sorcery and channeled in a huge stream of fire upwards. Soon after, a giant fireball collapsed against the wall, and the hero looked at Jessie and noticed she's a piece of shit. Is she going to put a hole in the wall like that? Afterward, a priest in the church came up and asked to be allowed to do it. Immediately he began to use his power, and a large amount of snow appeared. Next, it was a giant block of snow headed for the wall and destroyed it by punching through it. The troops present in the town noticed the huge hole, and Capet's heir, Johnson, turned to Uncle, asking what they should do. Lincoln said the enemy would surely attack through this gate, and orders should be given for all infantry to prepare. The heir asked how it was to attack and not defend. But the man shouted with, "You don't be silly and go ahead," so the guy stated they would do it. A subordinate said his nephew didn't seem to understand what war was. Lincoln remarked that he would start growing up when the army stopped calling him uncle. The interlocutor remarked whether he had understood correctly what the latter had just said, that it was necessary to advance, but the commander added that it should be done without fuss. Still, it's not quite the right time for that yet. They are Stuart's most secret weapon, and he will not allow them to be revealed until it is necessary. Stuart has a superb black Rhodovar crystal that can be refined to create the famous magical equipment stone of destiny. Those who have been at the mercy of death are rewarded and given the ability to control their own blood. The stone is named for the power of a soldier controlling blood. Some of them may be good fighters, while others are likely useless, and solving the black crystal shortage is easy for Stuart. A certain number of human receptors are prepared for each stone, and if a person is too weak, they are simply killed, and the next person gets the stone. Skilled stone recipients who become Stuart's best soldiers are known as blood transfusions. And this Cascade City has 50 Blood Knights who are Lincoln's main force in this battle, and it won't take him much time to destroy his enemies. Somewhere at the same time, a knight in golden armor appeared on the battlefield, smashing everything around him. Lincoln saw this warrior and was dumbfounded, so he asked the almighty light of God what the hell this was all about. When that knight in armor continued the battle, the tail of a beast could be seen from underneath him. Lancelot noticed this and stated that indeed it was half man, half beast. So he really feels like it's time to move out at this point. Lincoln remarked that they need not, for they should still wait, they should strike back. It may indeed be that the Pompeians are rapidly advancing on their breached wall. Their archers, however, take a stronger defensive stance. Indeed, when the archers began firing from the roof, large numbers of barbarians would circle around without defense. But soon things began to change, and these archers were being killed with some strange weapons. They looked closely and saw that they were ice crystals flying from the side of the walls. Lincoln was horrified, asking what it was and not realizing who was doing it. And it was a shaman of the Church of Ice and Snow who used his power. The ringleader turned to Lancelot, and the latter declared that it was ultimately up to them to turn the tide. There is no need to worry in the head, for the man will make his attackers aware of the seriousness of the problem. The protagonist at the same time was looking through binoculars at how the battle was going. With a smile on his face, he stated that it was truly dignified, and half a man, and the pinnacle of courage. Leo told him to finish looking and give him the binoculars since he wanted some too, and the guy gave them back and claimed they were his half-men after all. The prince's half-humans are really something, and maybe he'll use them somehow. Suddenly the man noticed that it couldn't be like this. They were at a disadvantage. The hero looked with him and asked what he was talking nonsense about. Together, they saw some strange unit that was destroying the knights with ease. Richard wondered at this, how the course of the battle could have been allowed to turn in an instant. What was unclear to him was what had happened to Buster there in the first place. The hero could not understand in any way how that man was able to lose to these incomprehensible wars. Next, Richard told Chris that this was his area of responsibility and let him escort their retreats first, and he immediately agreed. After a while, the Claw Troop would return, and Jonathan was angry. The man wondered what it was about these things that had turned the tide. The main character came out to them with a bottle of wine and asked what the deal was. Jonathan sipped his drink and noticed that there was a great group of magic knights there. He didn't know what kind of magic they used, but it was pretty amazing. After that, a knight in golden armor came up and took off his mask, and this creature turned out to be a tiger who noticed that they were using red weapons. Another guy added that they stretch and can fly with no arms. The hero was shocked and asked if such power really exists. Suddenly, Dracula approached, who noticed to the gentleman that they were Blood Knights. Leo asked if they were the same Blood Knights, since he had heard quite a bit about them. Richard remarked that he knew a few new ones in Stuart, no more than one brigade of Blood Knights. It is not clear how there can be so many knights here, and asked Dracula knows how strong they are he. The man said that compared to her to him, is much stronger. Jonathan suggested waiting for the main part of the Legion to arrive before they made a mistake, because they wouldn't dare leave the city. The hero remarked that this was nonsense, and there was no need to bother. He soon became serious and ordered the Alpine fort to prepare for battle. The Claw leader noticed that these Blood Knights, and a whole legion of them, were not something they could easily slay. Richard was approached by his subordinates, and noticed that it was their improved armor. It was lighter as well as faster. The hero began to dress her, and remarked to the horde that if they couldn't do it, let them say they couldn't, but they shouldn't include Richard's squad. The interlocutor noted that they could not attack the city with dragon cavalry. But Richard had already changed his clothes, and with a smile on his face, he declared that he would just wait for a while. At that, he wondered if he had decided that his alpine army only had land dragons, since barbarians and centaurs were the best of the best in the world. The hero saw the banner and shouted for them not to display that order of dishonor and put it away. Jonathan got dressed and remarked that if he thought he was slobbering, he was coming too. The sorcerer of the church remarked that he could no longer help, for he had spelled and stolen his divine power. The tiger in armor asked the Lord to let them return to the battlefield again to kill the enemy. Leo remarked to them to take it easy, and the Moor will do nothing to hurt morale. Gunther declared to all the newcomers to stand back, for they didn't belong here, and Lily added that it was the right thing to do, for they should be the ones to take the lead. The protagonist shouted that this was great and should be let the old guys fight. The Alpine fortress was soon assembled again to lead the attack, but whether they would succeed this time remains to be seen. The opponents noticed that there was a quick attack again, and this time only 8 part of the number of people from the last attack gathered there. Lincoln noticed, this time only the terrain dragons and cavalry centaurs were watching the battle from afar. Johnson asked to join the battle. His uncle told him to go on should be careful, for he should stay with the Knight Reserve and not go alone. The old man then headed to the top of the wall to instruct his subordinates. To the gunners he stated that the barbarian soldiers of Pompeii were near, so let them shoot as much as possible, and they agreed. Literally moments after they received the instructions, they also received several arrows to the head. Lincoln hid behind the wall and noticed how it was so possible for them to move at high speed and yet shoot with such accuracy. After ordering half the warriors to raise their shields and cover the archers from fire, be sure to let them provide enough support for the warriors under the walls. Lily told the head that they'd set up shields, and the guy added to aim for the back of the bill and shoot if they dared show even a body. The centaurs obeyed his order and started firing, so some archers were indeed hit by those arrows. Lincoln saw this and realized that these were veterans with huge numbers and experience, and they didn't even make it to round 2 before suffering a big loss. It is possible, of course, that these younger Pompeian horsemen were stronger than the 3-blade orcs. Finally, the protagonist with his weapon raced to the wall and prepared to attack. They were met by one line of defense, and so the subordinates attacked their heroes jumped over. The battle between these opponents had drawn out quite strong, and the Earth Dragons were also getting up to speed with this attack. Lincoln thought that especially that martial artist's sword was strange, since his weapon was clearly not sharpened, but was able to deliver such a crushing blow. Lancelot was ready for battle and asked if it was their turn already. The leader thought the Blood Rider, his card, and whoever plays it first at such a moment would be at a disadvantage, but again it seems he has no choice. So he asked Lord Lancelot to help him win that victory again. The protagonist at this time was fighting on the battlefield with ease, defeating his opponents, and suddenly he noticed something. There appeared some rather strange squad game thought, is it a legendary Blood Knight? And he appeared. In that, he used his power immediately, and it enveloped his body. Plus, he asked that she not let him down. The opponents then lunged at each other, and Lancelot shouted for him to die. The hero remarked that he had never heard such a strange request before, but he would grant it. Their powers were actually quite strong, and because of the resonance, one country glowed red and the other blue. Richard noticed that they got right to the heart of the matter, and he wolfed it down. He then pushed his opponent away with his immense strength and inflicted a wound on him. Lancelot was surprised because of the fact that such a heavy, huge injury was inflicted in a single moment. Using his great speed, heroes soon found himself behind his opponent's back and noticed that the battlefield was not to be distracted. The man noticed his attack at the last moment and still managed to block it with his weapon. But it did not last long, for quite an onslaught was upon him. So Richard punched through it with ease and then wounded his opponent, and he was bleeding. Afterward, the hero noticed that he was really tough and got a kick out of it, but didn't even die from the shock. Though even if they don't die of shock, their internal organs will probably be half destroyed by now. Richard didn't want to stop there, so he was going to finish his opponent off. so he used his ball as well as tremendous strength to cut his body into pieces. Lily as well as Gunther noticed this and got excited because of the joy of victory. The protagonist was not going to stop either and attacked the knights of the opposing squad. Next, he remarked that they should all go to hell with their chiefs. Those creatures smiled slyly back at him and tossed their weapons aside. The swords they held in their hands extended far behind the guy's back and turned into shurikens that were ready to attack. Richard saw it, of course, but didn't understand how that could have happened. Soon he raised his weapon and with his power made a shield that was meant to keep him safe. The opponent's weapons collided with his sword and blood spurted from there. Richard felt the blood on his face and thought it was disgusting. While the guy was distracted because of this, his opponent didn't stop for a second and appeared at his back. And the protagonist, of course, saw this, and at the last moment managed to turn away from their swift attack. Soon she left her weapons behind and began to fight these opponents with her hands, scattering them. The Blood Knights lay on the ground, and the hero noticed that they couldn't fight with their bare hands without their weapons. He then took their own guns and pointed them in their direction, while stating that they couldn't win against him and were just idiots. Richard, after defeating his opponents, turned his attention to the blood and to his subordinates. Gunther stated that this Blood Knight was really something, but after all, it took a lot of effort to kill one. At this time, the leader of the Claw Squad along with the Panther were attacking one opponent as well. Of course, he was injured at that moment, but as he reached out, he used his blood. Because of this, a shield appeared right in front of him, which he used to repel the opponent's attack, the hero realizing that this blood manipulation technique was truly universal. So it comes out that not only can it be manipulated remotely, but it can also be turned into a shield, otherwise it won't let him finish this game. Several barbarians were killed after fighting fair battles. They were fought by Lincoln, who thought that these barbarians were not easy guys, but this time he would die trying to win. He then turned his attention to the main character who was standing near Lancelot's body. Lincoln was dumbfounded because of this and thought how the leader of the Blood Knights could be dead. One of the subordinate knights ran to Lord Johnson and said he would fight with him, but at that moment he was killed by a barbarian who was there. And shortly afterward, the Lord himself was left surrounded and struck by a sword. Lincoln realized that the situation was stalemate win Johnson, as well as Lancelot were already dead. Of course, there were still a few Blood Squad knights who had attacked Gunther from behind. The protagonist noticed this and staggered to his weapons, asking how dare they sneak up on him. Richard yelled for her to retreat first, for their dragon of terrain would be here soon, so they shouldn't get hit by the wave. Gunther stated that she understood. The crowd of attacking men shouted that a charge was about to be made, and the terrain dragon would destroy the walls. Lincoln no longer fought, but looked ahead and realized it was over. After that, he saw the huge emergency dragons and shouted that he should leave and asked the stupid lizard to fail. But it was too late, for the earth dragons could not be stopped in any way, and they easily destroyed the walls of the fortress. One of the bloody warriors asked if the city walls were destroyed, and another wondered how that could have happened. Next, the guy stated that Lord Lancelot was there and this man killed him. This is absolutely unforgivable. Even if they lose this battle, they will avenge their lord's death. So they ran straight towards the protagonist and shouted that they would take his life. Richard noticed that this man knew his country had been defeated, but still wanted to avenge his lord. Next, he raised his weapon and noticed that their boldness was fully accepted by him as Richard. Next, the hero prepared to attack and remarked that if he cared so much for his master's life, let him stay here with him. After that, he made a very strong attack using his power as well as magic, and the blast wave killed those people. In a corner of the unbroken city walls was Lincoln. He had a kneeler in his hand and immediately plunged it into his heart while turning to his father and begging him that you would forgive his son for his incompetence. It was a monster with a giant ball that enveloped Chi in flames, and he can't help himself. So he was very sad indeed and apologized until the last moment, until his eyes closed. After a while, sunset appeared on the battlefield and the wars were very joyous. The whole crowd was shouting with joy that this was a real success. Leo remarked that it was hard work for all of them to participate in 2 sieges in one day. Jonathan said if he wants to thank him, let him thank Richard because he's the one who's the real fighter. Gunther asked the head if it was a moonwave, but that's awesome, and the guy remarked not to pretend she didn't know him. After he remarked that he was hungry and asked if there was any suckling pig, and if not, ham would do, Leo thought this is what it means to be ridiculously strong. Leo walked over to Lincoln's body and remarked that he couldn't believe he had killed himself. Jonathan stated that he probably realized that if he lost the battle of this, remaining alive would be caged for the rest of his life. Next asked what Richard was doing there with the heir, and Gunther remarked that Head has always had this habit, she doesn't know why it surprises everyone, but won't get used to it. The hero at that thought it was horrible. He didn't expect some blood knight to come out of nowhere in this shitty town and cause so many deaths this time. Perhaps things were going so smoothly that he was getting a little carried away with himself. The guy went back to the battlefield and noticed that they were all soldiers who had come this way with him. So to his fallen soldiers, he promised that he would remember all of them. Soon the sorcerer of the sacred church remarked not to worry, for the great goddess of ice would take their lost souls. A great number of funeral pyres were burned on the battlefield, and with this the wars bid farewell to their fellow men. Gunther remarked to the chapter not to blame himself, for to them fighting and dying is part of life. Lily added that it is such a rare privilege to die in a large enough battle. Richard told him no need for them to come here to talk to him, for he is fine. But there is good news, one more update after this battle. Finally, the first system top fighters have been born. Berserk and Centaur Pioneer are the two names that first appeared as top titles. Having been in an alpine castle lately, it's not surprising that no one has been promoted for some time. Barbarians, the earliest of the patriarchs, produced only one top warrior, while later centaurs produced 4, perhaps the former needing more experience. Melissa told her boss she felt differently. The hero wondered what her name was, and then wondered what was wrong. The interlocutor became inflamed and stated that she seemed to be on her way to enlightenment, and the hero asked what kind of enlightenment. Immediately afterward, Melissa noticed that she felt as if you were about to explode, and some strange energy began to emanate from her. The attendees, as well as the main characters, were horrified, and a guy asked what she was doing. It seemed like something was about to happen, but after a few moments, everything went quiet. Richard got very angry because of what he saw and asked if she was playing with his feelings. The girl thought he seemed to be pretty pissed off, but the hero was getting close and remarked that since she wasn't angry enough, he would help her. The guy started beating the man and remarked that he should be angry enough, and she begged him to stop. Shortly thereafter, she screamed that enough was enough, and a strong wave flew off of her. Next, Melissa felt as if you had inflamed the base with rage and noticed that it was indeed enough. Her appearance had indeed changed quite a bit, so she stated that it appeared to be spent. Richard was excited about it and asked how she felt, if there was anything special about it. Melissa stated that she felt like punching someone and it was like a fire was burning her heart. Leo got closer and noticed that it was a berserk. The hero thought that this man couldn't see the system interface, nor was there such a thing as a berserk in this world. The sorcerer approached and asked if he had not heard of the famous berserker, and the hero wondered if they were talking about a berserker of distant antiquity. The man said that it was right back in the days when the Titans were the kings of the world. Humans had no advantage over orcs, titans, and elves. But in common, the human race arose to hold the glory of the future continent and hegemon, meaning the wind itself leads the berserker. Richard asked what this had to do with the Melissa, and the shaman remarked that the history of that time was so obscure that many races had disappeared that period, and so had they. According to various rumors, the barbarians have a Rupert or less pronounced ancestral version of berserkers, but he doesn't know if that's true or not. From the look of Richard's subordinate right now, she had definitely fallen into a rage and was thinking maybe she had activated the berserk blood. Richard may not know that the wind berserker is gone, but the secret of berserking has survived to their day, and the secret art has been modified and turned into a holy prayer. It is said to be more effective and have fewer side effects. Richard remarked that it was probably all related, and now that the fight is over, why not try to get out of it? The girl was breathing heavily and fell to the ground, so the hero asked what was wrong with her. Melissa remarked that she was so tired, for she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The shaman said it was probably because she wasn't used to it yet, so let her go back and rest, then everything would be fine. Richard told his subordinates to hurry up and remove the loot and count the poker. The subordinate understood the order. The hero did not think that he would improve himself to put all the attribute points in the holy prayer left 2 points each in dexterity and strength. Systemic gains are proportional, and with his current base, 2-point attribute is an exaggerated effect. Guy asked how the capture of war trophies and the collection of captive tigers was going, and Jonathan replied that everything was already in progress. Richard inquired as to the location of their army chief's camp. The Claw Squad leader remarked that he hadn't had time to look yet, but why on earth was he looking for this camp? The protagonist smiled slyly and remarked how it was. Why, for looting, of course. Jonathan said that 80% of the camp was at the commander's original residence, but didn't know where that was. Dracula remarked to the Lord that he was familiar with it and could guide. Richard remarked that he had already forgotten about him and let him show the way. Surprisingly, there are quite a few commoners in this suburb. Jonathan remarked, "It was normal if the repatriation was done before the war started. There are always people left with nowhere to go." Hero asked if the interlocutor was sure it was here. Dracula remarked that this was correct. Then the hero went inside and remarked that the outside looked shabby and he would look forward to being compensated for the moral damage. And so when they all went inside together, they were dumbfounded by the expensive stuff. Jonathan remarked that of course it had to be personal property brought by the army commander himself. The wine actually tasted quite good and was quite pleasant. Suddenly Leo said not to look, for he had found an official letter. Richard stepped closer and asked to be allowed to look at it too. Afterward, together, they looked there and were dumbfounded at the information. The hero didn't understand what kind of joke the Stuart army wanted to confuse. Jonathan came closer and asked him what he was talking about. Richard said that the Brave Griffin and the Blood Knight received several conflicting transfer orders, but at the end were blocked here and couldn't make a move either. The man asked if it was a forgery, and the hero remarked that this one was issued by the Council of Ministers and that one by the Imperial Court, but the plan and the route had nothing in common. Richard said, "Send immediately with a copy of the letter to the rear, and also have him ask if they should move forward or rest." Jonathan remarked that this mad King Stuart. He interfered with the commanding wish, and it was indeed true, and the hero declared that in that case a banquet should be started on the way he saw a lot of cattle. Soon after, the banquet really got underway and everyone was celebrating the victory. At night, Gunther was near the dead soldiers and somehow smiled slyly. Richard came up behind her and asked what she was doing, and the girl remarked to the head to be quieter. It turns out that in the hearts of these people is a very powerful and valuable magic stone, and she is going to get it out. The hero asked how she wants to find such a good thing. After all, the girl stated that after all, it was their alpine fortress that was the main force, and it was wise to choose the best spoils of war. She gave the rest of it to the gruffer that he wants to kill her now. The Stuarts aren't idiots, and how could it be that she doesn't realize this kind of problem? These mystical knights have explosive fetuses in their bodies, and once the host dies, the fire elemental explodes and burns the magical stone. So he asked the lady if there is a fruit tree by the roadside, and there is a lot of fruit on it, but no one eats it. Does she know why? The girl remarked that they are just idiots. Richard shouted all this with anger because he was bitter and the girl was flabbergasted. Dracula noticed to the Lord that this man had a jewel with him there. Next to this man's heart he saw a flame of light, and there must have been a stone of destiny there, which by mistake was not self-destructed. Richard took it and noticed the blood control of sensory deprivation, stimulation, intent to kill such was the role of the magic stone, and it was all too abnormal after all. That sort of thing would definitely bring chaos to this world of theirs, Dracula wondered. But did they still wish it? Richard stated that this is nonsense. Why wouldn't want to not want what he has in his hands right now is a mentally ill addict. Now no one is allowed to talk about it today. They will take advantage of the darkness and hurry up to burn all the corpses so that no traces will be left and they will not be discovered. Gunther soon asked how he made it look like theft, and the hero remarked that she was the main brain, so let her shut up and calm down. On the way, they met Jonathan, who remarked that he hadn't seen him when he was drinking wine and what they were doing now. Richard said they are going to bury the troops or it will cause a plague. The interlocutor asked if he was okay. Now it is winter. Everything will thaw out before next spring. The hero cried out, and wouldn't he still have to deal with this in the spring? Didn't he think it was better to deal with it sooner? Let him forget about it because they would sort it out themselves. Jonathan said he wasn't right in the head, and the shaman added that maybe he was, but he couldn't bear to watch mutilated corpses being dragged through the darkness. Sometime later, the protagonist was sitting with Leo, and the latter noticed that the letter sent with the falcon yesterday afternoon had come back. The main army asked them to stay put. When they arrived, it was said that they would start attacking the Winter City. Richard thought that Dracula had said that the Thunder Ring was in the home of a high nobleman named Magellan in Winter City. Noted, remembers the Winter City Stuart's main and important city. Leo stated that it was, but now it seems Stuart is surprisingly slow to react to their attack in Pompeii. The hero said, "To be honest, this war is not like a national war at all. It's too easy and cities are successfully conquered." Leo said that now there are only a few large cities left in Stuart, and they are all guarded from within and cannot retreat. The hero asked where the hundreds of regiments in the army went. They were under their jurisdiction, and where the Draconian, the Knight, and the Great Mage had gone again. The interlocutor said that the accidental breach of command by the king was one reason. But that's not the only reason, as it's possible Stuart really is secretly up to something in doing so. 3 days after Richard led a detachment successfully broke through the city, and the main force of the Legion also rushed out for General Assembly. A lot of people were looking at the guy, and he asked why they were staring at him if they saw gold on his face. Leo said that they envied him the Falcon Knight, for he had defeated the Blood Knight, won the first victory, and captured the banner of the Legion. Richard said that sounds good, and the interlocutor said not to make him proud. He's in the limelight now, so when they come back, he'll just get kicked out. The initiator rots first, and he should know it, and the hero asked if the board has it if you replace it with gold. Oscar said that for him, Richard's victory came as a surprise. Leo remarked that he overestimates him. The hero wished good day to the gentleman as well as the miss and the girl in return did so as well. After that, she looked at the hero and noticed that he was rude. The guy didn't understand why this girl was so angry. Leo said it's more weird that he has to admonish him, because it's Mr. Roger and he's a guy so he doesn't like being mistaken for a girl. The protagonist was dumbfounded, and the interlocutor remarked that this might be hard to accept, but it was true. They even went to wash together. Oscar said Richard knew why a powerful beast like a dragon would want to partner with a rider, the hero asked, and thought he didn't understand why the question was asked. The man said that dragons have a different you do not speak human, and their life cycle is thousands of years, but they live it in boredom and indifference. Dragons don't mind spending a decade traveling with the personalities they are interested in, and the hero now understands. Leo noticed that there were special evocative chants that touched the soul or relied on appearances. Richard was shocked again, and asked if he meant to say that the boy was a dragon rider. Oscar said it was so that the dragon was ready to take the initiative. He wants to download the contract because of Mr. Rogers' appearance in terms of aesthetics. There is no significant difference between humans and dragons, and beauty is beauty. He had heard that after the defeat of friendly forces, he had taken responsibility for attacking the enemy army again. Mr. Roger recognized his fearlessness, and so he came here on foot rather than riding a dragon. Soon after these words, a rather strong wind picked up, and the creature soared into the sky. Oscar said that this is just the Lord's dragon, and the name of this wind dragon is Asterix. Truth be told, it's the first time since Asterix and Roger's contract when they got out on a sortie for Pompeii. With the exception of the dragon, 9 Falcon Knights are also present, and they have amazing maneuverability. Richard remarked that he marveled if he ever got a sled-flying beast one day. It would fly over the heads of other sledders and shit on them. In one of the towns of Stuart, a man asked if there was no word, and the subordinate stated that no word had been received. The old man said, "What are only the tops thinking? They themselves declared this war, so now they pretend to be dead. At first it was good, because their city got a lot. Provisions were plentiful, but he doesn't know for some unknown reason reinforcements from other provinces from afar were moved all over, and supplies stopped. It was, after all, obvious that the war would affect the fate of the state, but they were acting after their sleeves." The man remarked, maybe they should think carefully about how to use the power of the provinces to fight back. Another remarked that they had only 3,000 city guards and 1,000 volunteers among the civilians, while the Pompeians had as many as 2,000. The old man remarked to Bernard not to be angry, for not often is accompanied by stupidity and excessive aggressiveness. The subordinate agreed with his judgment and apologized. But the Lord put his hand on his shoulder and told him that they would do their best and leave the rest to the God of Light. There was a rather large number of birds flying around the city the protagonist was in, and soon there were riders on griffins. Lily asked the leader if he thought they could take this city by storm, and the city walls here were much more majestic than before. The hero said there shouldn't be a problem, but Leo noted that the books on the art of war said that it might take more enemies to condemn a city. The guy looked through his telescope and saw the girl, so he thought, who is it from the clothes? It's hard to tell, and it's probably the Stuart pastor. Richard was well aware that she just had a gorgeous figure, and to put it in modern terms, she was a MILF in the midst of MILFs. Leo asked what he was watching for, and the guy said he hadn't noticed anything strange so far, just the usual security and patrolling. Suddenly came the report that they had completed their reconnaissance inside the city walls with nothing out of the ordinary spotted. There, in the equal step of dilapidated buildings and low walls, they don't have many weapons and crossbows to counterattack. Leo ordered them back into formation, and Lily turned to the leader and asked how soon they could occupy Stuart after the intelligence report. Richard remarked that if there were only 2 countries on the mainland, things would go much easier. But here is the reality that, with the exception of Stuart and Pompey, there is now a west of the Holy Lotus. So it turns out they're clearly not going to watch one side or the other bitch about total defeat in a war. Engineers began gathering wood for production. It took 10 days to install the massage equipment, and those days were the calmest before the battle. And it comes out that one side is preparing siege equipment. The other is backing up against the wall and preparing for the battle itself. After all, the big battle is finally underway and Pompey's heavy armament is ready. The warriors lined up below the city, waiting for further attack. Jonathan told his subordinate to keep up the pace and maintain formation. Everything was actually ready to attack, and Gunther asked from the boss if they were being too secretive. It seems to her that the others have seen them for a long time. Guy asked what she was thinking. Let them mobilize the troops and be ready to defend themselves. There must be troops on the city wall now too, determined to die in battle. One of the knights stated to Leo that they were ready for the attack and all in position, and the man stated to wait for the command and be at the ready. Shortly thereafter, he began counting down the countdown to when the fight would begin. The countdown ended and he ordered everyone else to head for further attack. The warriors on the wall had heard a great noise below and were ready for defense. Siege weapons were launched one after another, hurling rocks straight into the wall. Also, at that moment, the sorcerers had already been prepared and were using their power. They conjured large fireballs and directed them towards the wall as well. Of course, because of this combined attack, the city was in danger. Therefore, the sorcerers who were on defense said that they should stop all of this sooner rather than later. Eventually, they used their power and started counterattacking. Due to the resonance of the force, bright flashes appeared in the sky as if they were fireworks. Richard was surprised and thought it was an eye for an eye. This war is really shocking. The knight remarked that these waves were getting tiresome, and Jonathan added not to worry, for he had done nothing to breach the walls. They purposely throw in firestones into the walls to ensure that the defenders have no place to run to. The hero thought that surely he could use his intelligence to the maximum and could intelligently organize everything, even killing allies. Jonathan ordered one line of fighters to head into battle, and so they ran with enthusiasm and said they should continue to attack them. This city should realize who the Pompeians are. And somewhere in the city, an old man was sitting near a fireplace in a house. The man remarked, if they were to be attacked by air, they were at a disadvantage. So there should be an investigation of the enemy. The gentleman stated that is not necessary. He is too panicky. When it comes to aerial reconnaissance at high speed, only blurred colored spots are visible, and it is impossible to distinguish details. Instead, they can use a good opportunity to pass on false information. Ballooning is taboo for them to win. They need heavy firepower on the ground and let them stay at higher altitudes just scouting. The subordinate stated that the Lord had previously used all the necessary materials to seize all the military bases, things on open cloth covers. Many will think it is just the roof of houses, and it is impossible to realize what this fabric is. The barbarians that climbed out were dumbfounded. The man said that the rooftops were actually their nirvana. One of the barbarians asked how such a thing was possible. Their aerial reconnaissance had not reported it, and no one had said they had such firepower. The lad asked my lord why exactly they are relatively weak, and the city defense army is guarding this fortress. The man stated that they are generals, and they are the brains of the entire army. All they have to do is just think. They are in the province to fight against the country, so the city wall will definitely not be guarded. People are definitely going to rely on preemption, suppression, and wall defenders to help their Pnyota climb the wall. They will definitely do it, and it's good steel to use the blade. Their troops use a weak army of volunteers to guard the wall as bait. It's merciless, but they have no room for friendship. Jonathan asks what's going on. Have they really given up? The Lord said that the war has officially begun, and they will take the initiative. The rest of the Lynx let them leave the fight. Soon he ordered his men that it was already time to counterattack. One of the warriors under the wall looked up. Something odd or thought was going on. When he looked up, he saw his fallen soldiers down. Next, he went to one, and the wounded fighter stated that they're siege, heavy weapons, and throwing towers. The man asked how it was so, because the report did not mention it behind the wall. It was just houses. The main characters along with Steele noticed it too, and he shouted that they were villains. Jonathan stated to be told when they attack the wall, even if they get blown to pieces, they have to take the city. The subordinates of the war heard the order and furiously began to attack the wall above. But to the upper tiers of the wall at that time came the rest of the defenders, who said that they should kill them. Jonathan asked where the MEA was. We should hurry up and give support on the front lines. The old man stated that it was time to let the Ma act as support. Wizards who defended themselves used a fireball, a water spiral, and a sharp wind blade. There were a large number of them, and they turned to God and asked that the ice wall be blessed. And a clash of magical powers appeared in the air once again. Richard saw the whole thing and stated that it is wrong. They have been fighting for a long time and still can't attack them. What do the others have to say to that? Leo said it's because the city has equipment called magical extraction. It's Stuart's biggest credit, and it's the kind of equipment not everywhere has. You can run it with magic-wielded energy, and this one saves magical powers, Richard asked. What about theirs? Don't they have one? Jonathan said, this device is too heavy and the structure is also very complicated. Wouldn't be able to carry it. It's like two kids wrestling with each other. Richard said they used it for the siege in the beginning. But what about the fire trebuchet? Leo remarked that you can't win just like that. They need success. At this moment, everyone is here and needs to take a break to restore their magic power. The hero asked if the unexpected advantage was still in force and if it was possible to win that way. The layout as well as the strategy is so precise, and I wonder who is in charge. Richard added that the siege is really a big deal. Because of that, it turns out that they're really failing now. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in the sky above this city. Gunther saw this and remarked to the man in charge to look at him. Richard remarked that I actually had a few dragons at that point. They attacked a city that was defending itself to aid Pompey's forces. Towers that had been conditioned to exceed because of this were destroyed. The dragon riders, meanwhile, continued to fly over the city in search of new targets. Suddenly, one man noticed, demanding from which headed straight in their direction. On the other hand, he noticed the boy who was with them, shouted to him to report the situation and retreat first. Let them move back to a safe distance or else go back. The boy asked what it was like to go back. Richard asked what it is. How easy it is to walk away after an attack. This elevation is estimated to be 3,000 yards, and it is no longer considered a return. Jonathan said, there is no way, and he can only buy time. Let them temporarily retreat, and this battle is considered lost. An emergency run was ordered. Leo noticed that they seemed to have retreated to their camp and should be allowed to go see. The main character remarked that he would go too, and together with the guy they went there. The boy turned to the old man and noticed that he had ordered him to return. But why would he want to retreat? Leo asked Zed what had happened. The man stated when he didn't descend far enough, he saw the city from the inside, and it comes out that they have many dragon hunting tools. The boy asked what other weapon he remembered. It was the idea of a brilliant alchemist from San Jose, a magical weapon in John's hands. He was fascinated by his hydrogen system, giving an ordinary arrow a speed far greater than that from the bowstring and making it spin harder. At the same flight speed, a high-speed spinning blade tip can pierce armor, and that's not cool at all. Richard said that there can't be so many dragon hunting tools at most. Only 5 of them are authentic, unless you have to pay a lot of money. The boy said regardless, he is not on high ground, and it is impossible to tell which ones are real and which are genuine, so he says, bullshit. Richard realized that the brat was arrogant. He asked what happened to the commander. Wasn't he responsible for the attack on the city? The guy figured that if he was responsible for leading the team, it was still possible to lose, and so the next day came. The man said the lad's team would be involved the next time they attacked. Lord Richard should know that soldiers must obey orders. They have no choice but to obey, looking at him. It seems like there's still a lot he doesn't understand. A man should be serious about him and reminds him of that. If this siege fails again, something terrible must be waiting for them, and it will be a disaster.